brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. They hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay us for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Non-believers didn't pray for us. Non-believers didn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. Them vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy culture. Vultures eat what they didn't kill. Vultures eat what they didn't build. They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already paid for it. Built a foundation, stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. And vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy poster.
All right. You know what? Let's do a news update. Let's see what we got in the news. What do we got in the news? Let's check this out.
In earning the Eagle Scout rank, one of Scouting America's highest honors. News 19 Shannon Taylor attended the event at Trinity United Methodist Church and has more.
History was made Saturday for 5 young men from Scouting America Troops 500 and 190. They became the largest group of African American Eagle Scouts inducted together in South Carolina history. The newest inductees, all teenagers, mastered at least 21 merit badges, served in leadership roles, and completed major community service projects designed to create lasting impact.
It's surreal. It's extremely surreal. It was definitely some roadblocks, especially with the whole COVID situation. You know, it slowed down a lot of the progress that we were able to make, but we stuck through it, and I'm glad I did.
Being the youngest out of these guys made me feel have some weight on it, being that I got to stick around, help some of the younger guys under me out. There's some kids out here nowadays that's not doing this, and I suggest that they come and try to join the program. They seek this goal also, to have something to carry behind their name.
Fewer than 6% of Scouts nationwide each reach the rank of Eagle Scout, a distinction that requires years of dedication, leadership, and service.
I just started as a kid, grew up in it, and to be here now is great. Well, I plan. You know, it's my home church, so I plan to come back and help out with the younger generation. We have people that are former Eagle Scouts that come back and help us, so I just want to return a favor and help out somebody else.
And here now, it's like, wow, like kind of feel like it's like cloud nine. You know, this is like, I've worked so hard. I saw others getting an Eagle before me. It's like, God, you know, he did all this. God gets the glory and the praise for this, and I just thank God he allowed me to be here.
This means a whole lot to me, you know. Like I said, like Mr. Ron said earlier in the ceremony speech when he was up on the pulpit, not a lot of individuals get to achieve this rank. It's a very small percentage, and being amongst the few, especially as young black men, it holds a lot, you know.
Longtime Scoutmaster Ron Mosley said he's proud to present this achievement and looking forward to what these young men do in the future.
This is just a monumental occasion that's going on because these young men, I've been with them for a long time, so I know what they're capable of doing and what they will do in the future.
As Black History Month celebrates past trailblazers, these 5 Eagle Scouts are writing a powerful chapter of their own, one built on service, excellence, and example. Shannon Taylor, News 19, WLTX.
Yeah, just thought I'd mix it up, throw some good news in there. Not only, you know, well, unfortunately, I got to put this out there now. Everything can't be good news, unfortunately.
David. His name is Ousmane Fall. The 23-year-old escaped religious persecution in Senegal.
Now, look at this fool. Now, based on this picture, who thinks he's ready to ride with us? Come on, bro. You got to be serious, bro. They worship them. They don't have our interaction and history with these white tea people. They worship them. We see all their flaws.
In November of 2023 and crossed the U.S.-Mexico border less than 2 weeks later illegally.
I'm devastated. I've been crying all weekend. My children absolutely love him. They talk about him every day.
You know, when a Karen cries for you, you know you're on the wrong side of history.
He's their big brother.
Cheyenne Dale is beside herself with worry for Ousmane Fall, a young man she considers her younger brother. It was her husband who originally met Ousmane while working on a property they own.
So he came up to my husband one day with his phone and did the Google Translate and said, I need work. I'll work anything you can, help.
Oh yeah, undermine the economy and the labor force. And I bet working, if you come looking for employment, my family, if any of you guys in your interview came like that, you know all of y'all will be ran over today. Your boss will force you overtime. Your boss, shit, you probably won't get a lunch, barely get a break, and you're gonna do the hardest and most disgusting shit at the job. All y'all know that.
Help me with. So my husband started teaching him drywall, and he'd clean whatever he needed to do.
He eventually $15,000 in legal fees. And David did it.
And what?
States.
And he'd clean whatever he needed to do.
He eventually moved in with the Dales and filed with U.S. Immigration for asylum. His paperwork tells
Hey, family, you know when you move in with your boss, you're done. You are like, that is modern slavery. Anybody live with their boss, like you're a slave. You're a slave. That's a plantation.
a story.
So a lot of these folks that got caught in these raids were living with their boss illegally in the country illegally.
Of being born into a religious Muslim family in Senegal. When he decided to follow a different belief, his own family turned on him and his brother attempted to kill him with a knife.
The religious persecution lie. So he's pursuing asylum from the religious persecution lie. And you best believe his caretaker, his slave master, white tea man, he gave him that right there. Hey man, tell them you're Muslim, you want to be Christian, and they try to kill you. But somehow you cross the Mexican border as a Senegalese person. Yeah, that makes sense.
No help from authorities. He says he escaped to Morocco, then went to Spain, Colombia, Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala, Mexico, and finally crossed into the United States.
Yeah, and he sometimes would say, I'm so thankful for you. And I'd say, I'm so thankful for you. He said, I thank God every day that I found you. And I said, you thank him more that you came to be with us, because he has. My whole family has accepted him. We all love Usi.
By the way, this is their employee. It ain't like he was homeless and hungry. Hey, stay here till you get yourself together. This is your employee. This is your personal slave. But this is some of the reasons why they hate us. You're living with white tea man.
Last year, Ousmane got his commercial driver's license and began long-haul trucking.
And we all know how he got that license. We all know how you got that one from those DMVs that got busted.
It was at a way station in Arkansas that his American dream came to a screeching halt, getting arrested and jailed in Marion.
This is very common, unfortunately. Very common in terms of the highway patrol does detain people, especially truck drivers nowadays. And that's happening in Arkansas, in Arizona, Oklahoma, Texas, they are Florida. They are detaining people, even with valid documentation.
Nazli Mamovida is a local immigration attorney. She says it would be easier to help Usman if he were to stay in one place, and ICE knows this.
Once you take the person out of their community, out of their home,
What?
away from what they know and the help they have, right? The person starts feeling hopeless. And once they feel hopeless, they probably most likely choose
a few moments
their
later
case, to be in confinement and feel very depressed. And then they just sign the deportation papers.
Cheyenne has spent the past 36 hours on the phone with attorneys in Arkansas and Louisiana, most of whom want thousands of dollars up front to help. But time and new immigration rules are not on Usman's side, and it's likely he will be deported and banned from the United States for at least 10 years, if not for life.
If he's going to be deported, it's better for him not to sit in jail for 6 months. And again, there are the ones that have said it's possible for him to fight this, but it's not very likely. Shut up! So I'm very upset. I can't imagine not seeing him for 10 years or ever again.
The attorney with whom we spoke said immigration rules are changing constantly, and the federal courts in Louisiana are some of the toughest in the country for immigration. Even if they were successful, the Dales would likely spend at least $15,000 in legal fees to attorneys there.
Hi. All right, David Winter leading us off tonight. David, thank you so much.
Keep in mind how he entered the country illegally. All right, what else is in the news? Okay, so they like to deny that there is no canine lunches over there. Let's take a look at that.
Here is arguably the biggest dog market in Nigeria. This market attracts buyers from thousands of kilometers away. Now, a dog here could sell for between $25 and $40, depending on the size. How do they get these dogs? And why is dog trade such a booming business here?
Mazanmu ne suka zuwa Kano. Idan suka je Kano suna nan da jakansu da magani a ciki. In suka samu kare sai su tura mana mu mata a cikin gida. A haka ne mu za mu sayar da shi.
If you are eating dog meat, if somebody poisons you, using herbs to poison you, they cannot get you if you are eating dog meat. If maybe you want to charm a woman, you can use the heart or the liver of a dog and mix it with some certain chance, then you can get that person. Nigeria is considered a country with the highest rate of dog meat consumption in Africa. In 2021, thousands of Nigerians reportedly signed petition to stop the consumption of dog meat. Now, this man right here was among the frontliners.
Dogs are able to perceive cancer, certain cancers, and alert the doctor even before science or machines. Autistic children, they perform better when they have dogs they're raising.
So what do you think about dog meat consumption? Let us know in the comment section. It might not seem like it, but this right...
Yep. So when we say they eat dogs, they eat dogs. Nobody's capping. Okay. Just make that very clear. All right. What else is in the news before we get started? Most of the time I became a friend. All right. So I think we're ready to get going. All right. Let's go. Wasn't such an position. Oh, wait. All right, it's gonna do that. It's going to start. Okay, hold. I had all the audios perfectly in place, and I can't stand. Yeah, I'm gonna download Firefox because this Internet Explorer it's just too janky.
Gonna help us Africans. Yeah, you guys can't benefit off of us, you Africans. There you.
There's a lot of people saying we're not Africans just because Africans, they live in the bush, they live with monkeys, elephants, they have their nose big and like some of those like characteristics, right? So like that's why I keep asking, what's the purpose of this? Is it like immigration wise? Is it like population wise? Is it technology wise? Like what's this going to help?
Oh, by the way, I joined the TikTok with Hillary X Banks, with a bunch of guys sitting there were Indian. It was just, I couldn't get much done. First of all, I looked at her profile pictures. She's this voluptuous woman, like way voluptuous. But these guys are thirsty over. I'm like, why are they giving this woman so much respect? This complete tether, disrespectful tether. These guys are thirsty over her, yo. I see her pictures, like, oh, no wonder, man. Like, no wonder she's talking with authority in here. Like, there's a bunch of Indians men. They say they're Indian, but they claim FBA. And she's like running them. Like she's like Queen of Zinga, like the slave trader. And they just like, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. All because she looked a certain way and it was embarrassing. Man, I just got off there.
As Africans or you guys in the US?
Oh, there we go. How's that going to help you Africans? There you go. You said the quiet part loud. You got to help yourself. We can't just carry you forever. You got to help yourself.
No, you didn't get my question right. Like
no, you slipped up and said the truth. You slipped up and said the truth. It's going to help us Africans. Yeah, you guys can't benefit off of us being lineage specific. That's what your problem is, sir. So you're asking me, damn, when y'all going to stop so we can get to leeching again? You shouldn't want to leech off of people anyway, sir.
No, like you classifying that you're not African. So what's going to help us? Is that going to help us or no? Like if we say like, okay, you guys are not Africans, do your thing. What's the purpose of that? What's the benefit actually?
Truth. It's called truth.
And he kept saying, help us.
You're always
he kept
supposed
saying,
to tell the truth. I'm not
him.
going to pretend I'm a continental African. When we go to Africa, we're treated as foreigners. We're treated different, which we are. I have no problem with it. I am a foreigner, and I get treated as such. I'm not going to claim something that I'm a foreigner to. I'm a foundational Black American. I'm not a foreigner here. This is my homeland here. That's a reality. I can't get deported. I don't need a green card. Now, when I go to Africa, I need a visa, green card. I can only stay for a certain amount of time, and then I got to break bread. So yeah, I'm a foreigner there. We're not continental Africans, sir. That's a reality. So why not just acknowledge the truth, right?
Right. Thanks for your answers. Appreciate it. You can drop me.
One last question. Why do now when I go to Africa, I need to be African so bad?
Anyone can be their nationality. I don't need anyone to be African or Indian or that. I think there's no reason. I think this just starting from the white man, which is trying to create a division among us, right? Because if we can work together, that means we can take our place back, like the white man took our place. Like, so if we can work together, we can take that back. But now the white man is trying to divide us.
Family, so everything is white man, white man. This is how some Pan-Africans and Black nationalists sound as well. White man, white man, white man, white man. So white man, I mean, yo, that doctrine, that Nation of Islam doctrine, that thing is dead, old, obsolete, in the garbage, burnt, ashes spread in Atlantic Sea. That's done. All that white man, Bilderbergers, Bill Gates Foundation. Stop. These tethers are the new colonizers, okay? We're trying to be. Yeah, no, and to come together, this guy is in a whole nother country complaining about family. He's in the UK for 10 years complaining about us delineating. You know, delineation is powerful. when a guy who never lived there a day in his life, who's currently in the UK, don't plan on coming here, is complaining about delineation in America, the US. Powerful movement.
So, like what I'm saying, with these movements, this is not going to help us like anymore. Like, we can't take our place back.
Sir, you're from Malawi.
Yeah.
There's what, 16 different tribes. Are you Chewa? Are you from the Chewa tribe?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, I can tell. Sir, y'all got so many tribes over there, sir. Ain't that division?
Well, yeah, like that's a great point. That's culture. That's culture. That's not like we still work together as a population.
Do you?
Yeah, as a whole, as a nation, but not tribal. There's still tribal wars today in Africa, in my country, right?
Yeah.
But as a nation, we still work together.
How so?
Well, communities, building communities, roads and all that, politics, voting and all that. But with tribal wars, well, there is tribal wars, yeah, even today.
Yeah, sir. You talking about y'all work together? Y'all beat the brakes off each other over there in Malawi, sir.
Talking about, okay, so how's a white man stopping all those tribes in Maui, whatever the hell you are, from coming together? You see how they do the white man, but in their country there's no white man and they can't get along. It's like, stop. AV said, what did AV say? AV said, damn, where thank you for the $5 super chat, yo. AV said, where the link at? AV said 1990, Dr. Clark Anderson warned Black Americans about immigration. We ignored him. I think that was 2001 with his Paranomics speech at that church. Yeah, I got a couple of videos on here, AV, talking about that. So yeah, check those videos out. Just go to my video, hit the search bar and type in Dr. Clark Anderson and you'll see those videos. I might, make little short 10-minute, 15-minute video out of them. But yeah, go back and you'll see I was playing Paranomics, I think 2001, where he was cooking on that.
But what I mean, working together is like trying to see what the government is doing for us or overthrow the government, right? So they should give us what we need. If they're not doing that, all tribes go on, gather together, let's go march in the street. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, sir, it's so bad. You left. You divided from the whole country, sir. So what you talking about unity? You got the hell up out of there.
Well, I came here for education. It's poor education in Africa.
It's always an excuse, bro. Not bruh. If you do it the right way, it's called brain circulation. You go to the UK, you get that education, you get some wealth in your pockets, then you take your musty ass back to Maui and you share and help. You share what you have, you educate them, and then you help build it. Physically, they need to physically see you. They need to physically see you in the country giving back. Okay? And showing off what you learned and your success, your wealth success. That's the true brain circulation. Tethers don't never do that. Well, I'm sorry. Tethers never do it. I said it right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You got over there to stay. You ain't going back to Malawi.
Well, because of what they look. They said, look, son of Africa, look, with what you work as, we can offer you the green card. You stay here, and then you work for us. You work for the government. I'll be like, okay, that's fine. After the age of 50, I might go back to home, right? So now they pay me. I do investments back home, constructions and all that, right? So after 50, I go back and stay there. I don't see any problem with that, right?
Yeah, you're not going back, brother.
Yeah, now I'm not going for the next 10 years, yes.
Yeah, come on, bro. Like, what are we doing? But again, just tether babble. We need to unite, and he's not even in a position to unite with his own uh tribes around him, his affiliated tribes, associated tribes, if he wanted to. He didn't left. He gave up on unifying with his own people. But he's telling us who he'll never see in mass. We're causing division because we're uniting amongst ourselves. So uniting amongst ourselves, they look at that as division amongst them. It's like, yo, you guys, I don't know white supremacy. I don't know who Satan himself told you guys that you were going to unite with us and be unified. Somebody lied to you. So they look at our unity, our delineation movement as and coming together under a code, one code. They look at that as divisive or division. I mean, I guess so. If us uniting causes if us uniting causes division amongst you guys or your unification dream, then let it be that then. Well, we're not going to divide so you can act like you're going to unify with us. Family, none of these guys truly want to unify. Because if they did, they'd be kissing our ass when they get over here.
You're not. Sir, you've been rescued from a lot. You look at that as you being rescued from there, sir.
Documentaries my mom and dad put me on. Things, you know.
Let me see. Town business. Shout out to the town. Sacramento's a cute town. It's a cute city. Let's try Mila. What's up, Mila?
Hi, how's it going?
Hey, Mila. How are you, Mila? Hop on camera, Mila. Let's see what's going on with you.
No, I'm in the UK and it's 7 a.m. and I just woke up. So I'd rather just have a discussion.
Okay. Now, Mila, where are you? You Somali? What are you?
No, I'm actually biracial. My mother's Nigerian, my father's English.
Oh, okay. And you got your dad's accent? Okay. Wow.
No, I was born in the UK, so that's why I have the accent I do.
That's interesting. You would still kind of have a little bit of your mother's dialect, no matter where you're born, if your mother's Nigerian, right?
I mean, yeah, I do. But
Okay. So what's on your mind?
what you're doing is actually dangerous and
What am I doing?
it's disgusting. It's actually quite embarrassing.
What's dangerous? She's trolling now. Yeah, you're trolling. What's dangerous, dear?
You're propagating degeneracy and self-hate.
How so? And that's a projection, by the way, because you're not even honest about where you're from.
I'm not honest about where I'm from.
You're not even, yeah. What you said about your lineage and all that wasn't even honest. But
Oh, really? How would you know that? Go ahead. You've only spoken to me for 10 seconds. And how did you come to that conclusion?
yeah, because your mother's not Nigerian, so I know that.
So what's my mother?
I don't know, man. You're lying and you're hiding, just like a tether. So you're hiding, trolling like a tether. So we're used to it. We're used
And you know this from just speaking to me for 10 seconds.
and projecting. You're doing what all tethers do. You flee, hide, lie, project.
I mean, you flee from the hood too when you make it into white neighborhoods. So
Well, you're not supposed to be in the hood, ma'am.
no, you're
Okay, so that's what happens when you don't understand American history. So Tarina she said, "Man, you're not supposed to be in the hood." That went over her head because she's a filthy, musty, dusty tether. We were forced into the hood. The hood is nothing desirable. It was undesirable, and we made money. We had wealth, and we tried to move out. And white supremacists created laws to keep us in the hood. So the goal was always to get out. That's the goal today. You're not supposed to want to live in a hood. The hood is literally a white supremacist pit, okay, that they constructed. The hood in America is like what they dug out in Africa, called what they call Liberia today. That's the hood. It's something they dig out and they want you to go live there. You're not spread your wings and take advantage of the beautiful country that you basically helped to build. You're responsible for the foundation. So white supremacy passed laws to keep us in the hood. You got the racial zoning laws, you got the restrictive covenants, and then they gave home loans, HOLC, and passed laws to make it easier for white people to move out of their trailers and to move into better newly constructed cities, new developed cities. Okay, that's how they got out of their hood, their trailers. They were giving loans, government backed loans. They were given opportunity jobs, all type of shit to get out. Okay, and then they held us down so we can't get out, which caused overcrowding. All right, and that went on for basically 100 years. So yeah, so the hood is not something anybody should be in. Everybody should want to get out, to desire to get out, to strive to get out. But when you're a disgusting tether, you don't know that.
In the hood.
You're not supposed to be in the hood. That you fled from a hood. Your homeland is a
Yeah,
hood.
and you flee from the hood as well to white neighborhoods when you make it as rappers or entertainers, because none of you are doctors or surgeons or lawyers.
Yeah, many of us are, man. We've been doctors, surgeons, lawyers for a long time.
Sure. So tell me a doctor and a lawyer. Tell me a
Which is
doctor.
what your homeland don't have. We have some of the most famous lawyers, like Dr. Dr. Ben Carson.
Did he ever say he was FBA? Tell me, no, listen, tell me a doctor.
Again, more tether babble. They ever says FBA. Okay, Dr. King never said he was African American, and neither did Frederick Douglass or Booker T. Washington or George Carver Washington. What does that mean? Okay, that just means anything. And guess what? A lot of white people that's under whiteness now, who are not called white at some point, did something like for example, you could say white people helped build the railroad, steel mills, coal mines too. No, they didn't. That was Irish people and so immigrants who became white later. So everybody goes back in history and use the modern term now to classify and identify people of old. That's common practice.
Or a
He is FBA.
no, he has a
Because with that logic, then there's no such thing as Egypt or an Egyptian. They were not called that during their time.
No.
African.
No. He
claims
is
to be
FBA.
African American.
No.
Let him cook now.
No, ma'am. You don't have to make an announcement. It's your lineage. It's your lineage, and you don't like it, do you? All right? Just like you don't have to announce being hungry and starving to be starving. You don't announce that you're starving. You don't announce that you're starving, but you're starving. You don't announce that you got Ebola, but you got it. So you don't you don't make that announcement either.
Ben Carson never.
You don't announce all them flies on your face, but they're there.
Ben
So yeah,
Carson
you don't have to
is
announce it.
proud.
You don't announce that you need Sally Struthers to come feed you, but it happens, ma'am. Come on now.
Carson is proudly African
Some
American.
things don't have to be announced.
FBA.
Some things don't have to be announced.
No,
for it to be true. All right.
Stop muting me. I know African Americans that are lawyers and doctors. I don't know any FBA.
No, you know foundational Black Americans. That's what you know.
Tell me a lawyer or a doctor that has
Ma'am, we've already had the discussion. You're repeating
said
yourself.
for themselves. No, tell me one that said.
No. You're not going to repeat yourself. You're talking in circles. Okay. All right. That's crooked wig babble. Yeah, you don't have to make an announcement to be. All right. Dr. Ben Carson, as brilliant as he is, he's the foundational Black American. He don't have to announce it. It don't work like that. You're already born into it. Johnny Cochran, foundational Black American. Yeah. Dr. Martin Luther King, foundational Black American. You can't say African American. Dr. King never called himself an African American. He never called himself that. Rosa Parks never called herself an African American. Yeah? Come on now. Let's be real. But they call them African Americans now. They have them at the African American Museum. Yeah? You said Malcolm X said we're from Africa? Okay, Jay, hop on with it. Okay? All right. Hop on with it. Martin Luther King never said he was African American. He never said that. Come on now. Yeah, foundational Black Americans, we got lawyers left and right. We've been practicing law. All right. We are foundational Black Americans, ma'am, sir. Now, he was African American. He ain't FBA. You understand? See, that's why we don't do the African American label. That's why we don't do that. We don't use that label no more. All right? We don't use that term. Obama's African American. Colin Powell is African American. Yeah? We don't do that. Oh, Tether New. Well, we got Tether New in here.
No, I'm not trying to hear him at all.
Tether New.
Hey,
What's up, Tether? Oh, yeah. Why you been hiding ever since we saw that picture of your ass, huh?
Yeah. Nah, I'm not trying to do tether new. Like we cook him enough over here, and we know he's an idiot. But I got another clown for you.
That in America that was built actually mean as.
Hold on. I got a nice musty
Black
tether
history.
for you.
What's up, Black History? Aren't you from the UK, Black History?
Oh yeah, you remember running into me last time. How are you?
I do. I remember that thumbnail. How you doing, brother? What's on your mind?
I'm very good. Thank you very much. I feel like there's just a few things that do need to be covered though, because you was just on a point just now where you said, oh, you don't want to hear about it was black immigrants and whatnot that built America and stuff. But when we actually look at the history, right? Obviously, we know that when YTs got to Africa, they weren't picking up or kidnapping, let's say, foundational Black Americans from Africa. They picked up African people. And when they actually eventually arrived in the Americas, they still didn't get off those ships as foundational Black Americans. They got off those ships as Africans, what they picked them up. If they were pregnant and they were given birth, okay, once they got off those ships, they still gave birth to African people.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. You guys marched them around a tree. What's that? The forgotten tree, right? So they could forget who the hell they were. That was the first process of cleansing themselves from their African identity, and then you put them through the door of no return. Nothing about those practices scream out, "I'm African." Those practices scream out, "You're not African," and you're about to assume a new identity through an ethnogenesis. That's what those actions scream out, not "I'm a proud African." Stop it.
But the thing is, the FBAs are very confused because 50% of them are saying that they want a delineation. That means it's something that hasn't happened. The other 50%, so I don't know, maybe you need to educate the FBAs as a whole so that everybody's on the same accord. But the other 50% of FBAs are saying that they have delineated. So just addressing those 50%, okay, if there was a delineation that actually happened, this is an action. This is something that we can track. Where did this happen? Because you're saying you did it. So we have to look at the history. It forces us to actually. And then we look at the ratification of the 14th Amendment, which is what allowed Black people in the United States to now be deemed as citizens, American citizens. So that would actually mean that everything that in America that was built prior to 1868 is actually the works of African people. Is built by Africans, and that would mean that actually it was Africans that built the White House and the U.S. Capitol. It was the Africans that built state capitals and the courthouse, university buildings, the railroads. Okay, so many Wall Street in New York. There's so many.
It's called Wall Street, but bro, you're forgetting out a word, and that word is ethnogenesis. So now I would love to talk to these guys. Sir, explain the practice of walking us around a tree, our ancestors around a tree, so they can forget where they came from. Forget who they are. Walk us through the practice of them same people going through a door called the door of never return, the door of a new beginning. You dig? Explain that, and then explain ethnogenesis. That's exactly why I asked this tether.
Things that Black people that are Africans that they built. And very lastly, Tariq, it doesn't just mean the buildings alone, but we have to also recognize that actually any inventions built prior to 1868 is actually the work of African people and not FBAs. You couldn't be an FBA if you landed in America as an African and you didn't land as a foundational Black American. But Tariq,
now let
there's
me ask
one
you this,
thing.
Rick.
Tariq,
Not
there's
true,
one
not
thing
true,
that
brother.
you
In
know.
1526, they became FBAs. They weren't Africans when the whole time. As
They
soon as
didn't
they
become
came over here,
FBAs because you
yeah,
weren't a citizen, my friend.
no,
But this
no,
is between
brother.
me and Tariq.
When
This is
Africans came
between
over
me and
here
your
in
leader. Can I
1526,
speak to your leader,
they
please?
intermixed with
Tariq,
the
can you tell
Indians.
your life?
Wait, citizenship has nothing to do with ethnogenesis. Right? We don't ever have to be a citizen of the country. We still went through ethnogenesis. We still became a people with a shared culture, shared history, shared everything. Experiences. That's still an ethnogenesis. That still happened. Right? That don't mean that didn't happen because somebody delayed to give us citizenship. Okay, but again, this is tether logic.
Then they
Hold on.
Can you tell?
Now you
Thank
have
you
to
very
slow
much.
down.
We don't want your
Now,
lifeguard involved. Thank you very much. Go ahead,
That's
Tariq.
not only what you're going to slow down. Okay. Now let's be very clear. The 14th Amendment just protected our citizenship. We were already citizens. Let's be clear. We were citizens.
What granted you that?
It was granted that because we were able to vote.
No,
in
what
many
granted
places.
you that? For you to say that you needed, what's your proof behind that? That's an extraordinary claim. Extraordinary claims require
Did you hear what I
extraordinary
just said?
Okay, so he just told this fool that we were able to vote. That was the proof. How are we voting and we're not citizens in any way, shape, or fashion? He got to answer that question. And by the way, we were voting before 1865. Okay, I fact checked that because that was news to me as well. And again, Tariq was the first person I ever heard say that. So a lot of stuff I know, he was the first person to say. And when I first heard it, I didn't believe it. I'm like, I never heard that before. That sounds crazy. So, but yeah, no, he's right. That's 100% right.
What is the document that granted you that?
We were able to vote.
That granted you to be deemed as a citizen in the United States of America.
The fact that we were able to vote. That was it right there. That was proof. See, you understand this.
That's not enough. But you weren't deemed as a citizen until 1868, and that was actually now allowed through all.
Okay, let's slide.
Yeah, you got to meet him. It's illegal to vote if you're not a citizen. You guys do know that, right? You know nobody who's not a citizen can vote in America like that. That's immediate deportation. So if we can vote, that says something, that confirms something, that validates something.
Okay, what you're gonna do, if I'm giving you an answer, you're gonna have to stop trying to talk over it because I just crushed your argument. If you get your argument crushed, it just got crushed, sir. All right, don't try to talk fast. Don't do that. That's a bad. Y'all got a very bad habit of that. When your argument gets crushed, y'all just start talking fast. Don't do that. We were able to vote going back to the 1700s. In many places, we were able to vote. In order to vote, you had to be a citizen, sir. You had to be a citizen. So we were already citizens in many places. We just had the 14th Amendment confirm that. That's all. We were already citizens, sir. Because this is our homeland. We built it. We didn't immigrate here.
So I'll say all of us were not citizens. 1868 made all of us citizens, just like we were all not free. But 1868 made us all free. So that's just like a little clarification.
We built this from the soil. Do you understand that? And it was built by foundational Black Americans, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead, Black history. Let's go. We're going to do some Black history here. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was actually on mute. Yeah, I was on mute. I think you muted me.
Now go ahead.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say to you, right, regardless whether you could vote or not, you still weren't deemed a citizen until the ratification of the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment is what actually made it that every single state.
Okay, that's wrong. That's wrong. Because you got to explain why were we voting if we were not citizens, and you can't get around that. That's always been Americans' law. Okay, that's always been America's law. You can't vote if you're not a citizen. We're voting, so he needs to address. See, if I was talking to him, I say, "Sir, are you saying when we voted we were not citizens?" And I'll say, if I'll hang the hat on that. Okay, Are you saying yes or no? If it's no, and we found out it's true, I kick you off. If it's yes, and you're right, you stay on. That's how I did them. All right. And I guarantee you, he'd have backtracked. Well, I don't know. Let's look. I don't know. Maybe you were. And then that's the way I do it. Let's hang everything on this right here. You know what I mean? Let's hang it on right here. If I'm wrong, you're right. You win. If I'm right, I win. You're wrong, and you got to go.
Had to now be on code beforehand. In fact, there was a minute of black people in America that were being deemed as citizens by selected states. But it was the...
Oh, so you backtracked. You see? So you're wrong. You were wrong. You said we were not citizens. You made a blanket statement. You made an absolute statement. That was your fault. You got called on it. You were wrong. So you need to backtrack and say, oh, I was wrong. Okay. Certain states, you were allowed to vote. You were seen as citizens. Okay. That's how I would have did it. I would have made them bow down. Bow down to the truth, that is, the historical truth.
The very minute of black people. The ratification of the 14th Amendment is what actually made every state had to be on code and deem black people in America as citizens. So this doesn't negate whatever you're talking about whether you was able to vote or not. Okay. This does not negate the fact that
we were
black people in America.
Slow down. Let me answer that, because you keep saying the same thing over and over again.
Why you mute me? Black people.
Because I'm going to give an answer. You can't talk over me.
Oh, you were talking about me. I hadn't landed, but okay.
No, sir. What you're doing is saying something over and over again. So I'm going to stop you and then address that. You see? Do I make myself clear? Because I don't want you to say that I'm cutting you off. You're saying the same thing over and over.
It's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, slow down. Okay, now let me answer that. Number one, citizenship existed for us before the 14th Amendment. It was state-based. It was recognized through birth, residence, allegiance. Free black Americans were recognized as citizens in multiple states. We were able to vote Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. You had to be a citizen to own property. We owned property before the damn 14th Amendment. We paid taxes before the 14th Amendment. We served in militias before the 14th Amendment. You had to be a citizen to get all that. The Dred Scott decision proved citizenship existed. All right? But it was illegally denied. That Dred Scott decision didn't say that we weren't citizens by definition. It tried to say that we should not be recognized as citizens. So they tried to illegally.
Right. And that dumb Tether should have heard about Jim Crow also doing the same thing, illegally denying rights as a citizen. See, so history played over again.
Strip our citizenship away. The 14th Amendment overrode that bullshit ass interpretation. It didn't create a new class. It overturned that bad decision, which lawyers and legal people say that's one of the worst decisions in American history, which it was. All right, so let's get it straight. It restored and protected a status that already existed in practice, sir. Okay? So let's not try to remix history. Now go ahead.
Here's the thing. So while some free black men could vote in certain states in the US, in US history, right? The Supreme Court ruled in 1857 that black people, whether you were free or enslaved, were not and could not be US citizens.
I just said that. I just talked about Haney's ruling.
Right.
Yes,
So this actually still brings us, it still brings us to 1868, because this is where it was, every single state had to be on code. So this is where it was official now. It was made official in 1868, where all states had to comply. So this still...
Yeah, we changed his argument. I'm a guy who knows how to argue and debate, and I follow your logic and I follow your argument. That wasn't your argument, okay? You shifted your argument. You moved your argument from A to B. Well, actually, A to F. You failed. Your argument was we were not citizens. Absolutely. That was your blanket, absolute statement. Okay? You were wrong. Now you're trying to fix your argument. Too late. So just say, hey, I was wrong. I meant to say so-and-so. But the thing is, family, he did to make his argument and where he was going. He needed none of us to have citizenship. That's why he cannot concede now that we have citizenship in some states. He can't concede to that because it debunks his overall argument that he was trying to present as a fake Black history teacher.
What you're saying still does not negate what I've already said to you. 1868, if you've delineated like 50% of your confused foundational Black Americans say, right, then, like I said, right, 1868 is that point where you could only have been foundational from this point, where you was now granted citizenship officially across the United States. So again, everything built prior to 1868 is still built by African hands, still built by Black people.
Okay, no. You remember his entire stupid argument. He was trying to show that there were no Africans, or he was saying that there were no Black people because nobody were citizenship. So he was trying to pretend we became Black after citizenship. But so yeah, that's why it fell apart because those people who you keep erroneously calling Africans, they were citizens in some states. So your argument, it fumbled. Like you fumbled your argument right then and there because it was based on nobody was a citizen anywhere in America. Because he was trying to say, without citizenship, you were African. That was his original argument, which he debunked himself.
Africans. And let's move on from that point because we've covered that now about 1868.
Okay. So now you're saying, okay, now let's get on that now.
One thing here that I want you to address.
Go ahead, because I want to address what you
cover
just
that point
said.
because otherwise we're both going over and over and over it. We should move on from that point. Yeah.
Okay.
Here's the
Now
other
hold on. No. We got to address what you just said. You said it was Africans.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We should. I know. Your brain's trying to process that. I understand.
I'm not trying
because
to
you
fight,
didn't
but
really
it's
think
just-
about this point beforehand.
No,
so you've got a
it's-
little
it's,
bit of work to do with your FBAs. But no
but you-
problem.
you're
Go ahead.
talking
You're just a
over-
human being. Go ahead.
You're talking over me, sir. How come we can't go to Africa now as citizens?
Why can't you go there now as citizens? Did you say?
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean? Like, elaborate.
What
You
I just
expand. Go
said.
ahead.
What I just said, I'm building on what you said. You said we're Africans. How come we're treated as foreigners?
Of course, because of the history, isn't it? You had people that was kidnapped, right? And then we were subjected to a various amount of social.
You got to always stop all of them when they say we were kidnapped. You have to ask them, kidnapped by whom? Because in their minds, in their false fake news teaching, they're going to say white people. You got to always ask, kidnapped by who? Got to.
Right? Of course, because of the history, isn't it? You had people that was kidnapped, right? And then we were subjected to a various amount of social constructs. Race is a social construct. Nationality is a social construct. Ethnicity is a social construct. We all know what happened with the history. And you've been in the United States of America for at least around, 407 years? Okay? So 407 years of being in a different place entirely subjected to YT supremacist rules and the YT power structure that is built up the United States. Well, of course, it's not going to be a thing as 406 years later, right? Anyway, I'm moving into a country.
We're
you don't
not
need to ask me no
Africans.
questions, of course.
So we had an ethnogenesis, right? We had an ethnogenesis. We became a whole new ethnic group, right?
Well, again, by way of, let's say, ethnicity, yes, you became African Americans, isn't it? Right? By the history.
No, we became foundational Black. No. You said Africans built all this stuff? Africans?
Oh, absolutely. Africans built that. I'm
Then why didn't
quadrupling down on that.
Then why didn't you build it in Africa?
Why didn't we build it in Africa?
Why didn't you build we built the railroads here? There's no intercontinental railroad system in Africa now.
Well, again, like you're talking about the building structures, okay, in the United States of America that were vast majority were YT architects. YT architects that forced the BLK people to do
Benjamin Banneker wasn't white.
in the United States of America.
Benjamin Banneker wasn't white. He was one of the people who helped design Washington, D.C. Horace King wasn't white. He was the foundational Black American architect who designed many of the bridges in the South. We had all types of architects, sir.
Keywords. I made sure I was careful with my words. Vast majority of the architects were YT. Okay.
My fault, family. Let me get the video. I clicked it off by mistake. Give me a sec. I got switched to my phone anyway. Give me a second. Let me switch to my phone.
Right here is arguably the biggest dog market in Nigeria. This market attracts buyers from thousands of kilometers away. Now, a dog here could sell for between $25 and $40, depending on the size. How do they get these dogs? And why is dog trade such a booming business here?
Mazanmu ne suka zuwa Kano. Idan suka je Kano suna nan da jakansu da magani a ciki. In suka samu kare sai su tura mana mu mata a cikin gida. A haka ne mu za mu sayar da shi.
If you're eating dog meat, if somebody poisons you, using poison you, they cannot get you if you are eating dog meat. If maybe you want to charm a woman, you can use the heart or the liver of a dog and mix it with some certain chance, then you can get that person.
Nigeria is considered a country with the highest rate of dog meat consumption in Africa. In 2021, thousands of Nigerians reportedly signed petition to stop the consumption of dog meat. Now, this man right here was among the frontliners.
Dogs are able to perceive cancer, certain cancers, and alert the doctor even before science or machines. Autistic children, they perform better when they have dogs they're raising.
So what do you think about dog meat consumption? Let us.
So you heard it for yourself. Dog meat. Let me find a video.
That forced the BLK people to do
Benjamin Banneker wasn't white.
In the United States of America.
Benjamin Banneker wasn't white. He was one of the people who helped design Washington, D.C. Horace King wasn't white. He was the foundational Black American architect who designed many of the bridges in the South. We had all types of architects, sir.
Keywords. I made sure I was careful with my words. Vast majority of the architects were YT. Okay, but the forced laborers absolutely were BLK.
But that was coming from our ingenuity. That was coming from our ingenuity too, sir. We were designing a lot of this stuff. There were white people over there in Africa. How come y'all weren't building nothing with them? How come y'all weren't building nothing with them?
There wouldn't be a we because you wouldn't be part of that we. That's why I already covered that with you. That's actually Black African people. You wouldn't be part of that because there was no foundational Black American until 1868 at most. Okay. Unfortunately,
that's not true.
So Tariq, don't be a tether, Tariq.
Oh no, don't start trolling now.
And that's why it's important to explain Black. Like, there's no such thing as a Black African. Like, you just made that terminology up. Like, all of a sudden, we made Black pop, and now there's a Black African. There's a Black Brit. There's a Black Scottish and so forth and so on. You dig? Like this is a new term after we started to call ourselves black. Now everybody's black. Now you got black Scottish, you got black Dominicans now, you got black Puerto Ricans, you got black Mexicans, you got black everybody. Now I bet you're gonna have black white tea in about 15 years if we don't get this black word straight. You have white folks saying they're black white tea people.
No, because now you're
Tether
trying to
on,
local
that's our
terror.
stuff.
I'm sorry.
Be a
Y'all ain't
terror.
building none of. Sorry, y'all ain't building none of that now. Some of the stuff we were building in the 17 and 1800s, y'all ain't built that now. So we ain't the same. We weren't the same. Those weren't Africans. They were foundational Black Americans. We built the culture and the cuisine and the culinaries. We built all of that here. That wasn't African. That's foundational Black American, sir. That's why y'all don't have the
Anything
same.
after
shit we have.
1868, that's fine. You could claim that, but not before
Forget that.
1868. Because once that status has now changed, you become an American citizen in the United States of America. Then
Yeah, I would love to talk. Yo, some of these guys, man, I'll be trying to go back and find these guys on TikTok, Twitter. I found Hillary X Banks, but now I want this guy. Like, I want a lot of these guys, and thanks to the family, you guys be inboxing me on these different social media platforms. Some of you guys know my phone number, and you be texting me stuff from my phone. Some hit me on Facebook, some Instagram, some TikTok, and even on YouTube in the comment section, you guys be sending links in, and I'll be finding these people, man. And you see some of them come on. We had Ace that fool that Tether. Oh, I cooked them.
yes, these have now changed from Africans to American citizens recognized
But I want that raccoon dog, Hillary X Banks.
nationally. But again, prior to 1868, where that wasn't a national recognition, yes, this is absolutely African people. So claim everything after 1868. That's fine.
You're trying to rewrite history. We weren't doing anything African over here. We couldn't even have African names. We couldn't even have African names or indigenous names. All of that stuff was wiped out, and we had to create a new ethnic group. All of that was wiped out, and we had to form a whole new ethnic identity, sir.
Right. And if we were these African people, then why weren't we calling ourselves African ever? Why it took until 1989 from Jesse Messi Jackson when we started to call ourselves African. Hold on, I got somebody who just clicked the link. My phone ain't charged. I gotta have to get home so I can charge this bad boy before we die. But it's battery died. But anyway, somebody called in. Let me see who called in. Please. Oh. All right, hold on. You might have to just wait. Let me see. Depending upon who it is, you might just have to wait. Well, hold on. Let's see. It might be a special guest. Hold on. I'm driving, so I got to make sure I don't. CRASH. All right, who is this? Passport King. Let's see what he got. Passport King, what's up? Unmute, please.
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
How's it going, Ron? Pleasure to speak with you, man. You do great work.
Oh, thank you. Nice to meet you. Nice to speak with you. What's on your mind today, this evening?
Oh, hold on. Let me mute in the background. Sorry, I still had the thing on, so I gotta hit mute on that. There we go. Yeah,
yes,
man.
Sir.
These Africans and other people in the diaspora, the so-called African diaspora, but really we should call it the Black diaspora, because you know why? They cosplay us, man. Look, I traveled, like, I'm like a young Gen Xer, like I'm just before the millennials came in. So, I haven't traveled recently, but I traveled in the past.
Okay.
I've been to Japan. I lived in Europe for a little bit. And one thing I notice is whenever I see Africans, and I saw this in Japan, I saw this in different European countries, they're all cosplaying us. And at first I thought I was seeing things. But I heard from
I can
other
imagine.
Black
I don't
people
know,
that
but I can
travel.
imagine.
Yeah. Other Black people that travel say the same thing. And this is going on right now. So they're around and they do this. Whenever they go in Asia, they cosplay as us. They go in Europe, they cosplay us. They go in Latin America, they cosplay us. They cosplay us as us in Australia. They cosplay us around the world. It's only when they either get online with us or they come to America that suddenly they're trying to pull this Prince of Zamunda BS and oh
Yeah,
yeah, I'm a
right.
Nigerian prince. They only play that garbage with us.
With
Everywhere else
us.
around the
Good
world,
point.
they're cosplaying as us. I don't know where all this superior African, whatever they want to claim, comes from.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, see, we don't know that because we're in a superpower first world country, so we don't like travel like that unless there's like a really need to. Like unless a lot of our money is like that or military things like that will cause us to like travel like that. But because we're in a first world country, a superpower, matter of fact, the greatest country known to humankind, none of us really have a real reason to leave. We kind of enjoying the best country and what it
Yeah,
offers. So
it's good to travel for those that can. I definitely want to travel more. I haven't traveled recently,
right.
but you get to
Yeah,
see
but I was just
different
making
cultures.
you're right. What I'm saying is that might be great for some people, and it might be a culture shock where we can put things in proper perspective. All I was saying was that the reason why Americans, out of probably anybody else, do the less or the least traveling is because we are in the country that has everything. You know what I mean? Like we got top of the line everything. Like those countries don't have FDA. So I would like to know who's regulating their water and food. They don't have the USDA. They don't have a high standard of sanitary and cleanliness. So you got to think about that too. So a lot of us like, a lot of us who Germanphobia like, nah, I'm good. Because like, that's my
And
only
even though
problem is the FDA. There's nobody to regulate their food and produce, USDA.
And even though I'm not traveling at the moment, I probably won't be traveling for a while. I was hoping to travel this year, but it's not going to happen. But maybe next year. Now I watch a lot of different YouTube channels on travel, not just Passport Bros, but like different travel documentaries. And it's not only what I see with my own eyes. Like for instance, there's this channel called Afro-Latinx. He's based in Russia, and he's a straight African. And he used the term Afro in him, and every other African that's there, they be talking all this black stuff, right? And they trying to cosplay, not trying, they're cosplaying as us. But then when you talk about where they're from, they start to about, oh yeah, I'm from this tribe and whatever. And what's so hilarious is I saw this white Russian reacting to these so-called black Russian rappers, and he was clowning them for cosplaying as us in the USA. He said, man, they're a bunch of phonies. They're not black Americans. This was a white Russian saying that. He was clowning them for cosplaying us.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, like, they're not going to disclose that they're used over there as can openers. Are you familiar with that term? Or are you familiar with the term can opener? Hello? Oh, he's on mute. Okay.
Sorry about that. I had to unmute. Can opener in what sense? I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, a Russian sense. So those Africans over there, they're being forced into war. Like they're on the front line fighting against the Ukraine, I'm sorry, against Ukraine. So the Russians call them can openers. They use them to expose enemy bunkers, and they push them in first to expose enemy bunkers. And so if anybody's gonna be shot first, it's them. But there's a big thing.
You mean
right
like
now.
cannon fodder? The old term would be cannon fodder.
No, I'm saying, well, whatever you say. I'm saying today they call them can openers.
It's the same concept. It's cannon fodder, putting people on the front
Yeah.
lines to be basically human shields.
But can opener sounds a little better. I like that. I like that one. Can opener. That's a great term. But anyway, so when you say Africans in Russia, that's nothing to brag about because they're on the front line right now crying. Wish they could go home. Oh, the Russians are racist. Oh my God, they got us on the front line. Oh my God, we're gonna die.
Well, look what happened in Ukraine when the war started. When the war started, obviously Ukrainian women was fleeing with the small children, and all the African students that was there, the African workers, they was trying to get out and crying that they wasn't being let on the trains to leave the country. I said, well, shit, y'all been there for years.
Going
you know why?
Because
making money, and as soon as things went south, they're trying to run.
No, yeah, but that's the thing though. They were all set up and lied to. They signed those college things and certain jobs, and to the whole thing was for them to be stuck over there to fight on the front line as can openers. That was the whole thing. Like they were all lied to. They were signing paperwork thinking they was school visas and sponsorships, but the whole play was for them to be on the front line fighting against the UK army, the Ukraine army. That was the whole play. It was a setup.
But actually, not to argue with you, but some of them actually been there a long time. They've been there way before the Ukraine war started. They've been there like not just a few months. They've been there years. So you would think the country that
let me ask you
hosted
this.
them.
Let me ask you this: like you don't like, for example, America and Iran always had issues. So just because we don't actually have, and like we have cold wars with Russia right now. So just because we're not at war, the military can they see the effects of a war brewing. You feel me? So just because you're not at war now doesn't mean the country doesn't know it's inevitable. Just like China and Taiwan, they're not at war.
Yes, agreed.
But we
I
all
agree.
yeah, but we all know that's a brewing thing. So now China might try the same thing. Have people come there, live for 10, 15 years. Because who's going to want to come to China during the war? Nobody's going to want to go to Russia during the war. So it's so let me get you over here now when there's no war, and when we got you, let's put you out there as can openers. But
the fact that they try to run immediately as soon as the war stopped, they don't know what a bad look that was. Now, mind you, they're saying, well,
no
this is not
loyalty
our
at all.
fight.
God damn.
They're saying like, oh, it's not our fight, which is true. But at the same token, okay, you've been there for 3-4 years. You've been living there. And look, I'm not saying they won't have problems in Ukraine because, like people say in the chat, the Ukrainian government are neo-Nazis. That's a documented fact. That's not incorrect. There's newspaper articles about that going back over a decade, how the Zelensky government is basically neo-Nazis. But guess what? The Africans chose to go there their own free will. No one forced them there in chains. So they was cool with it. But as soon as the war started, now they're doing what they do best, trying to flee. That shows you they got no backbone.
Yeah, so now then you said something about don't call it the African diaspora, call it the Black diaspora.
Right? Yeah, I said it should be called that instead because really they're cosplaying us. We ain't cosplaying them.
Yeah, you're right. But I'm saying that I think that'd be a bad idea to say Black because we're gatekeeping Black. They're not Black in any way, shape, or form, and we're not going to allow them to cosplay as Black. See, Black is an ethnonym. Black isn't an adjective or a color the way we use it. We use it as an actual name. Too. Yeah, well, that's the only truth because nobody in this world calls themselves Black as their primary ethnonym, never have in their life. Like we're the only people who chose an adjective or exonym and then made it an endonym and called it our own and redefined it and give it its own definition. And it's became 1960s. It became the name of our ethnogenesis ever since then.
Well, but the reality is they're already cosplaying this. And mind you, I don't support it. I don't agree with it, but they've been doing it. They've been doing it. Hell, they've been doing it before we was born.
Right. And that's why we're delineating. The term delineate means to shut it off. To now say it's to draw a line. No, Black is on this side. It's not on that side. You dig? Black history is on this side, not that side. See, the problem is we're letting them say they're Black. And that's why we're having these issues. Well, if they're Black, then they are entitled to Black history. If they're Black, then they are entitled to Black reparations. See, that's the whole game.
Yeah.
The
that's
fact
why
that they
the
call
whole
themselves
FBA and ADOS or ones who want to go by Sulon,
Freeman,
they want to go by DOS. That's why all of that is kicking their behinds because now they can't just tether onto that, and that's what got them so heated and so mad.
Yeah, but the main confusion thing is that everybody's gonna get confused by is Black. Okay, when they say they're Black, that causes the confusion. Even with eBay, that's why she don't go by the term at all because she sees that it's a double usage. Tariq still uses it, and it causes confusion. Even when the Tether themselves are arguing with him and say they're Black, you'll see Tariq stop and like, okay, I see what you're doing. Like they use Black as a shield. So what I do is unbiased Ron do. I say, you know what? That actually is ours, not yours. So we repoing Black out of their hand and say, actually, that's ours. We're taking that out your hand. It belongs to us. It doesn't belong to you, and we're going to call you what you are: Haitian, Jamaican, St. Croix, Zimbabwean, Zambian. That's what you are. You're not Black.
Well, I tell you what, in most of Europe, even in Asia, they're getting hip. In Japan, they can tell the difference. In Europe, Western Europe, I think even Western Europe, Northern Europe, Central Europe, I would say even in certain Eastern European countries, they can tell the difference. They know even before we open our mouths to speak. Like, one second, let me let that siren go by.
Yeah.
I'm over here in the Big Apple, the
Okay.
cesspool NYC, so there's always sirens outside and crap.
Oh yeah.
But getting back to what I
I'm
was
over here in
saying.
Jersey.
Okay. Oh, okay. You're right next door to me. Okay. We're in the tri-state area. Yeah, like I was saying, the Europeans, they can tell us apart even before we speak. Are you familiar with the infamous German woman on YouTube, Mrs. Soraya Brooks?
Nah.
Okay, she went viral about a year, 2 years ago. She still makes videos. Long story short, she's a Turkish. She's a German woman who's a Turkish German who's born there. Her family immigrated there. She was born there. And she's married to a Black American FBA man. And she's done her channel. She advocates for, I know some people in the chat, they're gonna be not liking this one, but look, this is just reality. I'm just reporting the fact. She advocates for especially Black American men to come to Germany and certain other European countries because we are highly sought after. And one of the things she always re-emphasizes is that not just in Germany and many European countries, they can tell us apart. They're not confused. They know the difference between us and tethers, no matter how hard the tethers try to cosplay at us. They can tell us apart even before we speak. They recognize us.
Yeah, but what if they don't want to? What if they don't want to swirl?
No one's putting a gun to someone's head. If someone for those who are pro-black, you only want to be with Black women, do so. But
Right.
for
Okay,
other,
I got you.
You see what
You're
I'm
saying
saying?
for the
No.
swirlers. Yeah. You're saying for the swirlers. They might want to look at Germany. I got you.
Yeah, for the ones who are more open to dating options, and hey, there you go, free game. Germany, most European countries, those men will clean up no problem without even trying.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. So those, there you go. Those who's into that, that's an option for you. You can take it or leave it. The brother want to share that to you. Some passport shit, right?
Yeah, that's why I go by the name Passport King, man. I travel.
Oh, I got you. I got you. I see. I see the name. All right. Because sometimes when people host stuff, like platforms like this, like we see so many like panelists names, we don't even like look at them like that, like to like figure them out and see the message. It's just another name on the panel, like what I mean, when you first click in. Yeah, okay, I get it now. Passport.
Yeah, I haven't traveled for a minute, but I will be traveling again soon. Hopefully by maybe later this year or next year, I'll be back on it. I've been wanting to travel for a while again.
Yeah, you got those sirens. Yeah. Damn, you got. Well, ain't nothing.
Yeah,
but
I'm
illegals
downtown
out there.
Brooklyn.
They got like
all the
4
major
million
bridges, so always sirens,
They got
24/7,
about
man. It
millions
never
and millions
stops.
of illegals in there.
Yeah, it's
millions of illegals out there.
Yeah, New York City
Damn.
is almost as bad as LA when it comes to illegal aliens. This state is a sanctuary. Well, your state too. You're in Jersey. Jersey, if I'm not mistaken, is a sanctuary state.
Yeah, it is.
But New York is one as well, and New York City is a sanctuary city. So they be on that dumb BS. We're gonna protect illegal aliens, and even when they commit crimes, they still be trying to keep them away from ICE agents so they could commit more crimes. Like what the hell are y'all doing?
You know what? You had just reminded me. So I'm gonna share. You just reminded me what to do. I'm gonna share my screen. Right. I was on IG and somebody had I guess some Spanish guy had a like a photo op. It was like kind of fake a little bit, but they had like a Mexican woman walking and ICE roll up on her like, "Hey, where are you from?" But it looked like it was a stage. But anyway, my thing is where are you born in country? Stuff like that. But I was more interested in the comments. Like I love the comment. The comments like let you know, give you a feel for what's going on. And I want to read the comments to you guys and get you guys perspective and reaction from the comments, because a lot of these people, man, these Latinos are, and for me, a lot of them are just white. You dig? Like they're just white. Like I don't really see them any different than what the Caucasian Karen by their comments. Like look
Well,
at
they
how
want
they
to
treat.
be. They want to be white nationalists, but they getting their wake up call from ICE.
Well, not enough apparently. But
It's a start. But I agree with you. It needs to be way more. Trump isn't
well,
going
you know what?
as hard on them as he
Here's
could.
the thing. Yeah, but they have a whole nother party defending them. So like they're not by. See, if that was us, we'll be by ourselves, helpless. No, they have a whole nother party. The whole half of the country, you just said sanctuary states. Where was our sanctuary states?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, when we have a sanctuary, even when the free states during slavery was supposed to be sanctuary states, they weren't sanctuary states because Dred Scott lost his case. So like, where was our sanctuary states when they were supposed to be free states? So yes, that's a bunch of bullshit. But anyway, you got half the country is protecting illegal aliens, people who are not authorized to be on this land, and they got half the country protecting them. So that's why I say, to me, they're white. They're white. You got half the country protects their own, and they're protecting their own. So you got half the country defending these guys, and they're in 100% wrong.
I don't think it's even that high, truth, believe it or not. Remember, whenever you see all this nonsense with them protesting and fighting against ICE, it's usually blue states, blue cities. You're not seeing that nonsense in red states. And unfortunately, that's where the largest number of illegal aliens are concentrated, is the blue states and blue cities. So that's why you keep seeing all this nonsense of them so-called protesting or fighting ICE. But once you're outside of blue states and blue cities, you don't see that in the Republican states. You don't see that Republican troll cities. When ICE want to come through and snatch them up, they come through and snatch them up, no problem. It's only the blue areas of the country where all that foolishness is going on,
Right,
and
but
which
there's
is
a lot of
unfortunate.
blue areas. But check it out though.
And that's
a lot of blue
unfortunate.
areas, and guess what? They're all going to
That's
blue
where
areas.
we live mostly, FBAs.
Yes.
That's what makes it difficult for us because we're
No,
mostly
later.
in the blue states and blue cities, unless we're in the South.
Yeah, it might be divided amongst us because a lot of us are in the South still. Shit, more of us might be in the South than we are anywhere else. Yeah, so that's why it's not easy to get them. All they gotta do is what they normally do, just flee, and then flee to a blue state.
There's more Trump can do. If Trump really, really wanted to turn the screws on them, what they would have to do, not saying stop the deportation, that still has to go on, but what they have to start doing is arresting the business owners that's hiring them. Once they start getting arrested and they get fines.
Hold on. Let's back up. Are you familiar with the term federalism?
Wait, what are you talking about?
Like power, when the power the federal
Oh, I
government
see where you're
has.
going with this. Yeah, I
There's
see what
the
you're going. I know what you're
power.
about to say, but guess what? Check this. You know why Trump can legally do that? When you look at the laws for
Wait,
illegal immigration.
Hold on. They don't have the manpower. The states do. That's why the feds usually cooperate with states, and then they together. The federal government leads the investigation because they have the resources and intelligence, but the army, the manpower, is usually the state's police.
No,
so
I get what you're saying. That's for
hold on.
the
Right,
illegals.
but I gotta land a thought though. I got a thought. I'm
Okay,
landing.
I'm listening.
Okay? So the problem with federal, this is why the federal agents will never give you a ticket. Then because they don't do that. They don't have the manpower to patrol a city or a state. They never did. So they rely on states to do that. So federalism come in. So they have supposed to have a communication. They rub each other back. But if the states are not complying, which they are not, then it makes the federal government job much harder and almost impossible to do. That's why you don't have millions of immigrants right now being deported from these sanctuary cities. You got couple here, a couple there, but nowhere near where it should be.
No, I
if
agree.
that
You're
sanctuary
100%
umbrella
correct.
was taken.
But I'm talking about there's another prong of a pact that the Trump administration hasn't used yet that they could. That's 100% legal. Besides arresting the illegals themselves.
It'll take forever. But what I'm saying is take forever without the manpower. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to drive that home.
No, I know what you're saying.
The manpower,
I
it'll
agree.
take
But
forever.
there's another angle. If they arrest,
he'll be largely unsuccessful.
No, but if they arrest the business owner, like for instance, these illegals need a place to work, right? The ones working on the table, okay. You arrest the owners of construction crews. You arrest these hotel owners.
Yeah, have you ever Googled the number of construction owners in just, let's say, New York City? It's probably hundreds and thousands of them.
Yeah, they usually
so
U.S.
it's back to manpower.
Yeah, no, it can be done easy. Are you kidding? Easy, because guess what?
I don't think so.
You know how it can be done easily? Check this. As soon as you have a construction crew, and let's say they move across state lines, you know what that's now become? RICO charges, racketeering, because now it's crossing straight lines. That's federal, and many of them do that. So it's real easy to take them down. Oh, this construction company is set up in New York, but they just took a contract in Jersey. Oh, well, guess what? Those are RICO charges. You just cross state lines. That's 100% federal. What you think's going on with these hotels? That's hotel chains that's in different companies. I'll make up one because I don't want to name any particular one, even though they all do it. I'll make up a hotel. Let's say call it Hotel X. If Hotel X has chains in different states and they're employing illegals to work as, let's say, what the hell you call it? House cleaning or housekeeping? Yeah, there you go. And they have it in multiple, even though the hotels are independently owned, but they're licensed by, let's say, Hotel X. I'm using X. That's not a real hotel. I'm just using it as a placeholder. And the Trump administration decided they want to move on them. Well, guess what? Hotel X gave them the license, so you don't have to go and arrest each person at the hotel. You arrest the executives at Hotel X that's basically given the permission papers to run the hotels. You follow what I'm saying? Because they're operating across multiple states. That's RICO charges right there. And that's definitely federal territory. So what I'm saying is the federal government can be doing a lot more. They can turn the screws on the employers employing illegals. And guess what? Not just the employers. Banks are involved. Any banks that's giving them mortgages for homes, they could be bringing charges against them. But I'm saying they could. We know they're not going to. But what I'm saying is more can be done. So they can still be doing the deportations of actual illegal aliens, but then going after business owners, banks, and other peoples that's aiding and abetting them. And there's multiple laws in the books that they can use legally, and no matter how much they belly ache, they couldn't stop them because it's within the federal jurisdiction. And I'll land my plane there.
Yeah, hopefully, he got 2 more years. So hopefully he let me know if you can hear this. Can you hear that?
What's here? What country? Was you born here? Was you born here, man?
I could have sworn I pressed it. Hold on. Yeah, so hopefully, they take those drastic measures. Because I want them to do more.
But fam, that's not even drastic. It's just them enforcing the laws. Because that's the thing. They couldn't say, oh, well, he's being a dictator. Those laws been in the books for like over 50 years. They're just not being enforced as they should.
Everything he does is saying he's a dictator. Just enforcing ICE to do their job. They're calling them the Nazis. You'll see in these comment sections. All right, so hold on. Let me play this video. But I want you to catch it from the beginning. Here we go.
From here? What's here? What country? Was you born here? Was you born here, man? What country was you born in?
Okay, so everybody think that's a mistake.
What's here?
You got like 17 million.
What country was you born here?
I'm gonna go to the comment section.
Was you born here,
You want to say something else from that?
What country was you born in?
On the
From here? What's here? What country? Was you born here? Was you born here, man?
Watch this.
What country was you born in?
This is where I'm like, yo, it's over for them. And you see my comment.
So, ma'am,
My comment is, why didn't she just comply?
What country was you born here? Was you born here,
She
ma'am?
must have
What
herself.
country was you born in?
Can someone explain to me what's wrong with court illegals? I like
So,
presidents, so I
ma'am,
gave my
what's
life.
here?
I said
What
nothing
country
wrong at
was you
all.
born here?
My American flag.
Was you born here,
The
ma'am?
sister says, I see nothing
country
wrong.
was you
Just
born in?
comply, you are free to go. I threw a heart for her. I said, just comply is right.
So, ma'am, what's here?
Obama deported
What
8
country was
million
you born
Trump
here?
and 40K. Why
Was
didn't
you
you cry
born here,
back
ma'am?
then? Heart for them.
What country was you born in?
Back. I can't believe this is happening. Okay, now these are the comments right here.
So, ma'am, what's here?
Damn, we got black
What
eyes.
country was you born here? Was you born here, ma'am?
You got a lot of
What country was you
Hispanics
born
and
in?
whites acting like we don't have a duty, an
So, ma'am,
obligation
what's here?
to
What
become
country was you born here?
policemen, to police our cities.
Was you born here,
And
ma'am?
if we become a federal agent,
What country was
police
you
our
born in?
country. This is our country too. Like, I don't know why. Like, when people say, "Damn,
So,
a black
ma'am,
cop,"
what's here?
"Damn, a black
What country was you
federal
born here?
agent." Well,
Was you
keep
born here,
going.
ma'am?
Damn, a black doctor.
What
Damn, a
country
black
was you born
president.
in?
Big, like they think we got no business in these
So, ma'am,
positions of
what's
authority,
here?
basically. Oh, damn, a
What
black
country
banker.
was you born here?
Like they think we should be only
Was you born
seen,
here,
we
ma'am?
should only be represented
What country was you born in?
as athletes, entertainers, comedians, you know, stuff that's
So,
unserious,
ma'am, what's here?
stuff that don't enforce law or move
What country was
a
you
country,
born here?
move the city, move the state.
Was you born here, ma'am?
Damn, black guys. Yes,
What country was you born in?
yes. We got black doctors and black heart surgeons, black everything else, man. It's our
So,
country. Why
ma'am,
would
what's here?
why wouldn't we be into
What
government?
country was you born here?
Yeah,
Was
it's
you born
okay.
here, ma'am?
This is not okay. So I'm sure
country was you
75% right here. People proud of what they don't.
So, ma'am, what's
It
here?
said people proud of what they do
What
don't
country was
cover
you
their
born here?
face while doing it. That's a
Was you
troll
born here, ma'am?
rage bait
country was you
comment.
born in?
These people would love to show their face. They're happy. They love their country. The problem
So,
is
ma'am, what's here?
Karens, libtards,
country was you
start
born
to
here?
dox them and put their address
born here, ma'am?
and life in harm's
country
way.
was you born in?
Dox them for immediate. And now they get death threats. They get
So, ma'am, what's
the
here?
house get Malcolm X bombed.
What country was you
did.
born here?
So yeah, I'm gonna cover my face.
Was you born here, ma'am?
I'm sure they do.
What country
I'm
was you
sure
born
the
in?
officers they can take care of themselves. But when they at work, their families are
So, ma'am,
targeted
what's here?
because the way an illegal
What country
tether
was you
going
born here?
you attack my family, I'm
Was
gonna
you
attack
born
yours.
here, ma'am? What country was you born in?
They say, why do they ask where you born here instead of asking, are you a citizen? Something
So,
about
ma'am,
that is so
what's here?
cool. Now that's semantics.
What country was you born here?
That's semantics. Because they can
Born
say
here, ma'am?
a citizen, yes. You didn't
What
say
country was
U.S.
you born in?
You're talking about Venezuela. Harassment, then
So, ma'am,
look,
what's here?
harassment, then kidnapping.
What country was you
This
born here?
country's going to hell. Now look, this
Born
verse
here,
right
ma'am?
here says
country
this
was
is
you born in?
kidnapping and harassment, and this country's going to hell. Now, this person didn't feel like that.
So, ma'am,
Black people
what's here?
getting gunned down, unarmed, doing
What country
nothing
was you
wrong.
born here?
Legal citizens. When we
you
got
born here,
gunned
ma'am?
down, arrested,
country was you born
our
in?
citizenship was never in question. There was no doubt that we were
So,
legally
ma'am, what's here?
here in this country. We were legally authorized to be in
What
this
country
country.
was you born here?
Shot down, gunned down, which is worse.
Was you born
Which
here,
is
ma'am?
worse. Well, hold on.
And Ron, check out this
Land
hypocrisy.
that. Wait, let me just land that real fast. Land that. Because, you know, I'm going to
So,
throw a
ma'am,
punctuation mark
what's
there.
here?
So what I'm saying is, it's actually
country was you
worse
born here?
and more disturbing for
Was you born here, ma'am?
a citizen
What country was you born in?
brutalized than an illegal immigrant. Go ahead.
So, ma'am, what's
Go
here?
ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Was you born
Yeah.
here?
Check out this
Was you
hypocrisy,
born here,
right?
ma'am?
They want to
What country
claim
was you
these
born in?
illegals, not just the ones from Mexico, Latin America, from wherever they are in the world, even though the largest
ma'am,
majority
what's
is
here?
from Mexico, right? They want to
country was you
claim that
born here?
somehow federal
born here,
immigration
ma'am?
laws don't
country was you
apply or
born in?
shouldn't apply to them without all kinds of crazy excuses, right? And then the very
ma'am,
next
what's
breath,
here?
they want to claim
What
that the
country was you born
14th
here?
Amendment should apply
born
to
here,
their
ma'am?
anchor babies and give
country
them
was you born in?
citizenship with. They get to pick and choose what laws apply that don't apply to
ma'am,
like
what's
the
here?
fast food restaurant.
Right.
What country
Like
was
someone
you born
say,
in?
order the hamburger. You know what? I don't want
born here,
no.
ma'am?
They just get to pick and
What
choose
country was
what
you born
laws
in?
apply.
Right.
You know how insane that
Burger
is
King.
that people don't think of it in that manner?
So, ma'am, what's
Yep.
here?
Yep.
What country
And that's
was you
why
born
I
here?
say the Karens
Was you born here, ma'am?
protect. I had a thumbnail
What country
showing
was you born in?
Karens protecting protesters,
From here?
and
What's
then the
here?
other one showed in the blue dress,
What country?
got the
Was you born
same
here?
parent in the red dress,
Was you born here,
pointing
man?
Oh,
to
Ron,
the
you need to
protesters.
pause the video. You say they can't hear you over the video repeated. You need to mute the video.
From here? What's here?
It is muted. You can't hear it,
What
right?
country? Was you born here?
No, I can hear it. People in the chats, they
Was
still
you born
hear
here,
the
man?
video. They can't hear you.
What country was you born in?
So let me get out of there. The video was supposed to be hold on, let me get out of there.
Yeah, the video kept looping. They couldn't hear you over the video. Yeah, for those that couldn't hear what I stated previously, what I was saying is the insanity with these illegal aliens, whether they're Mexicans, Latin America, wherever they're from in the world, you know, they all got the same repeated talking points. They got this insane belief that immigration laws don't apply or shouldn't apply to them, which is federal laws. It's not illegal for them to be in this country. But in the very next breath, they want to say that, their anchor babies that are born here should somehow benefit from the 14th Amendment that was only meant for U.S. slavery descendants, i.e. FBA. So they somehow get to pick and choose what laws should and shouldn't apply to them. When we're citizens of this country, we don't get to pick and choose what laws should apply and what we can and can't obey. And the fact that white liberals, Democrats, and people that advocate for them are just overlooking that massive, which is a civil rights violation. How can non-citizens be just given, okay, you pick and choose what laws want to apply to you? We don't get to do that as citizens. The fact that it's not framed in that manner is insane to me.
Can they hear? Because the video should not be heard now. Can they hear the video? No, right? They can't hear the video. Okay, so I'm going to read off some of the comments.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, great. All right, so I know how to do that now. Just don't share the audio. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm reading the comments to people who are defending people who are not legally authorized to be in this country, who's supposed to be deported. Just like you forfeit your freedom in America when you commit a crime. It's a felony that comes with a sentence. Hey, and it comes with a sentence, right? You forfeit your freedom. Nobody says no. Oh, and let's say you went on a run, and you've been escaping, evading, the law for like 4 or 5 years, and they finally catch up to you, the U.S. Marshal. Who sits there and say no? But he's been working ever since. He has a family. We feel like, hey, you gotta do your bid. You broke the law. Now you gotta you know what I mean. You do the crime, you do the time. That was the mantra in America. You do the crime, you do the time. Now all of a sudden it comes to illegals, not legals. It comes to illegals. Now we throw away the law. We throw away the mantra. Get down from there. We throw away the mantra, which is you do the crime, you do the time. That's gone now. Now is but it's context now. No, but he's been working. he got a family. He's been here for 30 years. So the crime part, no justice. All of a sudden, no justice. See, that we can't go with.
Yeah, it goes back to what I said before. They think they get to pick and choose what laws do and don't apply to them. Like this is a fast food restaurant, and they're saying, "Oh, don't put no onions on my burger." They just get to pick and choose what laws don't apply. You know, it's insanity.
All right, so let me take a look at some of these comments. It says why? Okay, I got that part. So it says this makes me sick. Now her name is Zaya Victoria. So I'm dying to see what they said. He said, what part? No, send their ass back. You dig? Every party gorilla looking. I don't know what that meant. Well, you, for example, okay. Okay, but they cooked her. They cooked her. Like, what's so sick about an illegal person being held accountable? This is a crime. I'm dying to hear what they say here. I know coming into this country, illegal is a crime. Wow, what a revelation. They're cooking them. If you say you're born here, they will walk away. It's literally they're asking someone a question is not a crime. Right. Yo, why? And that's the part I was confused on. Why, like right now, if you're going to the store, you said you was outside, wherever you were, a police officer has the right to ask you a question. And you have the right to not answer. Bro, a regular citizen has the right to ask you a question. And you have the right to not answer the question or answer. It's up to you. So there's never a crime when somebody's asking you a question. All right. Now, look, this is effing insane. I mean, the police officers asked the ICE agents asking a woman, what's her name? Because apparently they got intel. You know the federal government got the best resources. So when they're on you, their resources go far further than the state police because the state police resources are just limited in that state. FBI resources go throughout the nation. And if they want to, international. They could do international help. Okay, so if they're on you, most likely you're probably the person. So it says, this made my day. You had me right, girl. Oh, I don't know what that means. All right, let's get out of here.
To add on to what you just said, put it this way, Ron. The federal government, they know where alien is with. If they're in somewhere in the United States, whether it be the 50 states or U.S. territories, they know where every illegal alien is. The only way they won't know if someone got into this country illegally or they came in on a legal visa and the visa expired, they did an overstay, and they went off the grid. And they're not using no cell phones, no banks, no modern technology. That's the only way the federal government may not know. But if they got a smartphone, if they got a bank account, if they ever wired money overseas, etc., do they know where every illegal alien's at in this country if they want to get them?
Right, they're done. Then it says here, it's sad when a black man out here doing this. See? Race baiting. So sad to see black people participating in this. Right? Race baiting. So they had a whole bunch of comments.
Yeah, because they're anti-black. And it's not like they come to America and they learn to be anti-black. They're anti-black in their countries because as brown as they are, in their warped third world minds, they look in the mirror and they see themselves as white Europeans. That's how they're just sick in the head, man.
It says, so they're just walking up to Latin people and harassing them. Now, hold on. You see that energy? Now, and when we say, nah, they do that to us, they'll say, no, you probably fit the description of somebody who did something. You don't know that. That would be their rebuttal. No, you probably fit the description of somebody else who actually committed a crime. Well, this woman looks like she fit this description of an illegal alien. So they got the right to ask her her name. Imagine being a POC and doing a colonizer job. She's saying people of color. What the fuck is a people of color? But this is not a colonizer job. Imagine being a pig and doing a job to pay the right. I'm over here trolling these people. She did the crime. Now,
I tell you what, the real fireworks, either June of this year, 2026, or July 2026, the Supreme Court is going to rule on the 14th Amendment, and a lot of people are going to be screaming bloody murder. But you know what? The anchor baby scam is coming to an end this year. Supreme Court shutting that down. It's going to be at least 7 agree with Trump. I'll tell you right ahead. It's not going to be unanimous. It's going to be that Sotomayor chick and that Ketanji Brown is going to rule that the 14th Amendment applies to everyone. But the rest of the judges, they ain't going to play that. At least they don't even need all of them. Only need 5. But Trump's going to get 7 minimum that say, hey, this was never for people to just come into the U.S., drop a baby, and the child's a citizen. That nonsense is coming to an end this year. So the anchor baby scam, that's not what happened.
No, go ahead.
Oh yeah, well the anchor baby scam, that's done. And look, the ones who are anchor babies already born before the decision goes through and gets implemented, they should count their lucky stars and they better hope and pray they don't make it retroactive, because our nation can do that. They probably not going to do it now.
They definitely made the illegal marriages retroactive, where they cracking down on marriages now. I think they crack it down on marriages like 10 years prior. We're looking at all those cases, and they're coming with Fed time, by the way. It's not gonna be slap on the wrist. Like, they doing hard, like 5 years. Okay, so it says, crazy thing about it, it's a black man approaching a Hispanic woman, asking her does she belong here, when the same white man don't want you here, making it make sense. You hear this now this guy looks like he's wait, black. Well, no, I'm sorry, not black. Like, he's a tether, foreigner. So now you see the difference in language. He said the white man don't want you. First of all, you made that up. Like, what is the white man? Like, you made the white man this big monolith boogeyman that represent everybody. Like, that made no sense. Then not wanting me here and I actually belong here, that's not our problem. But not wanting you here and you actually don't belong here, you're not authorized to be here, that goes together. But not wanting me here and I belong here, those don't go together. Okay, so that's a tether comment.
Well, that's always been the problem with the so-called diaspora, whether they're from the Caribbean or Africa, with very, very few exceptions. They identify more the Spanish-speaking illegal aliens than they do with us FBA. They've always been a problem when it comes to that. That's nothing new. They think they have more in common with the Mexicans and other Latin Americans. Hell, they think they got more in common with Chinese immigrants.
No, they do. They all immigrants. They got more in common with them than us. So they all immigrants. We're not immigrants. Now, it says the only thing we got in common with them, we're just melanated. That's it. Well, it depends. The Caribbean, we got more in common with them because we both are diasporic people.
Well, sometimes that's not even true, because they be going hard on that cake soap and other skin bleaching products, trying to look like fake white people. They on that nonsense too.
All right, so right here, this comment right here is what kept bugging me. I kept reading. They said the new Germa KKK. Now, this is the disrespectful language that they do to undermine us and other people who suffer for real. So now they said Germa, so they're mixing up Nazi Germany with Nuremberg laws and the Holocaust with chattel slavery, Jim Crow, and 100 years of lynching. So they're saying illegal people who are being deported safely to their own country, they're comparing that to the Holocaust, Nuremberg laws, and chattel slavery, Reconstruction, KKK, 100 years of lynching, pianist system, forced slavery afterwards, sharecropping. They're comparing all, like, this is how disgusting they are. So now then they'll say, hey, you guys are silent. Yes, you guys are very, very disrespectful.
Well, it also shows how low IQ they are. You know, white people like using that term with us. No, they're the real low IQ ones, because slaves did not have a choice to be a slave. These are illegal aliens. They chose to come of their own free will. So how is that slavery?
Yeah, no, but it's like they know better. It's what I'm pointing out is the uttermost disrespect that they have for people who really suffered and died and was undermined, sabotaged, set back 200, 300 years, deprived, old, they gave trauma to, they terrorists. Like, to compare a person who's not harmed, who got approached professional, hey, a little aggressive, but hey, they're police officers. They supposed to come nice. They dig, hey, what's your name? Okay, there's a deportation warrant for you. Get in the car. Everything's nice. The person air's not getting cut off. There's no knee on their neck. You dig? They're not shot down 10 times. They're just put in the car, handcuffed, and legally sent back to the shithole. And they're comparing that to chattel slavery, Jim Crow, and Nuremberg laws and Nazi Germany. Like that is worse than anything we're watching with ICE videos. Those comments are more disgusting than an illegal alien being sent back.
I call them what they are. They are at best cowardly opportunists and at worst shameless parasites. Those are the best words for them. And here's the thing, right? like someone mentioned in the chat, no, they're not getting paid money when they get deported. But if they choose to self-deport, they can be given what? What is it now? $2,000?
Yeah, a couple thousand.
Yeah, a couple of thousand. If they choose to voluntary deport.
And that's like $2 million in their country.
That's like, money that they can be good for a minute. Once they got that 2,000, they'll be good for a couple of months.
That $2,000 make them immediately Beyonce, Katy Perry in their damn country.
They would be good for a couple of months. That'd be more than enough time for them to whatever, find an apartment, get on their feet, get a job, and they'll be okay. Depending on what country they're going back to, anywhere from 3 to maybe as much as 5 months, they would be good on just that. Or at least 2 months, 2 to 3 months. Let's say that. I mean, not exaggerate. 2 to 3 months, they're good. It's not like they're being sent with nothing, but when you see the videos of them and they're crying, they're hooting and hollering, you would think they're being taken to the electric chair to a lethal injection the way they be carrying on.
Yeah, and I don't know why they got to be sent back for something. It's not like a illegal immigrant committed a crime and was being sent back.
Well, they're trying to show, I guess, humility and try to encourage them to leave, voluntarily, because even though
I got that part. Part. I'm responding to the potential critics that's out there saying, hey, they're not being sent back with no money. It's like, well, they didn't come with no money. So when I'm saying it wasn't like their possessions, their valuable possessions were being stripped of them, like kind of like Nuremberg laws. They weren't like when they say Nazi, their valuable possessions ain't being stripped from them and they're being kicked out the country to go start all over again. That's not what's happening. Well, their valuables go along with them, and they go with their family. They don't keep their valuables and sell them on eBay.
Well, here's the irony, Ron. If the feds wanted to do that, they legally could. Because remember, all during the 80s and 90s, I'm a Gen X. I'm like near the end of Gen X. I'm assuming you're Gen X.
You're talking about the '94 crime bill. I know.
Even before the '94 crime bill, even before the 80s, any drug dealers that was
legal,
arrested, they would seize anything they had. They own cars. They would seize the cars. If they brought
that was
like
part of '94 crime bill.
All of that was seized as asset forfeiture. So guess what? Illegal aliens, they shouldn't be in this country. They're criminals. So even if they did get a mortgage on a house, buy a car, legally speaking, the federal government can seize it all because they obtained all of that in the process of committing a crime, and no one can say anything legally.
That's part of the '94 crime bill. The '94 crime bill is nothing but a rendition of the Reagan bill. So it says all the same thing. That's how that was. Yeah, you're right. That's part of that. Michelle Alexander talked about that a lot in her book, The New Jim Crow, when they did it to us. Yeah, but that was always like they could definitely do that. All right. Let's see.
But thank you for letting me up, Ron. I'm gonna head out.
Sir. Yeah, thanks for the other perspective that you gave, because they swear we all just repeat talking points from Tweet Night. These some weird people, yo. Y'all only don't repeat. I know. I'm saying that's why I appreciate you calling in and giving a different perspective.
King Flex. I felt this way for a long time. Like, I don't live in Cali, but when Trump ran the first time, I got ganged up on what they've been doing out in Cali. And the illegal aliens out in California, I thought it was bad in New York. What goes on in New York is nothing compared to what they've been doing in Cali. They've been running wild for decades. Not a few years, decades running wild out in California. And out in California, anything short of mass homicide is like the government, the state government and local government don't punish them. It's like they damn near has to be caught on camera committing arson on a person.
That's why I really wild. That's why I say the illegal immigrants, they are the true sovereign citizens. Everything a sovereign citizen pretend to be, dream of doing, they do it. Sovereign citizens get pulled over for not driving. They say, I ain't driving. I'm traveling. They go to jail. Illegals get caught with no license. They go home to do it again. And yo, they got immunity, man, from punishment in America.
They passed so many laws in LA and they put like fines. They look for ordinances. They like to find black businesses, shut black businesses down. But then they went and passed a law where illegal aliens, they can just have food carts anywhere in the city. And mind you, they don't have any training on food preparation. So anyone buying food from them, they're literally gambling with their life. Because if someone gets sick, end up in the hospital, or worse, die, was like, oh well. It's like the amusement park. You pay your money, take your chances. They let them. Before they gave them driver's licenses, they was letting them drive out licenses. They ordered the police and sheriff's department to leave them alone. So basically, they got carte blanche to do almost anything they want and not be held accountable out in California.
Yeah, and they'll get locked. And they'll lock up a 9-year-old girl for selling lemonade. Oh, you don't have a permit, but we got grown ass bums out there with dirty hot dog water poisoning the public and nothing.
That's why when I see them in New York with their little setup stands illegal, I don't buy nothing from them. I don't buy no fruit. I don't buy no food. And it's not just because, oh, they're illegals. Yeah, it's that too. But also too, I know they don't got no health department checks. They got no training.
Hell no.
Anyone buying from them is crazy because they're literally gambling with their life. You can get sick or someone could literally die if you get a bad food infection. I don't care how cheap it is. Nope, it ain't worth my life.
And you never know because that might be a restaurant, old food that they can't sell legally no more. They give it to them. Like, hey man, look here.
It can be 30%. Food. They don't have proper storage. You don't know if it even looks dirty to me. I'm like, my God, who can buy stuff from them? And the coolers they have be looking nasty. The grill looks grimy. I'm like, my God, is it can't be that good. Two, it ain't that cheap to want to gamble someone's life eating that garbage.
Yeah, and Hey, stop running. All right. So let me thank you, brother, for calling it. Let me finish playing the video with the fake black Brit history teacher, which is not black. He just he's not Britain. He's from what, Nigeria somewhere?
Yes. Thanks for having me up again.
Yes, sir. Yeah, call back again. All right. Let me go ahead. That's a good bill. Let me go ahead and good evening to you, Kai Haru Sunzuku. Yeah. Anybody, thank you for the John Morris, a $2. I think that's a super sticker. I think it is. They are even giving them $1,000 when deported. Dang. Yeah. Like I said, that's a hell of a head start in their country, yo. Going to their country for $2,000 cash, American dollar. Man, they're going to be balling. All right. Let me play the Treat Nasheed video of that disgusting black Brit. Well, I'm sorry, not black Brit, the African tether Brit. Hold on.
Form a whole new ethnic identity, sir. You understand? How are we Africans, sir? How are we continental Africans? It wasn't
African, I can explain that.
Yeah.
So, well, when we do it, this is why it makes sense. The biggest battle in the history of histories for an FBA is actually FBA versus DNA. They only speak of genealogy as if it's exclusive to them. And if, Native Americans were to do their genealogies, it would just keep tracing them back to more and more indigenous Americans, of the Americas. more and more
Oh, you just
Americans.
you
But when we
okay,
do the
sir.
DNA test, I'm just trying to answer you.
You just saying
Are able to
stuff.
land, but your
Yeah,
haplogroup
but you're just saying stuff at
ancestral
this
fingerprint
point.
is still showing as E1B1A, L2A, L1B
You just
haplogroup. It's still
babble.
showing Western Central strong African blood running through the FBA. This would make sense why they don't want to do that DNA test. FBA
Yes,
versus
sir. The
DNA.
DNA test just shows scattered genes all around the world in little migratory patterns. That don't tell you who the people are, sir. That just tells you where people migrated. Yeah, we got DNA in Europe. I got a lot of DNA there. I'm not European. For some reason, I got some DNA in Asia. I don't know where that
Well,
shit
exactly. It
comes from.
shows where you're from, isn't it? So
I'm
it
not
shows that those
Asian.
people are from Africa. You understand?
Yeah, but but you can get little pieces. Everybody has African genetics, sir. Everybody. Right?
That's what I'm saying, Tariq. Now you're trying to deny the science. Deny the science. Deny.
I'm just admitting science shows everybody has African genetics. Everybody can trace something back to Africa. So
But not
that's
everybody
kind of
has recent African DNA.
Oh,
where
we don't have
African
recent
people
African.
stayed
We
in.
don't.
Oh, absolutely.
We don't have recent African DNA. We ain't been in
Absolutely,
Africa.
we do. Absolutely.
No, we
Of
don't.
course,
You
my
do.
heritage
We
is
don't.
Jamaican, isn't it? Jamaican people.
We don't. We don't.
Jamaican people got to the Americas.
No.
15, 13,
We don't.
and
We
15,
don't have no
17.
recent. We don't have recent African lineage. We don't. In fact,
You do.
the
Have you
African
got a
nation
source for that?
states.
Have you got a source for that?
Yeah, the African nation states don't even exist that were around back then, sir. Those African nation states don't even exist. So what you talking about?
Okay, so that's what I'm saying.
No.
Have you got a source for that? Because
So
look, according
we're not a
according
generic
to
continent.
one second, according
All right, yeah, trying to make us a generic continent. Yeah, we're not going to just identify as a generic continent, sir. That's been remixed many times over.
we got to control this debate.
Y'all ain't even the same people from 500 years ago. You're not the
Got to
same.
get this debate a little bit.
No, this ain't even debate. This is a learning lesson. You aren't even the same people from 400 or 500 years ago. Y'all been remixed, recolonized, renamed, reclassified, pushed here, pushed there, slapped up, flipped, rubbed down. Come
Just
on,
to address
sir.
something that you said, because you said that
Sir, do you acknowledge what I just said? You are not the same group of people from 500 years ago because y'all been pushed around all over the place. The continent has been remixed and recolonized, rebordered. The borders have been redrawn. Different ethnic groups pushed into another ethnic group. New tribal groups springing up. Zulu tribe. There was no Zulu tribe until the 1800s. This is what I'm saying. You can't call us some tribal group that didn't even exist, or no nation state that didn't even exist 500 years ago. We had a complete ethnogenesis, but go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Because you did say a little while ago, you said that the African Americans don't have recent African DNA.
No.
And that's why I asked if you could actually source up for that, if there's a source, a primary source, because according to, the science, things like 23andMe, or according to the National Institutes of Health.gov, for example, or ScienceDirect.com, and so on and so forth, it says, yes, African Americans typically have a high percentage of recent African DNA with an average of roughly 73 to 79% West and Central African ancestry. The DNA is considered recent in genomic terms, as it stems from ancestors brought from the Americas, just almost finished, Americas during the transatlantic slave trade.
That's not recent. You're talking about 500 years ago.
200 years ago or more. So that's actually showing the
No, not even 200 years ago.
Separating
sir.
you from
No.
humans around the world.
At least 300-400 years, because they stopped the importation of African people here in the early. I'm talking. I'm answering.
What's going on?
I'm talking.
No, I was
I'm
talking.
answering what you're saying.
You invite me up here, and then
but you're not going to rant, sir.
I was actually reading the science, but I get it if it offends you. Go ahead. I get it offends you. Go ahead.
Sound like you're doing some Chat GPT scholarship. That's fine. they stopped importing African people early 1800s, sir. So it goes way back. It's no recent. It's nothing recent, sir. We don't have any recent African DNA because we ain't been over there.
What's
Yeah, so this is when Tariq should have asked him to explain what is recent DNA. I would have loved to hear this stupid answer.
What else do you have for that? What science are you using to show that? Because obviously you're not a scientist. Do you have last time
I don't
came
need
up
to be
here,
a scientist. I can go to a damn
you didn't know what
cemetery.
happened.
Wait, hold on. Wait. So you gotta be a scientist to thank you. Close the door. So you gotta be a scientist to read research about DNA? You gotta be a geneticist? Well, then neither one is qualified. None of us is qualified to ever talk about DNA. So we still win. Because we're saying we're not African. They're saying we are. We say prove it. He got to read the DNA kit. But he ain't a scientist. So it's like, we got to omit that information, scratch that from the record. Okay, so a DNA test does not prove nothing about who you are and where, and it only shows where you might have come from 1,000-some years ago.
You know, my source is a damn cemetery. My source is a cemetery where I can point to a tombstone going to the 1700s. That's my damn source. My source is on this land. I got family members. I can go down to their damn cemetery and point to dates. That's my source.
Feelings-based.
A what?
So feelings-based. We gotta go off facts.
Feelings? That's not a feeling.
Opinion.
I'm telling you what? I said I can physically go to a cemetery and show dates of my ancestors in the ground with the tombstone giving you dates to the 1800s and 1700s, and that's a feeling?
Tariq, your mods keep muting me. Your lifeguards keep on saving you. Can you
why did you said that us being able to go to tombstones going to the 1800s, you say that's a feeling?
No, I'm just trying to say that you're not looking at the facts here because you're trying to deny the science and then talk about a tombstone. But it doesn't negate the science still. I get it. We can look at these tombstones and say, well, look at these things. We have people that's been here and whatnot. We get all of that, but that doesn't negate the science. It doesn't delete the science. It doesn't delete your happiness.
The science shows that everybody has the science shows that we got
African blood, Mr. Tariq.
No, we don't. We got FBA blood, sir. That's why we do things different.
If we do the DNA test, it's certainly not going to say FBA, but it will say E1B1A, Western Central Africa. It still will say L2A and L1B. It's going to show those haplogroups.
All the
FBA
DNA,
is not a
DNA
haplogroup, my friend.
Say that?
It's not a haplogroup. I thought you'd know that.
All the DNA tests going to show everybody with DNA and genes to Africa, Asia, and Europe. Everybody on the planet is going to go to that, sir. That's nothing. That don't mean anything.
There's something I wanted to.
That has nothing to do with lineage.
There's something I wanted to hear your opinion on.
But I want to complete that. Don't talk. Understand that. You keep talking about the DNA test. Everybody's DNA test is going to go to Africa, sir. That don't make them
but they don't have the recent African DNA. You see, like the indigenous Americans, they have actually delineated by blood delineation, Mr. Tariq Nasheed. The Aborigines in Australia have delineated by blood. For 65,000 years in Australia, they've been. The indigenous Americans, 23,000 years in Americas. Mr. Tariq Nasheed, you can't compare your 407 years to 2026 to this date today compared to a 23,000 years or to a 65.
The hell we can't.
65,000 years.
We're foundational Black Americans, sir. We are not African. How come we're not accepted as African citizens then? How come?
When your lifeguards keep me on mute, I cannot respond.
How come we're not accepted as African citizens? How come we're not accepted as African citizens?
You want me to speak, okay? Because they're saving you right now. Your lifeguards are saving you.
Citizens? How come we're not accepted as African citizens now? You're not muted, man. I don't know what you're doing. You just
again. Your lifeguards keep on muting me every second.
Okay.
Every time that I say something that is crucial to the conversation, I'm on mute. You and your lifeguards.
Why are we not considered African citizens now?
Well, because you're an American citizen now, isn't it?
Right.
You're an American citizen now. Exactly. Since 1868, Mr.
Wait, hold on. But we can also. Okay, he keeps saying 1868. we are American citizens? What year were we African citizens? He keep calling us Africans. We want to know, in what time in our life were we ever African citizens? He established we are American citizens, and he even knows the date. Sir, what date were we ever? What date you know of? Because he know the date, he know the 14th Amendment, he know all the ratification, he know all that stuff. Sir, can you be that? Can you be that articulate when I ask you about the same dates and ratifications we were citizens of Africa? Go. That's what I would have done to him.
Tariq, you're getting it now.
Yeah,
1868. But every
you telling the
and I'm
same
on mute.
lie
What's going
over
on
and
here?
over. You
Crucial.
okay? What
Back on
you
mute.
telling the same lie? Yeah, you're not going to just lie. All you're doing is regurgitating the same lies, and it's getting kind of tired.
You've asked me a
because that's a tap
question.
out, sir. You're trying.
Leads back.
You're a foreigner
What
trying
I
to
said.
tell us when we're citizens. You're a foreigner. You don't know our culture, sir. We've been citizens
Why
before
am I?
that. You just keep lying. What you just keep lying, sir. Let me ask you this. Why you want us to be African so bad?
It's not about a case of wanting you to be African so
Yes,
bad.
it is.
Okay.
Why you want us to be African so bad?
Can I answer your question?
Yes,
or
please.
Is it rhetorical?
Go ahead. That's not a rhetorical question. Why
Okay.
do you want us to be African so bad?
Okay. Well, it's not about wanting you to be African so bad. It's just about looking at all the facts, okay, weighing up all the facts and seeing things for what they actually are. Evidence-based, not feelings-based, evidence-based. And again, that's what draws us to then look at the haplogroups, not just of the African American, of course not, but for the Haitian, for the Jamaican, the Barbadian, the Trinidadian, every single person that is black, okay, in the United States of America or in the entire.
What you're not going to do is babble. See,
Right, and you're not going to lie. There are no black people that are outside of Black Americans' ethnogenesis. If you got no strings attached to ethnogenesis in America, rooted from U.S. chattel slavery, it's impossible for you to be black. Okay?
I've got a tendency to babble. What you do, you babble when asked the direct question. Now you just babble. Why do you want us to be African so bad?
Because your haplogroups, your DNA says that you're African.
Okay, but you're not. But what that got to do with you? Okay, so let's say if North Centralese people, are they African too? Okay, but they don't believe they are. Are you going there next? You dig? They don't believe they're African. They have no African dialect. They have no African culture. They don't know. They believe they're North Centralese, or what? And that they probably didn't call themselves that. They probably that's probably an X on them, family. Calling them North Centralese people, that is probably a white man X on them placed on them. Who knows what they call themselves? But I can shit for sure tell you they don't call themselves African. And guess what? If they do a DNA test, that thing might go right somewhere in Africa. So are you going there next, sir? Are you going to North Sentinel Island next to convince them they're African because a small portion of their DNA might go somewhere in Africa? This is a tethered, desperate claim to cling on to FBA clout.
That's what you are. And again, until you do a DNA test and can prove that you're actually
No, it doesn't say that. No, it doesn't. Our DNA does not say that. Our DNA says we have genetics in Africa and Asia and Europe. That's what our DNA says. You understand? Just like a Mexican person's DNA will say they have some genealogy that goes to Spain. They're not Spanish. You understand how that works? It don't work like that. We're not continental Africans. Your DNA don't
Something then.
say that. All right, sir.
Why
But yeah,
would you not
you're trying
just,
to
Tariq?
remix us.
Let me ask you this then, Tariq. Why would you not just settle this for once and for all? You can have this settled in what, 2 weeks? Why don't you just do your DNA and then show?
Yeah, sir. You keep talking about DNA. You're hanging your hat on that.
What
DNA
it says.
doesn't. DNA is not lineage. All right.
Family. If you ask this Tether, if a Nigerian does a DNA, will it come back? What's going to come back to? He's African? Okay, cool. Specifically, the Yoruba Nigerian is going to say he's African, right? Cool. What about the Fulani Nigerian or Igbo African, right? Why aren't they just African? Why is he Igbo? Why is he Yoruba? And why we're allowed to call them that without saying, you're African? Why is an Igbo person allowed to say Igbo and we call him Igbo without yelling out, you ain't Igbo, you're African? Why is a Haitian allowed to call themselves Haitian and nobody's yelling out saying they're African? What about a Jamaican? Now, this is how I get them. My guy, don't you agree that a Puerto Rican DNA may trace back to Africa? See, I go away from the typical analogies, right? Examples. Hey, Puerto Rican, right? You think his DNA gonna trace back to Africa? Interesting. So is he African? They have to say yes. And you just keep doing that with each and every other nation in Latin America. Dominicans, Panamanians, so everybody African. So then it goes back to Tariq, what he's saying, bro. If you do the DNA test, everybody's African based on your standards. So what now? It's the stupidest, most tether argument you ever can make. And people like me would just run circles around you and have fun with you. Hey, man, I want somebody to click the link who don't agree. I want somebody to click the link that have an issue with Tariq Nasheed, thinks he's the leader, think his trademark means he's the owner of a lineage. If you believe any of his talking points are xenophobic, divisive, if you believe FBAs, that we are monolith, we're a cult group, we're divisive, we're xenophobic, that link that's pinned to the chat on the right side is for you. Click that link. Let's have a conversation. Okay. If you have a question, if you need more clarity, you got a concern, if you want to know what is the FBA end game, click the link. I'll be happy to assist you.
Lineage and DNA are two different things. Lineage is showing you direct ancestry, a direct line by name, which is what we have. We're foundational Black Americans. DNA is going to show us in Asia, Africa, and Europe, and I'm neither one of those. All right? So yeah, we can do it.
Can I say something to you?
All right. Now, don't ask the same question over and over because it's getting kind of repetitive and boring.
But just a quick one though before we get into it though, because I like this conversation. We're actually getting somewhere.
Yeah.
We're actually finding out that everything built prior to 1868 is actually the work of African people, not foundational Black Americans. So this is actually a great conversation.
Thank you. That's your last time lying. You're going to tell the same lie over and over. Just because you're lying, that's not going to make that lie stick. All you're doing is repeating the same lie.
And you know what, family? It's interesting because all of us got different tolerance levels. All of us got different patience for certain people. Now, as you notice, that some people I got zero tolerance for, basically. They get thrown off immediately. And some people Tariq Nasheed talk to, I'm like, yo, how does he talk to that person that long? I would have been kicked them off. But the guy right there who we kicked off, I would have had more fun with him. It's funny because the people who I kick off early, you guys or even Tariq Nasheed might have had more conversation out of them. Some of you say, biased, you keep cutting them off. Yes, that person I keep cutting off. That's a person who I cannot tolerate. But there's other people that can talk and talk and talk and y'all cringe, but they talk. Some people I cut off, family. These are the people I cannot tolerate. all of us have people who we can't tolerate. We don't want them to say one more word. But there are people who I don't cut off because I can tolerate them. So my tolerant level obviously is different for certain people, different people. That guy right there, Tariq, tolerance level for him wasn't that high. But for me, it would have been high. I would have had, that's the type of guy I want to call him my show. That guy right there. I get that guy an hour and a half of whooping his ass. And that's why revenue calls in a lot. I got a high tolerance for revenue. But Tether Dream, Jamaican Dream, I got a low tolerance for him. You see how that works? So different. They say styles make fights. Certain people, I'd rather just dismiss right away. And as you can see, Tariq Nasheed gave that guy a total of about 25 minutes. Okay? And he normally talks to people 40 minutes, hours. He gave that guy 25 minutes. I would have gave him an hour, at least an hour, just whooping his ass. Okay? We all got different tolerant level with tethers. You dig? And we just got to know that.
I dropped them. All you want to do is repeat the same lies. We were not African. We were foundational Black Americans. Because you are not doing what we did over here. You did not do what we did. You did not create the culture that we created. You did not go through what we went through. We had no sanctuary. We had to stand on our own. We had an ethnogenesis. We became a new ethnic group. We were not continental Africans. We were just not. We are and we were foundational Black Americans. You're not going to sit here and try to take all of the accomplishments and all the things that we suffered and sacrificed and did and chop it up to Africa, because y'all ain't doing that over there now. Y'all not building over there like that now. You're not building the culture, because y'all can sit here and put the white man.
And then they always want to say, hey, man, you were not the architectures. Well, family, architectures just can't get anybody to do the work. You have to be able to follow the instructions of an architecture, meaning you're competent of architecture itself. Okay? Just like most of us at our jobs. We're instructed to do something from an authoritative figure, somebody a little higher on a chain of commands than us. But we can do that as well. We're just not given opportunity, not yet. Maybe the position ain't available yet. But we can do exactly what we're being told to do. A lot of basketball players, they end up doing what? Coaching. And some end up owning the team. So just because you're not the architecture doesn't mean you couldn't have done it. That means you couldn't have done the architecture work. Okay? Or just because you wasn't the architect doesn't mean you could have done the architecture. So we were never given an opportunity, but every time they let us give us opportunity, we do it. So showing that just because we're doing the work only doesn't mean we can't do the work of do the architecture work. We can do it. And every time they gave us the opportunity to do it, to prove them wrong, because they thought it was going to prove them right, they were incompetent, low IQ. When we actually did the work, it proved that they were wrong and we can do it. And that's what made us more of a threat. Like, oh shit, like we can't even believe our own lie about these brilliant people. We got to put some respect on their name and take them seriously as a real threat. Because they thought they could just play us out and down talk us and let us just go and don't worry about us. But we always did something clever. Okay, so yeah, man, we did the work for so long. We can have been architects our damn self. We understood the instructions. You know what I mean? We done it for so long. You're doing the same project over and over and over. Eventually, you don't need no help. Like, I'm horrible at landscape, family. I'm horrible with landscaping. But I could promise you guys one thing. If you're good at it, if that's your business or you're good at it, I guarantee you, the type of person I am, I guarantee you, if I work for you with your landscaping business, I guarantee you I'll eventually separate and own my own landscaping company and be a competitor. I guarantee you, that's how I am. I always feel like I can do it myself if I'm with the right training. So we could have been architects as well. We were good at the work. We understood what to do. We didn't need no instructions. Everything that the architect told us to do, we could have done that ourselves. We were not given the opportunity. That's what I'm trying to say. So that talking point doesn't go anywhere.
He did. The white man did it. He made you do it. The white man made you do it. The white man was over there. He couldn't make y'all do shit. Come on now. We created the culture here. We created the culture here as foundational Black Americans. You don't have the same culture as us, and that's okay. That's not an insult. That's not an insult. We just don't have the same culture. Yeah? Now, no. You're not just going to sit here lying around and round. No, we're not going to do that. Sir, yeah, brother, you fled your homeland for a reason. You're not even in Africa. You're in Europe. You got a UK accent. You left for a reason. You ain't even rocking with Africa because it wasn't popping. That's why I kept asking them, why you want us to be African so bad? Yeah, they need us to be African so that they can latch on to our accomplishments and then take credit for it. I got him out of here because all he do, when you ask him a direct question, it becomes time-wasting, nonsensical babble. You want to talk in circles. Come on. No. We're not doing that. We're going to speak truth to power. All right? Let me see who we got. Let me see. Shout out to everybody. We got a lot of people in here. We got almost 2,000 people in here. Oh, did Jesse Jackson back? Oh.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if I don't think he's going to have another good caller, but I got other videos that we're going to cook on, all right? Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Yeah, because I got some material to cover, man. I got a lot of material. I got some good material, my dude. You dig? Let me look at the chat. The original architects were Black. There you go, Justice. I understand the instructions. This ain't complicated at all. It ain't complicated. That's why I would have had more fun. I like people who think they're smart, right? That want to try to outwitty me, right? And think they know more. Like those are guys. So that guy would have been perfect for me. Amy Pearson says some BA Black American people started out in America as white or Native American. Black American through mixing. We did not start out as African. Yeah, like that's what I'm trying to say. Like the need to make us African. Like, listen, we might have been like, okay, I see. We know we're not African, but we might have been more like dismissive. Whatever, we're African, whatever. I'm Black American. But when they started to make demand, no, you're Black. Yeah, I mean, you're African, you're African. We looking like, since when did we become African? Like nobody from outside of America ever called us African, family. So there's a dichotomy effect going on. Let me explain the dichotomy effect. Family, they are low-key trying to make us African so they can be Black. I mean, literally, I'm not joking. Literally, like they are doing this. They're saying we're not Black, we're African. And then when we call them African, they will say they're not African, they're Black. That's exactly what's going on. That's why I said we're taking Black back and they can have African. They are saying we're not Black, we're African. But then they'll say African and black is interchangeable, right? Yeah, they are family. Their logic is if I really wanted to like cook them like really, really badly, I can do it. I could say, sir, I'm black. Foundation Black American. No, you're African. Yeah, your DNA. Sir, don't you believe black and Africans interchangeable? Don't you believe that? Yes. So in your mind, when I say I'm a foundation Black American, aren't I saying in your mind I'm a foundational African American? I mean, like I could really just cook on like that, family, because they use black and African interchangeably, which is you cannot do it. They're not interchangeable, but they do that. So I use their logic against them. I will cook the hell out of them. Hey, why are you mad at Foundation Black American? That term FBA. Well, you're African, nigga, your DNA. But don't you believe black and African are interchangeable words? Yes. So in your brain, in your tethered brain, when I sound Foundation Black American, I'm also saying I'm foundational African American? And watch how quiet they get. I mean, like, because they contradict themselves all day long. If I was to really take them seriously and write this bullshit down and make it like an argument, I would dismantle every last one of them. I like to have a challenge, my family. If I do that, then the lives will end quickly because they won't last but a couple minutes. I purposely, like Tariq Nasheed, we purposely like to freestyle to give them a chance to have some type of a pushback, some type of a challenge. If I was to actually formulate talking points like because they got talking points, we ain't got talking points. We just respond and debunk them. But if I was to actually write, because I'm a real debater, if I was to actually write down my talking points for them, they wouldn't have a chance because I will go straight there with the black and African thing. Are they interchangeable or not? Because if they say no, they're not interchangeable, then we win. Because then they're not black. It's like, well, then how are you black then, right? Because they like to say black African. What the fuck is that? Right. So to answer that question, whether black and African is interchangeable, yes or no, they're dead. There's no way to answer that question. They got to just dismiss it and just 4T, tiptoe, troll, twist, and tap out. Okay, because I was one of those guys who played Madden football when I was young, EA Sports, Madden 93, 92, 91, you dig, 96, 98, 2001, 2007. You dig, I played Madden. What I would do is I would pick the I-form and I would work my whole offense through the I-form. Same formation, but you don't know if I'm running left, running right, tight end, you dig? So that's what I do. I use the same formation for all of my plays and just have you guessing which way I'm going. Or I might reverse it. I might flip it. So with debating, same thing. I ask questions whether you're yes or no, you're dead. Don't matter. You're better off just not answering. But it would be no fun. But I'm thinking about asking them questions rather than, hey, because all we do is play defense. We're playing chess and we're choosing black voluntarily. And they're white. They make the first move. But if I really wanted to, if Tariq really wanted to, Jason Black, Afro Elite, Black FML, everybody involved, the sisters, if we really wanted to, we can take the offense, and when they call in, we ask the questions only. They're dead. It would be no fun. So to have a challenge with Tether, we like to just freestyle. Just, okay, I'll take any question you got. What's up? Kairu says, and most importantly, we stayed where we were enslaved in, fought and built, then they fled their country. Right. DJA says, happy Foundation of Black American History Month. Exactly. That is the proper name for our History Month. Let me switch my account so I can give you guys wrenches. That's Foundation of Black American. So those in the chat, if you are Foundation Black American, you want to confirm that so I could give you a wrench. I call the wrenches lineages wrenches. I call them lineage wrenches. That just means you're part of the same lineage as us. And in our culture, what's already understood, don't need to be explained. All right. So a lineage wrench is a lineage wrench. All right. George Washington House in Bridgetown, Barbados. We got Me Too PS1. Right, Fresh. Yeah, you got Sega. Yeah, exactly, man. Yo, I had the Sega Genesis. I'm telling listen, I'm telling you, that's what I'm trying to say. Like great minds thinking, like that's the glow. And like that's what crafty, skillful, tactical people do. You like to that's like you don't know what I'm gonna do. You know, I'm running left, running right, tight end. It's the same formation. I picked the I form, double back. Or sometimes I might, if I want to be more pass heavy, I form single back. You dig? And make the running back go out for a pass too. Now everybody's out. You know, you do the iPhone single back, 3 wide receivers, and had a running back go out too. Now you got four receivers. You dig? And the same thing with defense. I pick the same defense. Now it depends. It normally same defense, but if I think you're for sure going to run, then I'll pick a run defense. When I know like passing ain't really going to really fuck me up that bad, I'll pick a run defense. But normally it's the same defense too. Back in those days, it was quarters defense. Justice, call in. Justice, I don't know. Rihanna is from Barbados. Hey, Justice, click the link, man. It sound like you just saying random stuff. Okay, so Cairo said he's Foundation Black American. So yeah, but what's his name? Hey, Justice, I'm trying to follow your logic, but it almost look like you don't have no logic, and it's coming off as trollish. So if you don't want to be timed out, Justice, you might want to click that link and explain what the hell you're talking about. Because it shouldn't be that hard to just read your comment and get it. Because in some comments, you said fighting illegal immigration since 1492. Yeah, so Justice, this is what I'm gonna do to you, Justice. I'm gonna time you out, right? For just 10 minutes. But you can click the link still. So although you're timed out for 10 minutes, you can still click the link and call in. Because you're like giving mixed signals in the chat. Like we don't know if you're FBA or Tether. So if you just click the link and call in, you can clear that up right away. You see how that works? FBA we is what up? Yeah, peace. 615. Let me give you a lineage wrench. So I have a separate channel where it's like more of a TV channel. I talk about like many more stuff. And sometimes it could be comedic, may entertain sports over there a little bit. You dig? Just so I got another channel called Lineage TV, and I literally wanted to be like Lineage TV, like a TV show. I wanted to be like different things. We talk about different shit. Like your TV got different channels, right? Where something might be stories, soap operas, another thing might be cartoons, another thing might be Jeopardy or Wheel of Fortune. You dig? That's what I want. So Lineage TV is going to be a channel where I talk about random stuff, and some stuff might be non-FBA. It might be sports. It might be red pill talk. It might be sisterhood talk. You dig? You never know. So that's how I wanted to be. Because some people might want a different, something else to listen to while they're at work or home or whatever. So I'm being considerate. Yeah, but Justice, you still can click the link, dude. Just because you're timed out doesn't mean the link doesn't work. The link still works. So if you're not a troll, Justice, you'll click the link and prove you're not a troll. But if you don't click the link and your 10 minutes go up and you can be back in the chat, if you give mixed signals after that, I gotta block you. Okay, so this is your 10-minute timeout is your probation. So it was for you to validate you're not a troll and click the link. If you don't click the link and you come back in the chat after 10 minutes and I still think you're giving mixed signals, you will be blocked. Okay, I don't care for a view from a troll. I don't care for a Cash App, super chat, super sticker, like like, but nothing from a troll and tether or white supremacists, right? Or suspected white supremacists. You dig? Because I'm trying to prove a point. You can't buy us, and we don't need your attention. So in tethers, when you do call in, don't think I'm really looking for your content, bro. I will kick your ass off so fast. But we do know 60% of it will be run. So what's the difference between so what's the difference from someone from Nairobi and someone from Nigeria and then someone from Nambia? He said 60% of it, they gonna run. But the ATP let them think whatever they want, because it's already been debunked. Yeah. So like we like to have fun with these tethers, you dig? And white supremacists and trolls, let them call in. But again, sometimes we ain't in the mood and you get kicked off right away. It all depends. Like I said, sometimes y'all seen the good and bad of me. I sometimes let trolls talk, and sometimes I won't let them get a word in. I cut their ass off so fast. Matter of fact, here's case in point. Hold on. Where is my playlist? Oh, I gotta switch back. So, case in point. This is my discussion with I'm gonna get on those Arawak Indians because there's a lot of tethers who's coming over in our spaces pretending they're Indian, and they're Indian by some Arawak Nation bullshit. So I'm going to really go hard on that, like have a lot of videos and a lot of information on, because I already debunked the Arawak Indians before. Like I played Tariq Nasheed cooking on them, then I came behind them with thorough research. But I'm going to be forced to do a huge live on that. Yeah. Now you got folks just saying they flat out Indians, like they're not even FBA. I'm just Indian. Like, well, shit, if you ain't FBA and you just Indian, get the fuck off my panel. Like my shit says FBA News and Updates. I don't have an update for nobody else. And when I say FBA, that's inclusive of people as ADOS, Freedmen, and Solon, or whatever, names like that. But it is not all inclusive. You dig? Because that TikTok thing I was on earlier, I finally caught up with that chick, Hillary X Banks, and I was gonna cook her, but damn, like the guys who's supposed to be FBA, they kept talking about how Indian they were. So I'm like, damn, are y'all FBA or Indian? Because I could have sworn this was an FBA space, but all y'all talking about how Indian y'all are. Like that's like an FBA space talking about how African they are. It's like, yeah, I don't see that no different. If I go to a space, an FBA space, and they're talking about how African they are, I don't belong there. If I go to an FBA space and they're talking about how Indian they are, I don't belong there. Like I'm trying to get to an FBA space. All right, here you go. Hey, Black American Nigerian, you there? You got to unmute. All right, well, anyway, let me know when you're ready to talk. I'm gonna keep going in. We ain't got this dead silence. All right, I hear you now.
I didn't know I was doing. It's good, bro.
Yeah, what's good, man? What's going on with you?
Yeah, yo, you just said you don't know what that is?
What?
Black American Nigerian?
Hell no. What's that?
I mean, what does it sound like?
Sound like a ball of confusion.
You mean to tell me that a person can't be one side one and another side another? You never heard of nothing like that? You can't be Black American and have one parent Nigerian or Jamaican or Haitian or whatever?
Yeah, I've heard of I heard of, people with mixed parent, from the island or Africa somewhere in the FBA. Yeah, I heard of that.
That's what that is, man. But that's kind of simple. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. That's the first I ever heard it. That's all. Just put me off guard.
I just came up with that.
Okay. All right. It's that's creative.
Ouch. It's simple though. But anyway, what's good, bro? My question is this, right? I'm trying to understand, like, what do foreigners have to do with Black Americans delineating? Like, why are they even in the conversation?
Okay. So it's not really about foreigners at all. It's really about white supremacy versus Black Americans. Like that's what it's really about. And come over here. And white supremacy, they're good at chess. So they're good at playing chess. So what they do is they like to dilute and misappropriate things that's for us. Get in there. Right? So, and their main way to do that is to influx the country with immigrants. Okay, go sit down. All right. So I studied the history of immigration in this country, so I can really go in there, but I won't unless you ask other questions. But yeah, so that's what it is. So now what happens is we know the game. So when we check white supremacy, we expect, something to be done. But when the pawns, the immigrants themselves start to get in the middle of us addressing white supremacy, that becomes the problem. So we got to push them out the way to get back at white supremacy, but they start to serve as buffers. They start to really, like the guy just now, without saying the most rude things, unnecessary, but he's saying the most rude things for no reason, and we got to move him out the way to get to the white supremacists. So that's pretty much what's going on right now.
So I got you. No, that makes sense, bro. I just don't understand, like, what point do, like we listening to that conversation Tariq was having with the kid, and I'm like, yo, why is this dude not falling to the crossing in them having this conversation? How come we ain't on the phone with Nick Fuentes and the clowns that be talking crazy about Black Americans and Black people in general? At what point do we rub heads with them dudes? Like, why is it always tell this, tell that, while these other cats is talking even crazier? And they American, and they right here in front of us. But we gotta find a Haitian, we gotta find a Somalian, we gotta find a Nigerian.
No. I don't know what you mean. Back up.
Yo.
Going to Nick Fuentes platforms, and we're not going to Chaotic Truth platform either. They're coming to our spaces looking for a fight.
That's true though. What I'm saying is, even if it's not a platform, these dudes is on their platform talking crazy about us. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't we go over it? You know what I'm trying to say, bro?
Now, so you said who's talking crazy about who?
White supremacists, Nick Fuentes, fucking Tucker Carlson, fucking all the Fox News, all the what's that talking point?
Right.
You know what I'm trying to say? So they on Twitter talking crazy. They want all these guys, so they on YouTube talking crazy, calling niggas sub-Saharan, all kind of shit. And it's like, yo, at what point do niggas have a conversation with them and check them motherfuckers?
No.
At what
Okay,
point
hold on. Hey, bro, you ever heard of Malcolm X? All right, you heard of Malcolm X, right? You heard of Dr. Khalid Muhammad, right?
That was before I was born. I'm in my 40s, and that was before I was born. So
I got you.
Bro.
I'm only asking, have you heard of these people, my guy? Have you heard of Dr. Khalid Muhammad?
I said yes.
Dr. Fred Cranswell. So we always had these conversations, and we still have them today. Tariq just debated Andrew Scopes. He debated Nick Fuentes, Jared Taylor. He debated these guys. These guys ain't dumb enough, like immigrants, to call in to get cooked. Like, they know to stay away. Like, their reputation to them is everything. Dr. Khalid Muhammad cooked Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity was begging to debate Farrakhan. And guess what? And then he debated Malik Zulu Sabaz got killed again. So like these guys be learning their lesson to stay away and just so that's why they ignore us. They do what's called benign neglect. They're not dumb enough to come in our spaces and debate us because we not only know our history, but we know American history, and to a certain point we know international history. But we have the greatest case because we are the victims. So like the culprit can't win a debate versus the victim. So that's why like they really don't come to our spaces. Instead, they send the guy you just heard, Matt Nuclear. They go ahead and polish up an immigrant, give him the white supremacist talking points, and they become a representative of Nick Fuentes, Ben Shapiro. Now, Dr. Khalid Muhammad, he wouldn't debate that Angolan guy. Like he made it his business. Said, nah, I'm only going to debate white supremacists. I don't want to debate none. He called them Uncle Toms. He said pasteurized, homogenized. He said, nah, I'm not debating none of y'all. Send me your dad. Send me your boss. So we always been debating team white supremacy. They just got a little slicker because again, when they get beat up, so badly, sometimes like their reputation goes with them. Sean Hannity, nobody take him seriously anymore after what Dr. Khalid Muhammad did to him and Malik Zulu Sabaz. Nobody take that guy seriously as a real debater. Like white supremacy ain't gonna lean on him. Well, debate Sean Hannity then. Nah, he's done. Like they wanted you to debate Ben Shapiro, and now Charlie Kirk's done. He's no longer in that. Nick Fuentes ain't get there yet. Like he's still dumb and he ain't sharpened his talking points yet. He's still just brutal and crazy. But but the Ben Shapiros is who they would lean on as debate him. They're not throwing Nick Fuentes out like that. The Myron Gaines type guys, the Sneakos. Yeah, now look, remember Nick Fuentes was on Candace Owens, right? They had like a little minor debate, and he said Egyptians were not African, and she was like, "Wait a minute, aren't they in Africa?" He's like, "Yeah." And this is the same mistake that other guy did on Roland. What's the other white supremacist? Same thing. Hey, aren't they from Africa? Yeah. So how do you not African? Oh,
Richard
yeah. So
Spence
what I
was on
meant
Roland.
was, what you meant was you said something stupid. Now, Ben Shapiro, I don't think would make that claim. Like they're more educated class is not going to make that claim. But bro, they don't come to our space because of that. They send who you keep hearing in our spaces.
Yeah, I get that, bro. I'm just saying, right? If you know that they sending niggas, why won't you go to the fucking people that's sending them? Like it's like you can battle.
Wait.
Hold on, can I say something, bro?
I got you, but that won't make any sense. But I got you. No. I'm saying you can finish, but that won't make any sense because you already led.
How you gonna tell me? How you gonna tell me what I'm saying without even hearing? If it ain't gonna make sense, because you didn't even let me get a sentence out.
Yes, because Elijah. Look.
FBA people read people's minds, or is it just you?
No,
like, come on,
no. We just understand the logic, and it's bad. So I'm gonna tell you this: Elijah Muhammad sent Malcolm X. White supremacists wanted to talk to Elijah Muhammad though, but they never could. So just because you want to go talk to somebody, don't mean you're gonna do it. You're going to deal with their messenger. Okay, so it's like the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. You just can't go talk to him. You got to get through Nori and Dr. Wesley and all the other guys. No. And white supremacy got the hierarchy too. You just can't talk to the Grand Wizard. You got to talk to who they send out. And they like to send out a lot of African compromised people. And the thing is, we do it because we want to discourage other Africans, compromised Africans, and any other compromised Caribbean, and even FBAs who might be compromised to be sent by these white supremacists. We make an example out of them to say, I don't think this is what y'all want.
All right, so if I call somebody bush meat in a tether and say you fled, that's gonna stop me from doing that bullshit, especially if they get paid.
Okay, so now this is when we say bad faith. All right, so now at that point, my guy.
That was a question, bro.
I got it. And I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer by saying that's a bad faith question. Because if you, I remember a comedian on stage tried to disrespect. Who was that? Jamie Foxx. Try to throw like a little slip. Now Jamie Foxx is chilling. It's an event for somebody else. I forgot. And like it went viral. but he's chilling, and a guy tried to throw a shot at Jimmy Fox's acting career in his movies. Now this guy is a bona fide comedian, bona fide roaster, all that shit. And this guy threw shots at him, and of course got embarrassed, got cooked on the fly. Tariq Nasheed has that personality where he's not going to be like Jesse Jackson. He's not going to be like Malcolm X, okay? And everybody knows his personality. He's willing to take it where you want to take it. So if you want to debate him and be on some petty shit, he's going to be on some petty shit. And he's funnier and he's more petty. So people know who they're calling in, my guy. They're not calling a hotline and at any moment it could be Dan, it could be Unbiased Ron, it could be Tariq. No, they know who they're calling. They're calling the guy who's good at roasting, and then they start roasting, and they start roasting. The guy just now, the Angola guy, start throwing ad hominem attacks. He did that first. Tariq said, hey, let's have an academic debate. No personal shots. He agreed, and he started throwing shots. We start losing. Right. So, yeah, man, look, some of us want to take it there. Some of us ain't going to get up and get in the back of the bus. Some of us going to knock your head off. And that's what he got with Tariq Nasheed when he called in. When anybody calls in, try to take it left with him.
Yeah,
And it usually don't work out for them. Now I got you. You're different.
Can I say something
No,
real quickly?
yeah,
Please.
you can. But all I'm saying, my boy, is that my friend, is that everybody's grown and people are supposed to be mature and smart. If I call in Andrew Schultz, he's a comedian, my guy, even though he tried to get into politics, but at some point he's gonna throw jokes. I gotta be aware. I know I can't have 100% serious conversation with him. He's going to throw jokes at some point. So if you go call in Tariq Nasheed and think you could throw shots at homonyms and think he's going to be professional and take the high road, you're out your mind. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yo, for real, I almost forgot what I was gonna say. You be going in, bro.
Because it wasn't that important. Yeah,
nah, you see what I'm saying, bro? How do you know that? How the fuck do you know what I'm gonna say? What I'm
because
gonna say
I don't
is,
because I don't forget important stuff. But go ahead. God damn, you gotta calm down.
What I was just gonna say, bro, is that we don't disagree. By the way, like what you're saying is not opposed to what I'm talking about. I'm just like, if I'm having a bad faith question, you have a bad faith comparison because you compare a nation of Islam to what the FBA is doing. FBA is not a religious organization. You know what I'm trying to say? Hold on. No,
wait. No. Yeah. Because again, man, you can't follow conversation, and what you're saying is illogical.
I heard exactly what you said.
Hold on. Yeah, because you got to demonstrate. Now, watch this. When you talk to me, you just can't say I can't do something and that just fly. I want you to demonstrate how my analogy with the Nation of Islam and with you saying we should tackle white supremacy, how did my analogy fall or fail? I'm listening.
Because one is an ethnic group, right? According to you, FBA is an ethnic group. The other one is a religious organization.
But I wasn't comparing. See, now I know you didn't get the point I was making. I wasn't comparing.
Break it down, bro. Break it down.
Okay, good. I wasn't comparing an ethnic group to an organization. I was saying those people that are of that organization, they're from the same ethnic group as me. And they have the same talking points as all of us today that's acknowledging ourselves as FBA, ADOS, and Freeman, whatever else. We got the same talking points. Nothing changed because they relied on history. When Dr. Khalid Muhammad talked, he talked about politics and history to combat white supremacy. Malcolm X didn't change and nobody else changed. And with us, it ain't changing. All of our talking points and debates are coming down to politics and history. So I mentioned them to say, bro, we always been beating up on white supremacists. I said they were a little more. So I mentioned them to say how they embarrassed big names of white supremacy. So they got smart. They start to throw out who you see now with talking points of theirs. That's what they're doing now. So it ain't easy to get to them no more. They're not that dumb anymore. They're going to send you Myron Gaines. They're going to send you other people. They're not going to come out. Ben Shapiro's not going to spend 1 second debating nobody on these topics. Nobody of our ethnic group.
Now, why did you bring up the fact that, everybody can't talk to Elijah Muhammad? Everybody can't talk to Farrakhan. Everybody, we had to send people. Like, so who's
Okay,
the
cool.
who's the hierarchy? Who's the hierarchy?
Okay, cool. No.
Who's the hierarchy of FBA?
I was comparing. Now look at this. I was
That's the
comparing.
hierarchy.
I got you. But I was comparing Farrakhan sending people to represent him the same way white supremacy hierarchy does that. FBAs were not in that comparison. That's why I say, bro, you gotta follow a conversation. I was comparing Farrakhan sending people to represent the Nation of Islam, talking points, and white supremacy sending people to represent their talking points. All I was saying is when somebody send you a representative, you probably ain't gonna talk to the sender. No time soon.
No,
That's why they sent you. That's why they sent you. Yeah, but I just explained that. I got you. I never said no. I never said we sent. Oh, no. See, that's what I'm trying to say.
But that's what I'm asking you about. I'm asking you about FBA, bro.
But hold on. You can't ask me about something that I wasn't even talking about. I never said we sent people. I said the Nation of Islam and white supremacy, and I was just showing you that I could take out this Islam and say Verizon. You're not going to talk to the CFO or CEO. You're going to talk to a representative of sales or something else. You're going to talk to marketing. You're going to talk to that guy. He's going to represent on behalf of Verizon. So white supremacy do the same thing. They don't send out. You're not going to talk to Donald Trump on a damn freeway call, my guy, in the debate. You're going to talk to one of his representatives. And at that point, he was sending out Charlie Kirk. Some of us believe.
Yeah.
All right.
When are you going to talk to one of their representatives? When are you going to get into one of their representatives and go in for fucking 4 hours and have a bad name for them? What the fuck is a European tether? We don't even got a name for them. You know what I'm saying? When is that going to happen?
Oh, yes, we do. So let me bring up. Okay, so let me bring up. No. You just lied.
Can you send me the link? Can you send me the link to that show, bro?
I got you.
Please.
Now you just lied again. I got you. Well, let me sing this right here.
Bro? Where did I lie?
You just lied again. You said
if I made a mistake, that's one thing. But the same nigga lied.
No. You lied though because you said we don't have a name for them.
What is it?
We call them the devil, the same name that Malcolm X called them.
Where in this fucking chat did you call anybody was fucking devil, bro? Like, come on, my nigga. What you call? Another nigga's turkey, bro.
Wait, did you? Wait. Hey,
like, come on, bro. That nigga's just joking right now, bro.
Now, look at this guy. Now, this is the guy who needs to take his medicine. First of all, did you watch the show yesterday?
Nigga, it's the same show every day, bro. Same exact show every day.
Hey, first of all, stop cursing. I'm gonna kick you off. You've been saying nigga for the longest, and you've been saying bitches and whatever else. Okay, yeah. These guys always talk about self-resilience, self-knowledge, self-awareness, but have no self-control.
I didn't say none of that.
Okay, so cool. I got you. Did you watch the show yesterday? Yes or no?
Matter of fact, I missed you. It was off when I went because I heard you over there with Taz and them. I heard you. I think
no. Yeah, no, but I know my show.
I'm trying to, bro, when you ask a question, you never let nobody answer the question, bro.
But it's a yes or no. It's a yes or no question.
Yes or no answer. My niggas intellectuals over here, bro. Everything's not a yes or no answer. But I asked you a question. You gotta go 10 minutes and 15 goddamn minutes over everything.
Hey,
you ask me a question, you don't even let me get 10 seconds, bro. What kind of conversation is this? What are you talking about? Medicine?
You definitely need medicine. You just asked me a question. You said, why don't we talk about white people? Well, I'm guessing you're talking about suspected white supremacists. I said, I'm answering that question. Did you see my show yesterday? You just said, when do we do it, nigga? It was yesterday. I'm gonna call you nigga. It was yesterday we did it. Okay? The thumbnail is literally got Karen in it. It says Karen. The show is called Karen is pro ICE protesters, and Karen historically has been anti civil rights protesters. So dude, you took the worst time in your life to tell me when do I get on the white T-man? Yesterday. You got bad luck.
One show? How many shows you got on? How many shows you do this week, my nigga? Come on, bro.
Why? Okay, see,
your logic is slow, brother.
I got you. But what I'm not gonna do, I'm not gonna do the bidding of you. If you feel a certain way about white T people, then you call in their show. You don't call in my show complaining about them. You call in, look, you do what you're telling me to do. Why don't you call in the Nick Fuentes show and complain about them? That's what you want to do. I'm not going to do your bidding.
I didn't bring them up, nigga. I called you to ask you about FBA. You brought them up, bro.
Okay.
You're the one that pivoted and went over there and twisted and under like you're the one, bro. I asked you one thing and you went off in 100 directions. And you're not even addressing what I'm talking about. And then you saying it's me. Come on, bro.
Yeah,
you might need drugs, bro. You might need some drugs, bro.
I get it. You have an issue with analogies, and I get it. Now, listen. I answered all your questions. What question do you think you asked me about FB I did not answer? Which one?
I say, yo, bro, what the hell does immigrants have to do with African and Black Americans delineating, bro? What do they have to do with it, bro? You talking about, oh, yo, the white supremacy putting them up in front of them, and yo, so you can
is that true or false?
Listen, let me finish, bro.
Wait.
That's his fault. That's a fact. That's possibly a fact. Yo, matter of fact, it is a fact. Candace Owens in them. That's a fact, right?
So I answered your question.
Listen. Hold on. Let me complete.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yo, bro, are you trying to get to a point, or you just trying to think what you think, and because you know everything already? But when I ask you a question, you going off in 100 directions. Yo, you knock down Candace Owens, guess what? The boss is still going to be there. You knock down this Haitian kid, whatever, that's on the phone, you can knock down 100,000 of them. The boss is
that's
still
your
in the
logic?
background, bro.
That's your logic?
Boss is still in it. That's your logic, because that's what you just said. You said they sending them. You said they the ones that's sending them. You said that.
So
bro.
who's the
you still got to deal with the boss, bro. When is niggas gonna start dealing with the boss, bro?
Who's the boss of white supremacy?
Yo,
who's the
that's what we
boss?
supposed to be talking about. That's what the fuck
you said that.
Instead of calling niggas terrible.
Who is the wait? Hold
on. Who sent Nick Fuentes? Who sent Candace Owens? You know who that is?
No, I'm asking you, who is the boss of white supremacy?
I don't even think it's a boss like that, bro. What are you laughing at?
So you trying to send me on a dummy mission?
Nah, what I'm trying to say is obviously Candace Owens. Somebody sent Candace Owens, bro. Somebody sent Candace Owens. It's not one person. It ain't no one boss. It would be an organization, if anything.
Who sent her?
Organization, if anything.
Who sent her?
She comes from PragerU. She comes from PragerU.
Bro, I'm asking you who. Bro, you're
PragerU. PragerU. You ever heard of PragerU?
Okay. So now, how do you know he sent her? You got the memo by mistake?
Yo, PragerU is an organization, bro. PragerU. I'm answering your question.
Who's the boss? Give me. Who's the boss of that organization?
My nigga, I can get the guy's name, bro. I know. I can see.
All right, then give me names. Don't just tell me go after some invisible boss. Give me some names.
I didn't tell you, yo, but why though? Why do you need his name for? You don't know?
Because you just know. I don't know these. I don't know these.
They sending them.
I don't know these.
You asking me who they is?
Yeah, because you said there's a boss out there. There's a white supremacy boss. I said, give me his name, and I'll go get him.
Yo, you know why I said that,
though? You don't have the name.
Because you said somebody's getting sent. You said they sending these people. So there's a
figuratively. Okay. So again.
So you want a literal boss?
Yeah. No. When I said that, okay, I got you, bro. Listen, you got to stop, man. When I said that, that's why I said you don't understand logic and you don't understand conversation. What's already understood don't need to be explained. When people use an analogy, that's common in conversation. Like the person got it. When people use figurative language, the person usually gets it. Okay, you're hyper as hell, my guy. You always been hyper. You call in. You're never calm. I'm calm right now, and sometimes I'm hyper. Sometimes I'm sleepy. But I show different sides of myself. Right now, I'm calm. You only show one side. Hyper. That's why I say, bro, take your medicine. I never seen you calm before. This could be the first night you're calm. Okay, so when I say they sent them, I clearly said white supremacy. So when I say white supremacy sent somebody, there's no person named white supremacy and there's no person who represents the entirety of white supremacy. So when I said white supremacy sent them, that is the epitome of figurative language. You started to direct me towards people. So you're being literal. You are being literal. You're directing me to physical people. Why don't I talk to this person, that person, this person? And then you said bosses. I said, well, who's the boss? Okay, maybe I'll try to reach out to him. And then the boss didn't exist. Some Wizard of Oz type shit. You're tricking me. You try to send me on a dummy mission. And I'm like, dude, what are we doing, my guy?
You listen to yourself, bro. You the one that brought up an imaginary boss, bro. You the one that brought up an imaginary. That's not my bad. That's not the right word. Imaginary's not the right word. But you said like.
So what?
You know
so how do we move on?
supremacy.
Okay.
No,
I
but
said what I said. You said
on.
what you said.
This
Yeah,
how
this
we-
is good. God
this how
damn,
we
you want to
move
talk
on.
in circles, man.
My whole point is this, right? And the reason why I fought you, this is all I wanted to know. Because when you delineate, right, to make it official, immigrants ain't gonna have shit to do with that, bro. You're gonna have to holler at the institution. And who runs the institution over here?
But that's what we're doing, though. No, but hold on. See, again.
Like, how can I be down? How can I?
Okay,
how
now,
can I make
well,
this shit official?
no. You want to be down? You go play Brandy's song. No, we don't need you down to be
Now you're
official.
playing like you don't understand.
I
Now you're
got
playing
you.
like you don't
I
understand
got you.
English. You Black American, you don't understand how we talk.
Are you still down Tupac? You can play that song with John B. All right, but no, we don't need your help. We got it. And let me tell you that.
According to you, part of the ethnic group. What are you talking about, bro?
Hey, bro, listen.
What are you talking about, bro?
Listen. Well, if you're part of the ethnic, he just pops in and talks over when he. This is the epitome of a guy who wants to talk and have a chaotic, toxic environment, dude. As I'm talking, you gotta wait. You dig? Okay. Are you waiting? We never said we need immigrant participation to delineate. So now you claim you're from the ethnic group and you should know our ethnic group talking points. We never said we need immigrants' involvement to delineate. Delineate is something 100% we're doing. Okay, brother, do you know what delineate means?
My understanding, yes. It means to draw a line. To draw a line.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Wait.
One side one thing, and another side another.
No. That's wrong. That's wrong.
Okay, break it down, bro. Like I'm not trying to balance.
Okay. I understand you're not. Who said you are? Who said you are, man?
Break it down.
No. Okay, the first part. No. Walk. I want you to participate with me. Walk with me. Delineate means drawing. It means yes, it's an action. You're drawing a line. You got that right. Who's drawing the line? Okay, all right. Right. The second part was ass. So who's drawing the line? FBAs or immigrants or white supremacists?
Black Americans.
Right. So I didn't hear. Okay, so I'm talking. He still goes again. Right. So we didn't need nobody's involvement to draw the line. We can just draw the line ourselves, which we did already. We drew the line. We said we're FBAs, Adolf, Soulmen, Freedmen. We drew the line is already drawn. Okay. Now, are you familiar with disaggregation? That comes next. Are you familiar with that? Hold on.
Hold on. Yo, hold on, bro. I'm at work, so I'm muting back and forth. You know what I'm trying to say?
I got you. Because I hear you meeting. I hear you meeting. Are you familiar with disaggregation?
Actually, no. I know.
Okay.
Paul Anderson spoke
Wait,
about
hold on.
I can guess what it means because I know what aggregating means. So disaggregating means you break it up.
Okay, listen. Right? Break what up? Break what up?
Whatever we're doing, if we're doing something together.
Okay, stop guessing. Okay, stop guessing. Stop guessing. Right. No, I don't. So stop guessing. I don't know what you're about to say and what you're trying to say. Stop. You need to get. I can tell you what it means. In this sense, in a social science sense, it means something, my guy. All right. So now, because we just say delineate, we just say that it just means draw a line. But the context in which we use it, people know what we mean. So that means that we don't have to like explain what it means and who we're delineating from. Once we say it, it's already understood. I said earlier, what's already explained what's already understood don't need to be explained. So when we say delineate, it's already understood what it means. When we say disaggregate, we know what it means. Now, after disaggregation, you know what comes next? You know what comes next after that? Explicit representation. So it's 3 stages, and none of that takes an immigrant involvement participation. That's why I say you just lied. So you've been on this phone. Hold on. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. So yeah, so we don't draw a line for other people. We draw a line for ourselves. And that line comes with some things. It comes with demands. It comes with a self-identification for the ethnic group. So when we say a word to describe us, no, there's no confusion. People know who that group is speaking. When we say the Jewish community, there's no confusion. When we say the LGBTQIA community, there's no confusion who that is. If you say the Asian community, there's no confusion. So we don't want any confusion when we say a term to represent our lineage. We don't want no confusion. We don't want somebody to say, are you talking about Nigeria? No. See, that's confusion. Are you talking about Trinidad? No. See, that's confusion. Okay, so when we say something about ourselves for whatever context, we don't want it to be confused, okay, with somebody else. Just like Jewish people, you're not thinking about Somalians or you're not thinking about Puerto Ricans. You know exactly who's the party. Asians, you know, or Chinese, you know who the party is, right? There's no confusion. You say immigrants, nobody confuses that for a citizen, okay? So with our language to identify ourselves, to explain ourselves, we want it to be clear and away from confusion as it once was before.
I got you, bro. And that's my thing. I'm not trying to say that immigrants have anything to do with it. I'm asking you, why the hell do FBA be intimate with immigrants every goddamn day? Especially if they got a holler at.
So I just answered that question. No, because you
I'm not even done. I don't even know if it's a question or if it's a statement if I'm not done, bro.
I'm going to mute you.
Are you in a quote, my nigga? Are you in a quote,
yeah.
bro?
Okay, I don't know, but it sounds like you are. Dude, you asked a question and you're just going to whine afterwards, man. I'm trying to save you from the whining. You're yelling, first of all, you're yelling. You're annoying people. People are leaving. You're yelling. So I'm trying to end this short so you don't, so people, I am a content creator and the goal is to create content and have people listen to the content. You feel me?
Well, they leaving because you sound crazy, bro. They leaving because you slow and they believe.
Okay, I got to mute you. Cause that voice, man. You asked a question.
Because they believe in you.
Okay.
You struggling.
Now look. Okay, I got you. You call me. I never call you, by the way, but you call me, and I'm struggling. And any platform you're associated with, I do better than all of them with less subscribers. So and I got
I'm associated with real life, nigga.
Okay.
Fuck your platform, nigga.
But you called in the platform. So is this real life or this a platform?
Because nigga, you posted it. You posted the chat, nigga. You told niggas to pull up. So why you moving?
Okay.
Why you moving, niggas?
So this is real life then, I guess, right? Yeah, exactly. So this ain't make believe all of a sudden. You called in a social media platform. You're on here in real life. And then you ask, why do we talk about immigrants, bro? You could stop right there. Like anything else is just unnecessary.
Yeah, bro, you have to go to America to delineate officially. Right?
Bro.
You know that, right?
Okay. I'm going to look, I'm trying to refrain from okay. All right. Let me put you. I'll put you in the waiting room, because he's still cursing and things. Okay, so I just answered that question earlier, but again, people that behave like this, family, I know for a fact have ADHD. I know for a fact he's been diagnosed in his school early. Okay, wait, I know for a fact he's been diagnosed for ADHD. Okay, he need to go take his medicine. Like I said, I was not playing. That Ritalin, Adderall, all that stuff. He need to go take that. Sit down. Go. Yeah. So he got to go take that. I was not joking when I said that. So I had a little more. I had how long was that? I had about 30 minutes with this guy. Now he calls in all the time trolling. He's stupid. He's always hyper. He can't control himself. No self-discipline at all. And that's a guy. He can't call back in. He changed his name. At one point, he was the Nigerian Tether. Then he was Captain Curry. And then another time, he was Bucci Bear. He be all these weird names calling in. And then that time, he was the Pan-Black American Nigerian. Some stupid shit like that. You know, we be trying to give these guys, you know, an opportunity to, you know, to make some type of argument, to make a real. Hold on, stop. No, god damn. Okay, yeah. Got it. Hold on. Hold on. Fear says ice baby. Exactly. Who young today? Yeah, sensitive as hell, outraged, angered. Thank you for the $3 super sticker, Fear. Appreciate it. That is called Lineage Love. Fear says FB all day. I'm gonna give you a lineage wrench, Fear. Female tendencies from a boy. Right. I'm gonna give who you got today a lineage wrench also. All right. Taya Carter in the building. Let me do a little roll call real fast. So we got Karu, Sunzuko. We got D, Midwest Coast, and 7-4N. Peppermint Patty, ain't seen in a while. She, you know, in the building. We got who you got today? Fear to None for 1. We have Ricardo Flop 2787. We have OC 615. We got Brian Henderson 4801. Salute to you. We got Ali Howard Species. Way more patience than me. The patient of a exactly, man. Black Feather Archery. Take your fake wannabe American ass back to Nigeria. Right. Lovely Lisa B258. We have who else? Nito Swain 5533. We got who else is there before I switch my account and give y'all. We got Emmanuel Brito in the building. Roll call. 504, Josh Almighty. And I'm sure there's others. I can't go back, but so far, you feel me? Anyway, let me go ahead and switch the accounts so I can give y'all your lineage wrench, make you moderators. Okay, yeah, so this is going to be a tight-knit group because once the channel explodes to like, once we get about 400, 500, 600 live viewers, I won't give any more wrenches because I want to remember the founding people, the founding relatives that was here from the beginning. So once we explode to the larger numbers, no more wrenches will be given. Even though they're welcome to be here, I'm gonna call them family, their lineage, but I gotta pay more homage to those who helped the channel blow up. You dig? Okay. Oh, okay. So now let me go back in the chat and give the wrenches to the family. Hold on 1 second. First class citizen in the building. TYB Enlightenment. No, TYB Enlightening Dummy in the building. Samson Servant in the building. All right, so who you got today? Let me give you your lineage wrench and Fear to None for 1. Let me give you your lineage wrench. Okay. All right. So next we got next. Yeah. So you know what happens? Like these guys call in and I get he switched his name up. I kind of knew it was him, but wasn't really sure because a lot of people call in sometimes, and you kind of know it's them, but you're not really sure. Okay. So let me anyway. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, so what we do over here and what I advise y'all to do is gatekeep the word black. Nobody was black until 2016. Nobody outside of foundational FBAs were black until 2016, 17. Just recently they became black all of a sudden. And it's funny because at the same time they became black is the same time we became African. Nobody has ever called foundational FBAs African a day in our history, ever. Nobody. No immigrant, no white tea. You know, now if anybody, it'd be white tea. You dig? If anybody who ever called us African was white tea. Okay. And that was when they'd be pissed off at us. Go back to Africa. You know what I mean? And then we'd be like, why would I go there? You know, like you're funny. But outside of white tea, man, ain't nobody called us African until about 9-10 years ago, until ADOS came on the scene and said we're delineating, we're disaggregating from everybody, including immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean. Then all of a sudden, Africans in the Caribbean, they became magically black, and then they made us magically African. So what I'm saying, family, I'm good at patterns. I realized that immigrants call us African while they simultaneously call themselves black. See, when we say we're black, they call us African. But when we call them African, they'll say they're black. Think about it. They will call us African American, but call themselves black. And they'll call themselves black and us African American. So I peeped that. I'm like, you know, every time I hear them identify themselves, it's always black. But when they identify us, they call us African or African American. They don't call us black. So I'm like, what the fuck is that about? And that was their slick way to try to replace us. Not happening. All right, so I got this video that seemed interesting. Let's see what this is about. So some sister had this video and I thought it was interesting. So you guys might be interested in this. So let me play the video. You just might be interested. It seems, I never watched it. I seen like the first 10 seconds, 30 seconds. I felt like it'd be interesting because I like to give live reactions when I can. I think it's more genuine, more sincere, more authentic. So I'm watching this the first time you guys are watching this.
Man, what they say? They hate us because they ain't us? That's an old head ass saying. Why I say that?
I find it funny. Everybody want to be black now that y'all gotta leave this country. Black Americans close their doors, and we're not allowing nobody.
I have a question. When did everybody start calling themselves black? Is this, I feel like.
See, we're not crazy. And a lot of these people don't even acknowledge or even know about delineation reparation movement. A lot of these people don't even know that there's a term for them. ADOS, FBA, descendants of freedmen. They don't even know that. But all of us have noticed the same thing and we feel the same way. So when they say, man, they don't call themselves FBA, it's first of all, they don't even know there's a such term that exists. But as soon as we talk to these people, it doesn't take hard to get them on board. This is family. Like we talk to each other all the time. It don't take much to get us on hard, get on some code or something. You talk to any you talk to any FBA who's not aware of that acronym, and you tell them about it. You dig? They immediately on board.
Like this is new. When did everybody start identifying as black? Because before, everybody was everything but black. Now all of a sudden, oh, I'm black too. I'm black. I'm black. I'm black. I'm black. I'm black. I'm black. To the point where the people that have been black forever, now we need a new freaking name change. Like, what is going on?
You know, ever since the delineation movement and also ICE has been out here going after people, it's been really making.
Now, I suspect the woman in the top right, I suspect she's non-FBA and she about to say some stupid shit. I just got a feeling.
Some changes we're noticing. Now, there's one sister going to point something out, but I really want to point something out with a lot of these changes that's happening within the diaspora here in America. Let's go ahead and check that out.
Ever since I started wilding, now none of the girls is foreign anymore. Okay. Now when you ask the girl what she mixed with it, she's like, no, I'm black. Didn't you say you're just black? Okay, you're not foreign, you're just black.
People not so quick anymore to be walking around here saying I'm not black no more. Everybody want to be black now. It's amazing everybody want to be black. All these years we say, hey, man, you black. I ain't black. I'm Dominican. Man, I'm sitting here looking at a black person. What are you talking about? You just speak Spanish. What are you talking about? I ain't black.
You know, it's crazy. The irony, they were actually right. They're not black. You dig? They're not black. And that's the funny thing. So it's like, okay, that was the best time to cosplay as black because we didn't know no better. Now because we're delineating, we're forced to realize, oh, they're not even black. You see, that's what delineating does. It draws a line. Delineation, it ends the confusion. You delineate to end the dilution and confusion. I had an epiphany. Like, oh shit, they're not even black. Like when you delineate, you take a step back and look at things for what it is authentically, right? Naturally. There's another word I want to say. But thank you. I go with those. You take a step back and look at things for what they are. You're like, wow, yeah, they're not even black. You dig? So no, they're not black. Because we realize black and they ain't black. Black is an experience that only Foundation Black Americans can go that have went through. So how can they be black? And that's why I asked the Tether, in what sense are you black? And they struggle to get past that one.
Now, are they saying that now? Or on social media, they'll have a gang of foreign flags on their profile. Go look at their profiles now. Where all them foreign flags at? They ain't putting the foreign flags out there. And now black Americans are saying, okay, well, for years you said you wasn't black. Now all of a sudden, not only you want to be black, but now you want to be included in Black History Month. And Black History Month has nothing to do with you. I mean, y'all going hard body with it. You know what I'm saying? Hard body.
Yeah, they think black is just a cloak you could put on and take off. They don't understand it's a lived experience. So even when we erroneously call them black, they can never be black.
So not only I'm gonna call myself Black American, now I'm gonna even take claim to Black History Month. And nobody who's doing that was never classified as a Negro, because that's how it started off as Negro History Week by Carter G. Woodson. And if you've never been classified as Negro, then it doesn't apply to you. If you wasn't a descendant of slaves in America, it doesn't apply to you. You may have been a descendant of slaves in the Caribbean. You may deal with some colonization on the continent, but we're talking about what happens here and what we celebrate here. And it's not nothing that we should be fighting at all, because that's something that Black Americans have to gatekeep very hard, because we got to hold dear Black history. But yeah, everybody want to be Black American now. That's very interesting. But here's my issue with everybody want to be Black American now. It's not they want to be Black American because they see the light and they say, hey, man, we really need to unify and be together, right? We really need to be together. Let's practice Pan-Africanism. We all black. Everybody's black. No. You only want to be black because you want to use black to hide away from ICE.
Right.
See, when ICE wasn't at your doorstep, and when ICE wasn't a threat, you weren't calling yourself black. See, I pay attention to what you were doing when you didn't have problems.
Hi guys, my name is Messi and you're welcome back to the channel. So I've been seeing a lot of videos online where Black Americans are saying that suddenly everybody wants to be Black now. And honestly, I am not shocked because even me as an African, I remember very clearly that there was a time identifying as Black was something people avoided so bad. Like if we can be honest with ourselves, we would remember that there was a time many Africans and other immigrants who looked like me would say stuff like, no, I'm not Black, I am this, even when it was just about color. If you tell these people, oh, you have the same color with me, you are Black, they will be like, no, this is brown, this is not Black, stuff like that, Nobody wanted to be identified as Black. Like there was this strong resistance to that label. It was a thing back then. Nobody wanted to associate themselves with Blackness. So I'm genuinely going to ask a very simple question. What happened to that fatigue? Where did it go? Because I'm not the only one. I used to think I'm the only one noticing it, but Black Americans are noticing it too. And I see it too. Because I remember very well when being called Black was almost an argument online. Like it used to be an evergreen topic. People were distancing themselves, separating themselves. And now all of a sudden, everybody wants to be classified as Black. Everybody wants to associate. Everybody wants proximity. The other time, I came across a video of a Latino man literally cosplaying Black American culture. He dressed like a Black person. He added locks, and he even said that he was, doing all of that because he was avoiding eyes, obviously. And I was shocked because he had the mind, he had the audacity to still come out and, post it online. Like he was very, very proud of that. And this has also taught me that these people are literally only trying to embrace Black culture now because it benefits them. They are not doing it for unity. They are not doing it for solidarity. They are doing it because it's convenient for them. So honestly, I get why some Black Americans are crashing out over this, and I totally understand the frustration. But anyway, guys, let's get into the rest of the video. Please do well to let me know what you guys think in the comment section about this.
Oh man, what they say? They hate us because they ain't us? That's an old head ass saying. Why I say that? But what was it? I know it was Dave Chappelle. What was his name? Was it Paul Mooney? I think that was his name, right? What was it? What was his Negro Damas? Is that who I'm thinking about? I can't remember. But the brother who said everybody want to be a until it's time to be a bro. So with Twitter having that update now, shout out to Elon Musk. Not thought I would say that before. He exposing everybody's location. And it's crazy how all of these so-called Black personalities or hip-hop accounts or just Black in general accounts are, one, not even American. They're not even from America. Second, they are pretending to be Black, which blows my mind. Because I remember growing up, people made me hate to be Black, bro. People made me hate that, like, just being Black was associated with doing wrong, crime, gang banging, poor, fools, all of that shit, bro. Just for me now to be an adult and everybody wants to be us. Like, nigga, you from India, you from Saudi Arabia, and you on Twitter talking about Black culture, using our slang, talking about niggas. It's like, holy fuck. They want to be us so bad, but then make us feel bad for already being us, right? It's crazy to me that given the opportunity behind closed doors, they will do everything that we do out in public. And now they had Elon Musk mad as fuck, talking about some, why did he do this? He exposing everybody. Like, well, nigga, what you mad for? What you mad for? I think I seen, what's that Twitter account? High Power, the one that's a big Kendrick fan or whatever. Nigga made an apology tweet today talking about some, I'm sorry for my use of the N-word. You ain't sorry for saying that. You sorry that you got caught. Cause when you didn't get caught, you was throwing that bitch around like a boomerang, my Now that you got caught, you sorry for using the N-word. You don't give a fuck, bro. If this update would have never happened, you would have still been saying it. Matter of fact, if this update wouldn't have happened, all y'all would still pretend to be Black Americans, bro. And y'all would love to say we ain't got no culture, we ain't got no history, we ain't got this, that, or the third, but then pretend to be us. Now, like, I just love my people, bro. It's not even February, and I feel like I'm lit. But the thing that's throwing me off is like, why? Y'all could just be y'all. We could just be black. Like, we fuck with y'all over there in India and Saudi Arabia. Look, if I got you right now. Look. Hold on. We get air money. We get around money. Nigga, we get around money, brother. Let's get this money, nigga. Let's get this money.
My biggest pet peeve with being a black guy is I don't like people who try to be black only when it benefits them. For example, like Puerto Rican, Hispanic people, they'll be like, oh, I'm black. They say nigga all goddamn day. They say they're from the hood and this and that and that. But you ask them, what are you? They're going to say they Puerto Rican. They're Latino. They're Latina. They will never say they're black. I feel like everybody just want to be black for the culture of being black. But when it comes to the social injustices of being a black man or a black person or a person of color, there are no.
I got to pause this to remind y'all. To remind y'all, black is not a cloak. You don't put it on and take it off. It's not a ring. You put in like an engagement ring or a wedding ring. You can hide that you're not married or married. That's not black. Black is something you're born into, and it's an experience of your ancestors, your lineage. Your lineage is tied to blackness, and it starts with U.S. chattel slavery. So if that ain't you, you're not black. So a lot of these people don't know that. Like they think black is something you just embrace because you're melanated. Well, in that case, there aren't Indians black, Panamanians, so everybody dark skin is black. Get the fuck out of here.
Nowhere to be seen. They're nowhere to be seen. I wish I can just switch in and out which way I am. This is permanent. It's not coming off. I cannot stand people who like that.
You see, so he's under the impression that black is a skin color. Black ain't a skin color. If black is a skin color, then I keep asking this question: is Prince black? Then you're gonna say that he can't be. So black for us is an experience. It's not a skin color. Again, if it's a skin color, then all of India is basically black. A large part of Colombia, everybody's black pretty much. And that's dumb. That's dilution. That's watering down. Black is an experience, a 400-year experience, maybe a little older. It's a couple centuries of experience, right? It's not something, and you got to be born into it. It's part of our lineage. When I say black, when you guys say black, equate that with lineage, like how people can't join our lineage, the same way you can't join black. All right, that's it.
It's just annoying. You're just lame. Really, just be yourself, bro. Like they freaking like cold switch. They'll be like, "Oh, how you doing? What's up, brother?" And all that stuff, bro. You're not, bro. Just be yourself, bro. Just stop it. But that's really all I gotta say, though. You guys know who you are.
Everybody wants to be black until it's time to fight the government. Everybody wants to be black until it's time to watch your home country get destroyed. Everybody wants to be black until it's time to get pulled over. Here's the thing: if nothing you do or say addresses police genocide, imperialism.
No. Okay, I'm gonna end this video. Like this is watered down. No, everybody wants to be black until it's time to be black. Until it's time to fight for black American things, and then everybody's hauling ass. Right. So this video right here, like they're making black like something you can join and not join. Let me get out of there. I ain't like that video. That was some cool shit. All right, let me get out of there. I got another one. That one I ain't like. It was nah. That's some old cool shit. Get that out of there. Let's go. Which one was that? That was this one. Let me get that one out of here. Okay. All right, right here.
Start, who basically gets to participate in
Black History Month. I don't think it's about participation as who is centered and celebrated. And just like Simon said, for the past 56 plus years, Black Americans have extended the hand, the olive branch stuff, really made being African cool if we being, real about it, you understand? And, Black immigrants were given an inch, and we all witnessed when left to their own devices what they chose to do, and that is actively participate in the ethnic erasure of Black Americans, thinking that the racial construct in this country can work the same that it worked for white people all these years. And for some, I want to explain to them that it could never work in that way because it's not a symmetrical dynamic. It is a symmetrical one. You are trying to exploit a already marginalized. It is not an even playing field when you come into the country as a Black immigrant. The racial construct between white people and Black Americans has never been an equal dynamic. So for you to come in and think the racial construct is going to work in everybody's favor, no, actually they're gonna use you as a pawn and as a tool to continue to marginalize Black Americans. We already know they had a summit about education, about purposely hiring Nigerians just to say we have a Black body in the building to fulfill DEI quotas. We already know they're going to hire Black immigrants at lower wages because they don't know better. We already know they're going to hire Black immigrants because they don't even know what racism even is.
The only problem I have with her is that she's thinking Black is something you can put on and take off. There's no such thing as a Black immigrant. Black and immigrant is a contradiction. Okay, that's the only problem. She got a good pure heart. She's a writer. She's from the West Indies. She's definitely a writer, but her confusion on what Black is, a problem.
When it's happening in their face, they're not going to report it to the EEOC. They're not going to document it. Every time something happens in the workplace, you need to be documenting it, whether it's just to HR or to the EEOC, because having that on record matters. We know that Black immigrants are going to downplay the existence of racial discrimination. We already hear how Black immigrants always say, get over it. It happened so long ago. Just comply. This, that, and the third. We've already heard all of the reasons and how Black immigrants try to downplay what's going on here in America. Just because you got a job, just because you got food, just because you got water, just because you have lights on, just because you have a certain quality of life that is worlds beyond whatever you left back home. And Black Americans are not obligated to make you feel better about what that level of normalcy was back home, because you all act like Black Americans haven't worked for what it is this lifestyle is. Y'all act like Black Americans haven't worked for the infrastructure that's around you, and you think everything you see is by the hands of white people. Like Black Americans haven't worked, Black Americans haven't earned, and Black Americans haven't built this infrastructure around you. The man that freaking fermented Hennessy, he would have never been known. He would have never been known. There are so many people who will never be known who built this country because they're erased, and y'all just let it happen. And then you want to tell people's faces that they should unite with you, as y'all say the most violent and disgusting things. Y'all say they're slaves. Y'all say they're slave babies. How are you going to throw that in somebody's face and turn around and think that somebody should want to be your friend? Y'all say the most violent, disgusting things, and I cannot stand it.
She crashed out in a good way.
And during the few moments that we have left, we want to have just
at the end of the day, before anybody sit over here and say, well, I'm Black American, this, that, and the third, I don't know what you call them. I don't know what colonizer put that in your mind to be like, oh, well, you're not African, you're better than African. Like, bro, we're in the same racial dialect of it. You feel me? Don't care how they say, yeah, we might got a couple Black people that feel like they ain't because mastered and tempered in the house, and now y'all call yourself Europeans Black Americans. You feel me? No, y'all Black Americans and African Americans in the same aspect. I don't know what y'all trying to separate it for. You're African Americans. Get it on about your heads, y'all African Americans.
Casey, can you answer the prompt real quick? Black Americans as African Americans are immigrants. Agree or disagree?
No.
Okay. And then Black History Month is for all Black people, not just for Black Americans. Agree or disagree?
Yeah. It's for all Black people, like all Black nationalities. You feel me? Coming from Jamaica,
Hey, family. That's the problem, family. People who talk about this stuff and don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Now Black is a nationality. Like, this guy is stupid. What do you nationality? Yeah, you know what nationality is like Nigerian, right? It's like, or Indian, like that. That's a nationality. Nigerian, Zimbabwean, like those are nationalities, my guy. Black is not a nationality. Black is an ethnonym. It's an ethnic label for a group. It's an ethnic name. This guy said black nationalities. Like people just be on here talking, trying to sound smart. And you know that you could pretend to be dumb. Smart people can pretend to be dumb, but dumb people can't pretend to be smart. Because you're gonna say shit like that. All black national Jamaican. No, Jamaican is the nationality. And most nations, the nationality is the ethnonym. Okay? So in most, or not, I can't say most nations, but in a lot of nations where they're not, but they don't have tribes, their ethnonym is the nationality. Like Jamaican, that's their ethnonym and nationality. Haiti, same shit. Okay, so like this dude just said some crazy stuff, and that's why it's like hard for me to join panels because I'm gonna feel like nobody's qualified to talk with me. It's like, yo, just be quiet. Let me just take over, bro. Because now I gotta clean that shit up.
The continents of you feel me, Africa, all that, because they went through slavery too. You feel me? This is the month for us as black folks with this type of skin color and the type of.
See, he reduced our ethnonym to a skin color. Like, dude, we're many shades, my guy. Prince ain't your color. Whatever color you are, you must be jet black. Prince ain't your color, my guy. So if black is reduced to a skin shade, then nobody's that ain't jet black ain't black. Black is not a skin color. And that's why we must delineate, and like this message has got to be signal boost about black. It's not a skin color. It's not something, and I hear a lot of people make this mistake. Okay, and this is why I want to talk to certain people behind closed doors, so they don't feel like I'm trying to, upstage them and shit. But yeah, man, black, we're not black because we're dark.
I'm gonna say this with the non-Neanderthal DNA.
Oh my God, come on, man, and then they just make it up.
Avoid by associating ourselves with Africa. I don't get it. And
so when you talk about Neanderthal, when people do that, I already know like you're Pan-Africans, like or black nationalists. When you start doing shit like that, I already know like we gotta watch out for you. Okay.
Nobody that was ready to crash out. We got to understand it's people whose entire personalities are based on conflict. Mm-hmm. Their entire sense of self, their entire concept of them getting attention is based on who can they fight with. They'll fight with you. They'll fight with me. They'll fight with black people. They'll fight with white people. They'll fight with whoever will get them the most attention. And that is their entire purpose for existing. That's my time. Go ahead.
All right, put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Omar. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree with Omar. Let's get to 7th. 7th, would you like to tell me your ethnicity and then your opinions? 7th, James.
There we go. Okay, I'm African American, and it was the one dude I wanted to talk to. I really don't understand.
What is that? What is She said, tell your ethnicity. This dude said I'm African American, bro. What is that? You just named a continent and a country, my guy. What are you?
Why is he trying to make it different? But there was a comment that stuck out to me. He said, because we were deemed Negroes and whatever by white people, we're all of a sudden black instead of African American.
Yeah, that didn't make sense to me.
But like this like I wasn't here for too long. This is my first time like hearing actual like black people like argue this, because everybody around me, like I live in Milwaukee and I was like public schools, and like a lot of the people around me, like we say black, but like when we get into the nitty gritty, they're like, yeah, I'm African American for real. We just say black. So this is my first time actually hearing black people.
What?
Say, no, I'm not African American. I'm just something else. Like that's kind of dumb.
Hey yo, what's this dude talking about? Ain't nobody calling himself African American nowhere.
My opinion.
Right, and then I agree with you. And then would you like?
So why the chant wasn't African Lives Matter or African American Lives Matter? Why when it really matters and it has to be it brings on national attention or even international attention, why do we only say black? Why African is not even a thought? When the message needs to be national or international, why don't we ever say African? Why is it always black? Like, come on, stop.
Like to give your agree or disagree on the statements on the prompt.
Are we immigrants?
Are black African Americans immigrants?
No, we were born here.
Okay, and Black History Month is for all Black people, not just for Black Americans.
Yeah, it's for all Black people. It's to celebrate our melanin.
Yeah, this dude said it's to celebrate our melanin. Yo, this is the problem, family. When they have these open spaces, I guess these like young, ignorant people. Like, what are we doing, man? It's to celebrate our melanin. What are you okay, so Indians take again. See, it goes back to everybody with a little bit of melanin. Takes part in black. No, bro. No, we are gatekeeping it from things like that, such things like that. Okay, so I guess I have to go to the trenches. All right. I guess I gotta go to the trenches. All right, whatever.
You know where we came from.
Perfect. All right. And I'm gonna go. Who was up here? Diaspora theory, and then it's Scooby.
Hello, I'm West Indian.
Hi.
First gen.
Okay. Are you Black?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
You just said you're West Indian. How are you Black? What the fuck? All right, whatever. Like I said, yo, listen, man. The more it seemed like, the more I get, the more exposure I get. I promise you, I'm gonna drive this Black shit home. Where these folks ain't gonna be saying they're Black.
Black Americans / African Americans are immigrants. So long as we're defining Black Americans as the descendants of chattel slavery, no, they are not immigrants. Black History Month is for all Black people, not just for Black Americans.
How does that fucking make sense? Like, how much? Look, how many people of immigrant background do you believe contributed in a major way in our history in America? Like that's like the most disrespectful statement you can make.
False. It is for Black Americans. It was created by a Black American for the preservation of Black
Right. Thank you. Somebody with sense came on there.
Black American history because of white people purposely and intentionally erasing Black American history and leaving it out of American history.
Okay. I'm going to try to be really quick so we can have an open panel, guys, because I like when I hear everybody's thoughts. You know, I like a little messy panel. Scooby? Scooby rude as fuck.
Yeah, I'm on here.
Yeah, what's your ethnicity, and then would you like to tell your opinions?
Yeah, I'm a Negro. I'm black. I'm a black American. Specifically black American.
All right.
What else you asked me, bro? I just woke up. What else you asked?
Did you want to answer the statements or give your opinions on anything you heard?
Yeah,
I'll give you a minute. Everybody gets a minute, so we can just
Black
have an open panel.
Americans, African Americans are immigrants. No. I think the people that were classified to African Americans that's here pre-1865 that have documents that they can trace their family genealogy records back to, those are the ones that are deemed to be civilian instead of citizens.
What?
So Black History Month is for
Hey family, everybody just can this is why these panels don't work. Like there has to be checkpoints. Dude, you said civilians and citizens, like they just making shit up. And so how could they ever communicate properly when they're just making up terms, making up words, making up definitions? They'll never be able to communicate properly. Okay. The reason why she wanted messy, because people like her can't handle like educational, thoughtful conversations. They can't keep up. So they need it messy because that's the only thing they can like really communicate with.
For all Black people, not just for all Black Americans. That is very incorrect. Negro History Week was originally started for Black Americans. At that time, African Americans weren't even able to migrate into our homeland. I land my plan. This is and I disagree with any one of you stupid motherfuckers on here that are calling yourselves African American. I'm sorry, I just disagree with you guys. My grandmother, 94, she never gave me a story of an African. I don't know. I don't see no fucking Africans in my family reunions. In my original family tree, there is no African or immigration pattern. Fuck y'all.
Okay, well, stay on the panel. Hold on.
Crash out,
Stay on the
guy.
panel. Fed, are you there? I'm gonna just everybody give 1 minute, get they shit off, and then we're gonna have an open panel. Go ahead. What's your ethnicity? And then go ahead.
Yes, how y'all doing? I'm African American. Um, Black Americans, African Americans are immigrants. Um, no, we're not immigrants because we came over
That's
here.
a stupid.
We were forced over here in charter slavery. You know what I'm saying? Our wealth was extracted to build this country up. Black History Month is for all Black people, not just for Black people.
Okay, so the host has to be a tether, or Black American immigrants, or Black Americans immigrants. Like who would make a prompt like that? Now look at everybody is just throwing away our culture. Now these guys are claiming that they're foundation Black Americans, and look how fast they're able to throw away our culture and give it to everybody else. Look how fast that they're saying, "Hey man, fuck our culture, man. Everybody's included." And this is how we get things like hip hop is theirs. You dig? Rapping is theirs, DJing is theirs, graffiti, breakdance, everything's everybody else's. Like they take over our shit and just kick us out. And all these piece of shit people on the panel, everybody is throwing it, except for one person. Everybody else is just selling our shit to tethers, and tethers are loving this because they know like their history is shitty and irrelevant. Nobody cares about it, and now they could tag onto our shit, start claiming Malcolm X and Booker T. Washington and Frederick Douglass, man, they loving Dr. King, they loving this shit. Like, yeah, that's right. Now look at the word black in the background. BL, a piece of shit African logo, CK. Yo, please, if you are non-FBA and you can hear my voice and you think you're Black, click the link. The link is pinned to the chat. Let's have this conversation.
Nah, I think in modern times, all Black people in the Black diaspora celebrated, but originally it was just created for African Americans born here in this country. So, yeah, I'm gonna land right there.
All right. Just give me a second while I ask the audience something. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with the previous speaker, Kobe. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with him, and then put a 2 in the chat if you disagree with him. Also, let me know if anybody wants to be a moderator. I don't know where my mods are at. So just put it in the comments if you want to be a moderator. I'll probably add a couple moderators for this live because it's 100 people in here and I can't do it all by myself. Okay, who was next? Queen D, you get everybody, it's 1 minute. What's your ethnicity? And then you can go ahead and get your shit off. Queen? Didi? No, not today.
Sorry, I
Okay.
am Somali, Black East African, U.S.
Okay.
citizen.
Oh shit.
The prompt says, do Black Americans or African Americans are immigrants?
That's
No,
stupid.
they're not
That's
immigrants.
stupid.
There's like the whites that came in the 13 colonies. They called themselves settlers. They didn't call themselves immigrants. So the Black people that brought into from Africa to America are also settlers, but it's forced. The other thing is, does Black History Month is for all Black people or just Black Americans? Black Americans, because every day in my life is Black History Month. Or African Month.
All right, thank you so much. And then we're going to move to Jonah. I think it's Jonah or John Awala.
The name is John Awatri.
Okay, sorry.
I'm
What's your ethnicity? And then everybody gets 1 minute to say anything you want. Go ahead.
I'm an African. I live in the United States, but
I'm an African booty scratcher,
African.
and
What's your ethnicity though?
From Ghana, West Africa, Ghana.
What tribe you come from? Or
I'm a Fanti.
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, concerning the Black History Month, I want everybody to understand that Black History Month, it's not only, even though the Black Americans are the one who, bring this to the light for people to know, it's a Black History Month for every Black person, because the way African Americans and Black Africans, we are like brothers and sisters.
Family. He just called us African Americans. Family, the word black ain't even there. When they call us African Americans, they are omitting the word black, but he called himself Black African. You gotta watch these piece of shit tethers, man. The dude sat there and called us African Americans. When you call us African Americans, you're saying we're not black. But then they'll call themselves Black Africans. So if we're African Americans and they are Black Africans, then who are the only black people in the room? Them. Right in your face, they're taking the word black from you and saying that's them, you're not that.
That's no matter what anybody will tell. It's a Black History Month for every black person, you know, because the way African Americans and Black Africans, we are like brothers and sisters. No matter what anybody will tell you, that this is, you know, there's a different of way of thinking, and you know, there are some few crazy ones out there.
Yeah, but brothers and sisters, in what way? In what sense? What actions, what roles did we ever become brothers? Did we ever were we ever brothers and sisters? What did we ever do in life that resembled brothers and sisters? Like, yo, we call each other. Matter of fact, yo, that word he got, there's no word like that in his language for brother. Yo, there's no word in nobody language where they embrace random people as brothers and sisters, random people of their lineage as brothers and sisters. Yo, Yoruba people do not embrace Igbo as their brothers and sisters, yo, at all. At all. We are the only race. No, we are the only ethnic group ever to call people amongst our ethnic group we don't know from Adam, brother and sister. We did that through the Nation of Islam. That was a foundation Black and American invention. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad used that as practice, and then Black Americans caught on. But that was a Nation of Islam practice. I don't know anybody older than them calling themselves. That was Nation of Islam did the brother and sister shit, because they said sister Shaniqua, brother Malcolm, brother Abdul, sister Tabitha. Like, you were called that in the mosque. Like, you were called sister so and so, brother so and so, and if you were like an elder woman, you were called mother. That's why Elijah Muhammad, or I think Farrakhan, Elijah Muhammad wife. When Farrakhan was the leader for a long, when he was always the leader, but when he took over from Elijah Muhammad's mom was always called Mother Tanetta. Right? You called her Mother Tanetta because she was like the elderess of the nation. Mother Tanetta, and everybody else is brothers and sisters. That's it. No father, just mother. And so like there's nothing in that tethered language that calls other people of his tribe or his other tribe or the other tribes that's affiliated or associated with him in his country brothers and sisters. This is exclusively a Black American term of endearment where we consistently unify with each other all day long. So it's funny they call us divisive, and we're the only people with a unifying history. We're the only people with a unified history, but these folks keep calling us divisive. It's like the biggest disrespectful. That's why I don't care what you guys be saying or folks that calling me saying. I'm good with them. I'm like, I'm good, man. Call me what you want to call me. I'm good with you. Because the disrespect is just like some white supremacy shit. It's like the disrespect they got for us is like mirroring white supremacy, if not worse. We're the most unified people in the world. Look, our culture, our fucking history right now is being leased out to a bunch of tethers. That's how much unifying we are. But they call us xenophobic and divisive, and our history in real life is being leased out to these bastards. And they call us divisive and xenophobic. Hold on one second. Shit. You're gonna hear echo. For just a second. And then the echo go bye-bye. Good. Okay. All right, Echo is gone. We are the most inclusive people on the planet. We include we invite white folks to our shit. These people admit they are tribal. When you're tribal, that's it. They're not allowing nobody from another place to be in that tribe. That's the whole point of calling it tribal. All right. So these bastards out here saying Black history is for everybody. I'm gonna finish playing. It's just annoying, man. Dig. I'm trying to see if anybody responded to my, because I hit some tethers up on IG and I hit some tethers up on TikTok. I'm trying to see if anybody responded to my if anybody. Who is it? Hold on. Some weird people sending me requests. Okay. Right. All right. So nobody responded to me there. All right. Let me check TikTok. I want that girl, Hillary X Banks. Now I know she's dumb as shit. She's like a female version of Revenue. But I'm hoping to get a conversation out of her just to cook her and just kick her off. I already know she's like she's very belligerent. That is hilarious. Hold on. Anybody write me back on TikTok? No. No. I think I got cinema. You know, I didn't think the cinema friend thing. Shit, I follow. Yeah, they probably can't see it. My God. Oh my God. My phone's so cracked. Come on. We got a show to run. Oh boy. All right, let me. It looked like she blocked mine. She better, because I was gonna make her famous. What I was gonna do her. It looked like she blocked me, I think. Okay. Oh my God. Yeah, I hate, like it's still talking. I hate TikTok. I click out of it and it's still talking. Like, how is that possible? All right, let me get back into what we doing. Let me get back into this clown show. Everybody's selling out our history to tethers. I mean, like, yeah, what is this sickness thing we got in some of us, man? Like we just throw away our culture. Some, not all. The tether class. Wait, I see a tether. Okay, I don't know what that is. All right, your work was well done. We see you. All right, people giving me my flowers. Thank you. I'm going to obey them, or I don't know what they're talking about. He really booty scratching this topic. Talking about old boy. The Queen's Flip hosted debate. All right, okay. So let me. Right. All right. Let's get back to the clown show. I don't know how much I'll be able to take from this. As crazy as let me download that. Okay. I guess a blogger got killed, and that's why, family. I got my poo shiesty on, man, when I go because I be in public places in the hood, and I'm in Jersey. So it's tethers everywhere. So I got my poo shiesty, man. I ain't playing around with these tethers. These dudes are unhinged. I walk outside and I got a knife in my damn back, literally. Okay. Ew. Oh, I can't stand that bitch. Hey, who's this guy? Oh, yo, hold on. Let me show you this guy right here. Yeah, it's always somebody. Oh, no, I'm good. I'm good. You got a tether out here mad that Trina she beat him up. He made a whole video with no views about how Tariq steals his talking points. Like, yeah. Okay. Let me get back to this awful dialogue on are black. The prompt says, are black Americans immigrants? Like that's just stupid. All right, so let's finish where we left off at. Don't forget about this, though. Don't forget about this.
Know in the comment section. It might not seem like it, but this right here is arguably the biggest dog market in Nigeria. This market attracts buyers from thousands of kilometers away. Now, a dog here could sell for between $25 and $40, depending on the size. How do they get these dogs? And why is dog trade such a booming business here?
Mazanmu ne suka zuwa Kano. Idan suka je Kano suna nan da jakansu da magani a ciki. In suka samu kare sai su tura mana mu mata a cikin gida. A haka ne mu za mu sayar da shi.
If you are eating dog meat, if somebody poisons you, using herbs to poison you, they cannot get you if you are eating dog meat. If maybe you want to charm a woman, you can use the heart or the liver of a dog and mix it with some certain chance, then you can get that person.
Not the cap.
Nigeria is considered a country with the highest rate of dog meat consumption in Africa. In 2021, thousands of Nigerians reportedly signed petition to stop the consumption of dog meat. This man right here was among the frontliners.
Dogs are able to perceive cancer, certain cancers, and alert the doctor even before science or machines. Autistic children, they perform better when they have dogs they're raising.
So what do you think about dog meat consumption? Let us know in the comments.
We think it's crazy, man. We be clowning y'all. Let me tell you what we think about that. We think it's buffoonery, and we clown y'all, and we mention it often, and then people say we're xenophobic and divisive, and we're like, yo, y'all say y'all eat dogs. What the hell, man? The hell you want from us? You dig? All right, so let's get back to this stupid ass dialogue.
But we are one people. You understand the way African Americans are going through oppression in America.
Look, he's calling us African Americans. He don't acknowledge us as black at all, but he acknowledged himself as a black African. So he's black, but we're not. We're just African American, and he's black African. He's a black African, and we're a American African, is what he's saying.
The same way Africans are going through oppression in their own land, being their resources being taken from them. People are living in poverty. People cannot afford 3 square meals a day. These are also their kind of horror that they are facing.
But it's your fault, though. See, the difference is the horrors that you're going through is your fault, okay? The horrors that we're going through is your fault. You dig? That's the difference. The horrors that you're going through is your fault, and the horrors that we're going through is your fault. That's the difference, my guy.
Day in and day out. You understand? So we are all in some way going through struggles as a black person wherever you are, you know. So I think the modern day black
So now they're no longer African, they're just black now. Black African, and we're just African American. I got it.
Tell the world about the unity of African people, not, oh, this one is black American, this one is black Asian. No, it's about coming together as a face of Africa, because Africa is the hub. Africa is the where the minerals. Africa is
All
where
right, John.
How long did he get?
John, I'm sorry. I walked away. Don't be rude. Don't be rude. I walked away from my phone. I'm so sorry. Okay, I gave everybody a minute, John. We'll have an open panel in just a minute. We're gonna go to West Coast News, and then we have 2 more people, and then it'll be open panel. Everybody gets a minute. West Coast,
Yeah, I
what's your
wasn't meaning to be
ethnicity?
disrespectful, but it's early
That's
in
all
the
right.
morning. He almost put me to sleep because he went well over
Well,
me.
I'm guessing you're in the West Coast, so it's about 8
Yeah, but he's
o'clock, almost
talking
8
in
o'clock over
circles.
here. But what's your
Yeah.
ethnicity, and then what are your
I'm
opinions?
Black American from Compton by way of
Yeah,
Louisiana,
this
Mississippi.
West Indian this West Indian host, I don't like how she managed her platform. It's everybody just get to say whatever they want, and they get to talk in circles. That there's no like, okay. It just it's kind of like tacky.
Virginia,
Okay.
South Carolina, a little North Kakalaki too. I totally disagree with everybody coming up here saying that this is for the whole black diaspora. It
Thank you. See,
is
now, of
not.
course, people a little older is going to be more serious about the culture, about our history, because we lived it. Like these young folks ain't lived shit, and that's why. And a lot of them just playing. You know, they got tether friends and whatever, tether girlfriends, so tether boyfriends. You dig? Tether coworkers that they kiss ass to. So nah.
American Black History Month is not for the entire black diaspora. We may be all black, but this recognition here was
We're
made
not
by
all
Woods.
black, and that is the problem. The problem is us calling them black, and that's why they feel entitled to our shit. Because our shit is black. Black banks, Black Wall Street, free blacks, all that. If you say that's them, then stop getting mad when they steal the culture. Stop getting mad when they want to replace you. You're telling them they're us. You're helping to cause this erasure.
In 1920s, Negro Week, for the sole fact that white people were saying we had no culture here. He was concerned with erasure. So he made Negro Week. It wasn't for y'all. It was for the Negroes in this country. And it continued to be. So what we want y'all to do is when Black History Month, just like white tees, even if you black, take a minute to look into Black American history. That's what this is about. It's only for us, not for the entire diaspora. It wasn't
Thank you.
created for anyone but us.
Thank you. One if you
Thank
agree.
you.
One in the chat if you agree, two in the chat if you disagree. We're gonna go to Risen. Everybody gets 1 minute. Risen, what is your ethnicity? And would you like to state your opinions?
So, I'm Black American. I honestly don't know what I truly classify as, because Black people have been the only people to be reclassified 5 times. We went from Negro to colored to Black to African American, and then when you realize there is no Negro land, there is no Black land, there is no African American land, we are on the stolen land that we are from, so we can't.
Yeah, but there's no indigenous like the land like that's stupid. Like, what? All right, let me fast forward this guy. See, now this one was woke people. Matter of fact, I'll let it play.
Cannot be immigrants. And then to the person who just spoke's point, I can agree with what she said, because Carter G. Woodson did make that African American week for us, so that way we would know our history, know our circumstances, all of the trials, tribulations we had to go through. And then I do believe that Black History Month is American history, so without Black history, there would be no American history.
Okay.
Now, man.
All right. Again, I'm going to ask 1 if you will agree and 2 if you disagree in the chat.
Here's the thing: how can a tether disagree with a Black American about our history or our culture? Like, that's like somebody saying, "Hey, is Igbo culture, is it, or is it African culture? Because isn't everybody African all of a sudden?" Yeah, they're gonna say no, it's Igbo culture. That we be like, yeah, but no, there's a lot of Black Americans like Umar Johnson who initiated himself to be Igbo. There's a bunch of Black Americans who initiated themselves to be Igbo, and they went around the world claiming Igbo as they do their works. But ain't nobody gonna let them claim Igbo. Ain't nobody gonna mention their ass in Igbo history. White people, family, were more involved in our history than a tether could ever say they were. And they don't be claiming our history because some of them, John Brown ain't John Brown part of Black history? Hey, what the? Like, you got Quakers and abolitionists. You dig? Part of the history. You got white folks part of our history, but we don't call them. We don't say, yeah, you got right to this. Nah, it's our history. Like if they took part in it for us, on behalf of us. They didn't take part in it to build up Jamaica or Trinidad, or like, they didn't take a moment to say, hey man, shout out to Trinidad. You dig? Nah, they came in our affairs to promote our shit, to expand our shit. So it's Black history. How the hell is that so hard to understand?
I want to see y'all opinions down there. If you agree or disagree with him, do you guys believe what he's saying is true or not? And then last person will be Soul Food. What's your ethnicity and your opinions?
You said so, me?
Yeah.
Black American.
Hmm.
And are Black Americans, African Americans, or immigrants? Nope, we're not immigrants. Because like a lot of us been here, and some of us did come on a transatlantic slave, but that was forcefully, so we not immigrants. Black History Month is for all Black people, not just for Black Americans. That's false. It's only for Black Americans, because like the people keep saying that it was created because they were trying to erase our history. You know, kind of like what they doing a little bit today. They still trying to do it. So
yeah, and tethers are helping them do it now. Tethers have joined the erasure of our history, man. Why nobody just don't say that, man? Everybody don't want to separate tethers from white supremacists. Like, nah, it's the same shit.
If you add other groups into it, y'all kind of doing the same thing that the YT people was doing. So if you add continental Africans, to Black History Month, you're basically helping erase us, just in a different way.
I just said that.
You get what I'm saying? And I find it kind of ironic because these people have their little celebrations in their countries, and no mention of Black Americans when they it's more continental African focused. So why can they have their little months and their little celebrations, their little cultures without including us? But
Yeah,
everything we
I'm not
do.
trying to
Hold
cut
on,
you, but
John.
I
Hold
want to.
on, John. Hold on,
Look,
John. We're going to do open panel in
look.
27 seconds. Go
The
ahead.
same. Hold it, no
But
wait.
everything we do, we have to include the whole diaspora.
Hey, yo, the same Tether who wouldn't shut up, who talked around in circles, want to cut somebody off and say something. Yeah, I just recently commented in their section like, yo, can any one of these Africans or West Indians please come to my panel, man, and have the same topic?
Do that make sense?
And by the way, if again, the link is pinned. The link is pinned. If you disagree with anything FBA be saying, click the link, man.
It's like cultural erasure in real life. Everything we do, we have to include the whole world. Just like Africans can come over here. Every African from every country, it don't matter if it's Northwest, South, East, they all can claim that we came from them. Like, none of this makes sense when you really break it down.
Okay. One, if you disagree. One, if you agree, and two, if you disagree. And now we can have an open panel. Only thing I ask is y'all try not to overtalk each other and don't cuss on the panel. I'm gonna ask everybody to tap the screen, like the live, and repost. Everybody tap the screen for 1 minute, or I'm going to turn the comments off. And yeah, I got it. Go ahead. Anybody
I want to ask the
disagree?
Africans.
Yeah. Hold on,
Oh,
hold
really?
on. Can I say something? When
So
you say
then why do you
Africa,
call us
it's a
African Americans?
continent.
Why
It's
do you
not a country. And
wait,
everybody,
hold
yes,
on.
have their own.
It's a continent, not a country. But the other guy called himself the Tether guy talking in circles.
Yet I'm
He
so reserved.
just called himself a Black African, and she said nothing. And then you guys call us African Americans, and you say nothing. So now all of a sudden, Africa is a continent. You can't use it. Yeah, like we agree, it's a continent. Like yeah, I think all of y'all using that shit wrong, and that's why when you say well, listen, when we say we're foundational Black American, you guys say we're African. So make your mind up. Should we not call anybody African because of continent? Then stop calling us African when we say we're Black American. Stop saying we're the continent. You see how that works? Give me a bomb.
I don't want to get involved in like why there was Daishiki and the big African thing that they put in the necklaces, like when I was growing
People
up,
gave shout out
and the
to
African
Africa. And
like
guess what else we
earrings.
did, ma'am?
I'm
A
just
lot
saying
of
people
us
are evolving
were
and looking.
pretending to be Scarface. Okay, so we gave shout out to the Italians too. A lot of us thought we were Scarface and the mafia. We took on. You can look at Sheik Luch. You know, Sheik Luch from the Lock. So yeah, we took on. Look, Junior Mafia, Biggie Smalls. Yeah, we took on Machiavelli. Yeah, like we took on a lot of Italian culture when it came to rap. Yeah, but that don't mean there's no bad in Italian history. That don't mean they didn't do some fuck shit. Yeah, so yeah, every so often we will give flowers to another nation. So therefore, we cannot be divisive and xenophobic. We have a history of showing love to people outside of our ethnic group. You guys can't say the same. You don't have a history of doing such. Nobody but us have that history. Stop.
For an identity.
Look at the disrespect.
I already
Watch
know
this.
who I am. I speak my involving
Watch
and
this.
looking for
fuck,
like
man?
earrings. I'm just saying people are evolving and looking for an identity. I already know who I am. I speak my language when I'm with my family. I don't need an African or Black month. I live it every day. Secondly, we have to respect the countries that we go to and the struggles of each and every group of Black people. So if you go to the Caribbean, you have to respect that.
Wait a minute.
And their history
Okay,
and
she
whatever.
just said She know her people. She don't have a lost identity. Blah blah blah. And then she said all black people. So how the fuck you black? What's the word in your language that you're black? Tell us that. Tell us how you say you're black, because we didn't caught out two Tezers last night who claim Vanu and the other Neum. We didn't call out two Tezers. One what Senegalese and the other one was Zimbabwean. Both of them lied and said Vanu. Both of them lied and said there was a word in their language that meant black people, and they lied. Vanu does not mean black people. It means our people, like their people as a collective, not black. And then Naum, another fake lying word that does not mean black people. Okay, so since you speak your language, tell us the word for black people in your language, so you can catch you in the fucking lie. You guys don't call yourself black, never.
And I don't share that history, so why would I even be involved in their own business? And I respect that. And so just don't think of Africans as one thing. It's a continent with
And
like
wait,
50
and when you
plus
come to
countries.
America, you do
Yeah,
the
you
same
respect.
thing for the black people here. You
Yes,
respect
I
our
respect.
culture.
We're a country
And
with
Queen, one
multiple
last thing,
regions
it's
that
never
act
been
different.
called.
Every region different.
Hold on, let me finish right quick. And Queen, it's never been called African American History Month. Never.
I
It's
understand, but some
always
people
been.
were wearing
Wait
dashikis
a
and
minute, I
having
don't
those.
care what they've been wearing. It's
Yeah, okay.
always been called Black History Month.
Negro Days. Okay.
As far as
Now, a woman who's talking about dashikis and African medallions, I'm sure she either got a wig on or I'm sure she don't have a dashiki on, by the way. I'm sure she's trying to look her best like a foundational black American. I'm sure she got the look of a foundational black American. I guarantee you, if she put her camera on, she looked the way we dress. I guarantee you. Okay, so that medallion you talking about, that was a phase that some folks did. That shit is gone. Everybody got that shit on today? That dashiki stuff, that was for a summer or two. Yo, what's that black dude? Yo, because I had a couple dashiki shirts. Yo, check this out. That was gone. Once that dude got blown up, remember that black guy got blown up by that robot they sent over there to blow his ass up? Remember him? Yeah, he had dashiki on. And he pretty much killed that look. Because if you had a dashiki on, they kind of like tag you with him, like, he might be one of them. Yeah. So that dude, he got blown up, and the dashiki shit blew up right along with him.
is being confused about people wearing dashikis.
He was the same guy that caused the FBI to knock on Tariq Nasheed's door because he was a follower of Tariq Nasheed. But nah, that dashiki thing blew up right along with his ass.
The African medallions and the Pan-African color flags back in the day, you were saying, DD.
It's not African American history or black history. It's
Oh, okay. Why are you so upset?
Yeah, Negro
Don't be
means
upset.
black. Negro means black.
Hey, moderators, get your moderators, bro.
The
Our
meaning of
ancestors
Negro is
fought for
black.
that. Our ancestors made Negro and black look good.
This
And we
is
made
where
color look good.
this is where my confusion comes in. I don't understand this level of anger. I don't get it. No one has disrespected anyone at this point. So why is there this much animosity in this conversation?
Yeah, hold on. So anytime y'all are just yelling and screaming and talking over each other, I'm gonna put it on Showtime. Y'all not gonna get my shit clipped. So
That's smart.
let's all go one at a time, you guys. I'm gonna take it all Showtime, but everybody go one at a time. I'm about to walk away from my phone. So if y'all could just act like adults and
illegal
rude as
immigrants.
fuck, please just, I get your passion, you're passionate. I'm not gonna call you angry, you're passionate, but like everybody just chill. I'm gonna take it off of Showtime. Go ahead, Omar, you were saying something though.
Yeah, that's the confusing part, and the reason it's confusing to me is because I know at this point, specifically at this point in time, with the limited amount of attention spans that people have, you cannot lead a conversation that's meant to bridge a gap or build communication with that much animosity. The tonality alone will shut down the ability for people to take in what's being said. Like you will increase the rate of cognitive fatigue when you approach a conversation that way. Are you here to deliver a message, or are you here to fight? If you're here to deliver a message, ramp it down a little bit so that you don't wear out the listener's mind before they can even hear your message. That's if you're here to deliver a message or bridge a gap.
I hear
Okay,
that,
no, I
but
agree
it's a
with
lot of
Yeah, and that's the confusion too. I'm not here to bridge a gap. I'm here to delineate and be on code with my family, man. I ain't here to bridge no goddamn gap.
I'm
passion.
gonna respond to T. Hey, bro, I'm just here to let these folks know, bro, motherfuckers tired of y'all. We tired of y'all. We tired of our government. We tired of y'all. Our government done used y'all
Who
as
is
fucking
y'all?
funds in the war against us, a psychic war against us. So we tired of y'all. And we
Who
don't use the
is y'all?
fucking
Let's get some
government to get rid of
specificity.
y'all. We don't have to fight y'all. And I
I'm
don't
Right.
talking
even have
about
to get
black
on here to raise
immigrants.
my voice with you, bro.
Right, but I'm
I don't.
No.
So hold on, let's get some specificity. Who is y'all?
No, he's not talking about black immigrants. He's talking about African immigrants. Okay, those who say they're African and they're immigrants. He's talking about you guys.
Who
They
is
know
y'all?
who they
Let
are.
us understand the faction.
That can't tie
I'm an
themselves to the
immigrant. I'm a
1865
black.
census. If you can't tie yourself back to the 1865 census, get your ass out of here, bro. Get out our country.
Oh,
bro.
you're on the ice. Okay, he's on a different plane. Go ahead, go ahead, John.
I'm a black immigrant.
No, you're
you
not.
know,
No,
I
you're
was
not.
born
You're
and
an
raised in
African
Africa.
immigrant.
I live in America. As I speak to you right now, I'm in Africa now.
Right. And you're an African. You're not black, bro.
Hold a U.S. passport. The fact that the constitution of the country that you live in can handle a citizenship to anybody.
Okay, so now this is erasure. Now he want to pretend that he's not over here because of our civil rights fight, our marches, our bus boycotts. He want to pretend that the American government just had a heart for dusty dog eating tethers, okay, and then you're allowed to come over here.
Comment section. It might not seem like it, but this right here is arguably the biggest dog market in Nigeria.
Okay, so he wants to pretend that America had a heart for these motherfuckers out of nowhere. You know what? Yeah, y'all can come. Stop, bro. And that's why the dude is overly passionate and crashing out on you, my guy. Erasure in real time.
In that we are all a unified people. You know, black Americans been through hell. We all know that they've been through hell. You know, but we are trying to merge this, you know, a modern day black or a modern day Negro to understand that there's not the difference between a black American, there's not the difference between black Somali, even though we have cultures that
What?
Yeah, he said some dumb shit.
but we are one people. That is what we have to teach the younger generation.
That's what he talking about.
You know,
He
but
tired
because
of them.
In Ghana, where I
Okay,
live,
that's
do you
cool.
know
You're
how?
tired
Do
of
you know
him.
how?
I'm gonna let him finish, but I'd like to hear about it. But
Let me learn, please.
You don't
how
land.
Ghanaians hail black Americans in Ghana. Black Americans are the only people who come here and they get automatic citizenship. They get a land. They give it to them free of charge. They don't do anything. If a
Hold on. Okay, family, he's lying. We all know that no black. Okay, you trying to tell me people in Black America who are struggling for housing, who's on crack, can't fight their addiction, they're allowed and got free of charge, my guy. Homeless on the streets, barely making it, 19 goddamn felonies, never gonna get a job. You're trying to tell me those people are allowed, and just stop it, bro. You guys are trying to be a fake brain gang country. You want people with money, not even education. You want people with money. You want to know our bank account, our routing number. You want to know our account number, my guy. That's what your country wants before we can step foot over there and seek residence. Stop lying. Discuss it. I stopped it because my computer froze. All right, let's go back. Lying ass.
free of charge. They don't do anything. If an African come to the US,
you know how many horror stories going
Baby,
Someone keeps intentionally muting me and only me.
If well, you see, the five fingers are not the same. But in America, there are people who are bad. But one of my good experience in my life
He's never gonna
happened to
stop.
me in America. I'm married to a black American woman. I have 3 children with her. May her soul rest in peace. And she's the best thing that happened to my life. So if somebody
his little tether relationship. All right, dude, stop.
Citizenship.
If somebody stands somewhere and says something bad about black American, I will be there to defend and say that no, they are all not the same. You know, but sometimes it looks like if you're a black immigrant, people look like, oh, you guys are coming, you know, destroy our culture. Unless a moron.
You're being very contradicting. You just said
Hold
that.
on, I
that was
think
pretty fair, but
diaspora.
diaspora theory is trying to get in there.
Diaspora is trying to, you know.
Thank
Go ahead.
you guys.
You can talk.
Thank you, John.
I think
I agree with you.
It's disingenuous to try and force every person or group of peoples that possess melanin to adhere to this ideology. We're all one people. We are not, and that is okay. And saying that, making that distinction does not equate to I don't want to be your friend. I do not want to foster a natural relationship with you. I don't want to foster an organic relationship with you, but to try to force upon all types of different people just because we all possess melanin, just to remind everyone, race is an indoctrination. It's a theory that was indoctrinated, right? So the fact that race even exists, this concept of black racially, is a white supremacist ideology, right? And so it is not meant to be an offense to say we are all our own different peoples. And I also think for an African to say, oh, we're all one people is extremely disingenuous when on the continent, y'all do not get along and you all have the same phenotype. So to come over here and be like, oh, we all the same, that doesn't fly. That doesn't work out for you on the continent.
Okay, so now they're about to lie and talk over. See, that's why the moderator is like full of shit. No control. Nobody listens to her. People cut in when they want. Normally the tethers. But when the Foundation of Black American cut in and crashed out, they cut them off immediately. Both of them were cutting in like she's lying. Like, yo, y'all don't get along on the continent of Africa. Oh, yes, we do. You got unity. We got African power. Okay, so why are y'all so tribal? Why aren't y'all under one banner?
The same phenotype does not make you one people on the continent. Y'all fighting amongst each other to this same very day. Nigeria got the eye up in Sokoto State. Okay, Nigeria kicked out Ghana. Ghana want to kick out Igbo. The South Africa kicking out foreign nationals every single day and don't want them at the hospitals. They send them to the back of the line if you're a foreign national in South Africa. So this idea you trying to preach to people 3,000 miles away that you've never talked to, had contact with, or perceived interest in for the past 400 years comes off extremely disingenuous. And when people point that out, you want to take it as an offense. I don't buy it.
As an African girl, I'm telling you that I agree with you in terms of we cannot act like all Africa is one and then come to another new world and act like we are one too. I am just telling you, there are people who happen to be Black Americans who will be okay with immigrants coming from Europe, Asia, India, whatever, but then they become very upset when someone Black comes in. And there are Africans who come to America and pretend to be a Black American by looking like they have all those hip hop stuff. That's not my culture. I do not celebrate that. I can appreciate it. I can look at it like I look at a Picasso painting, but that's not me. Okay, when I go to the application to go to university, I put my race is other, East African, Somali.
Thank you.
I didn't put African American or Black or any of the stuff that is in those boxes because I do not identify with any of them. We come to this country. If we stayed, we stayed. If we went somewhere, we have somewhere else to go. I'm okay with that. And please do not act like we want to be something else other than what we really are. Thank you.
I want to make a point of correction and I'll land quick. I'll land quick since that was in response to me. I'll land quick. I just want to make a point of correction.
Hold on, guys. It's the host. Hold on, guys. It's the host. All right.
Can I clarify something real quick?
Yeah,
Address something to me.
John wants to clarify something. Then diaspora can go. Then y'all figure it out.
Okay,
I'm
see.
finna go eat. So, no, I said John can go. Go ahead.
Go,
John, take
John.
a seat.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, host.
Yeah.
Hey,
See,
host. You need
if
to mod
if
up equal powers. One of your mods playing games.
No, well,
hello.
okay. Well, Omar, you have. I tried to mod you, but you don't follow me. You gotta follow me back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I
Go
go
ahead,
now?
John. Yeah. Go ahead.
See, if somebody say we are all one people,
That's a lie.
there's a breakdown to that concept. One people doesn't mean that I'm coming to take your culture or I want to act like you or I want you to act like me. One
Yeah,
people,
it's a
like
lie.
us in nation, the way we all have our various lifestyle, our various belief, and when it's time to vote, we all decide to vote for one party as a unit to win an election. That is what I'm talking about, as in one people, as black, the new generation of black people. That is the unity that I'm trying to talk about. I'm not talking about you
But
people
John,
try to be
Hold
like
on. Let
me.
him finish. Y'all gotta let him. Hold on. Let him.
No,
Let him
y'all not
finish.
about to
I'm not trying to
use
say that. Hold on.
us.
I'm not trying to say you have to be like me.
Bruh.
You have to. I'm trying to say that I'm the same like you. That is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about consciousness. Come together as one people and win together. That is what we are
Okay.
talking. We're not talking about
Okay.
somebody, because you mentioned Africa. Remember that in Africa, the country that you're saying they are fighting among themselves is a group of people who are influenced the bad seeds. There are good African countries that when you go there, there's peace over there. They are not fighting among themselves. There are some people who are just crazy, like everywhere else that you go. There's bad people everywhere. So if you're going to group and say, oh, you go here, it doesn't work like that. You have now, we are trying to make a new face of the newer generation to understand that we are one unit. Because when they cut your skin right now, you're going to bleed blood. Whether you are Asian, whether you are
Oh my
American, whether you are
God.
Ethiopian, we are one
Go
people.
tell
That is
your
what
All
I
right,
mean.
guys.
All
All
right,
right, guys. Let
pause
me
there. Let
pause. Yeah.
diaspora go.
Go tell
Thank you,
your
Diaspora
Omar.
African
was up
people
next.
that.
I got you.
All right, Omar. I'm about to go eat and feed my grandma real quick. I'm only gonna be gone for like 15 minutes, but
That work. That
all
work.
right. You're
I'll be quick. A few things Dee Dee said. Well, actually, just one thing Dee Dee said. I want to make a point of correction, and
I want to go next.
it's the idea that Black Americans don't hold any other group accountable, any other Asian group, any other white. Saying YT people is crazy. The fact that you can be in America is proof that Black Americans hold YT people accountable. So I just want to make a point of correction on that. You made a statement, something along the lines of, oh, why do Black Americans focus on Black immigrants but don't hold it to any other immigrant community? That is categorically and historically false. I don't know if you remember the whole C-19 fiasco. The whole Asian group was trying to blame C-19 on Black Americans, and they stuck it to them the whole 2020. Okay, and the fact any George Floyd. Do I really have to list everything? So to try and make the idea or assert the idea that Black Americans don't stick it to nobody else is crazy. But to what John is saying here. Listen, Africans come into this country and do the exact opposite of everything you just stated. So I understand the
You need to
ideal
use
and the
some
fantasy
African,
of it all.
some.
We let you finish. We let you
Hold
finish.
on. You gotta
We
let her
let you
finish.
finish. I
Hey,
understand the ideal and the fantasy of it all, but we have to work in reality.
that tether can't compose his bullshit at all, yo. They cooking that fake one unity bullshit. Stop, bro. That shit's so tired and old, man.
And what reality shows us. It's not just a couple bad seeds. When you have millions upon millions upon millions of people voluntarily leaving their country, their homeland, their familiarity, their food, their family, picking up their whole life, moving 3,000 miles away to the country that's a descendant of the people that colonized you in the first place. People don't leave their country for no reason. It's just not a couple bad seeds. It's a whole infrastructure and ideology among Africans that makes Africa the way it is and why people want to leave Africa. Okay, so it's not just a couple bad seeds. And the last thing I want to land on is that, actually, I'll land there.
Okay, you said something, and I
What?
really
I said,
apologize because
Hold
what I
on. Let
meant,
Soul
what I
let
meant,
Soul go because
what I
he ain't
meant.
spoke. Hold on, Queen.
Hey,
Hold on.
they be crashing out when we don't accept that unity bullshit. That we all one people, we all bleed black. Once we reject that, they crash out, all of them. Tether knew revenue when he comes over here, and when he learned he ain't black. Oh my God, my man went crazy. Him and Jamaican Dream spent like a whole month trying to come up with an argument to refute that. Came over here, tested out, got cooked on the fly. Like these guys are brainstorming with each other. As a third tether, the CIA agent, the guy. They all came together. CIA, I think he got it. Yeah, CIA, something like that. His name. They all was brainstorming using AI, trying to Google an argument that could defeat that somehow they're black. They came over here, family, and I'm just freestyle fucking them up. I'm like, nah. Look, can I read my Google AI? Go. See, it said that. I said, I guarantee you asked the question wrong. I said, yo, read the question back to me. Huh? Read the question back to me. The question matter of fact, share your screen. I want to see it. Now I don't trust you. Oh, you see? Look at the question you asked him. No. Go back and type this. I'm talking about in real time, family. This dude, Revenue, typed it in there, press enter, and it said, Black Americans are the only people who are black in the sense of an ethnonym, an ethno-political term that in all of our society, we use black to describe that it belongs to us. Black Panthers, Black Wall Street, Free Blacks, Black Love, Black Economics, Black Banks, Black Love, you dig? Black culture, Black hip hop, and yes, Black history. We use black to say to claim ownership in all our affairs. That's how you know it's a Black American thing when we call it with if whatever name we have for it, if we attach black to it, it's ours. Black astronauts, Black this, Black writer, Black rapper. You already know that's a Black American thing. That's our trademark. Our trademark is black. That was a trademark without filing it. We use the trademark black. Well, we use black as a trademark without even trademarking it. Black Wall Street, A.G. Gaston was known as the Black Titan. You dig? Black. Black and proud. All through our society, family, we use black. We use black when it comes to history, Black history, and black music, Black and proud. Just name it. Black writer, you dig? And even his speech. Everything is centered around black.
Let Soul go real quick.
Hold on.
I don't want to mute y'all, but I'm telling y'all, Soul is going next. It's not a discussion. Soul is next. He asked.
So my thing is, we need to start understanding the world. So they tell us that black people been on this globe for 250,000 years. They say white skin only came around 10 to 5,000 years ago, right? So since the beginning of time, people have been warring with each other. So if we were all the same people, we should have been living in, black people should have been living in peace before the white tea people came here, but that's not what was happening. What was happening was
there was no white tea people 200 million years ago, my guy. And there were no black people 200 million years ago. Black people, we officially started in 1960, my guy. There were nobody called black as a people before 1960. Okay? Everybody now has been calling themselves for the black starting about 10 years ago when Adolf said we're disaggregating reparations only for American descendants of slavery. That's when everybody became black. Or that's when people started to become black. And then a term approached, an acronym of 3 letters, FBA. Then people really started scrambling to be black. So Adolf made people to reconsider who knew they weren't and always rejected that term. They reconsidered, but when FBA hit the scene, they were panicking, running around, complaining, crying, and they all started to run towards black. And now, in 2026, none of them will say they're African, Jamaican, Trinidadian. They all would just say I'm black, flat out, just black.
Different tribes and different people were warring against each other before white tea people came with this global domination. So now in 2026, since 1500, since they for global domination for the white man. Whenever he went all across the world and colonized everybody, now the white man, racist white man who see us all the same, put us in one category. We gonna listen to him and say we're the same people, even though we have different mindsets, different backgrounds, different cultures. We don't even align on a lot of things. That ain't gonna do nothing but hinder all of us trying to force something that is not there and has never been there. We need to start recognizing we are different people. We can still be coexistence. We can still do business, but we need to recognize we are different people with different histories and different ideologies.
Okay, can I say something
At this
to
point,
the
it's
lady?
disrespectful.
To the lady, yes, you're right. I'm here because Black American or Negro Americans, they did the civil right thing, and that's something they've done. But what I was talking about, however, what I was talking about is this people who call African people tethers. Okay, these are people who actually are Black, and they say
No,
they're
don't worry
Indians,
about that.
and
Don't worry
that's
about
not.
that. Don't worry about that. Just know that you're lying, and you're a tether for sure. We call you a tether. We don't call all Africans a tether. We call tethers of Africa tethers. Okay? The tether class we call tethers, not all Africans. But tethers do lie, and that's all they do is lie.
My fault, and it's not something I care about. And they say this and they say that and they say they're Moors. These are the people I'm talking about, not you, not someone
No,
who
because I
is
am one
just
of
me.
those people. So you is talking about
Okay,
me, and that's the
Yeah.
disrespect
well,
right
And you
there.
moving
You
well,
the
just said you don't
goalposts
care.
anyway.
You just
I'm
said
not
you don't
I'm
care.
not
hold
I'm
on.
not a
Point of
Tether.
clarity for y'all. Let me ask a question because she brought up something. She specifically factioned off the group of people who use the word tether, and if I'm not mistaken, and you all are absolutely free to cure my ignorance, tether is an insult. So if you are acknowledging that that is an insult, and she's exclusively talking about people who insult continental Africans,
But you don't have to be an
what
African to
prob
be a
what
tether,
do
bro.
we have?
You
I
don't.
know that is
They
that
use it
a
on
respectable
Africans.
term to offer to somebody? Is that a respectable moniker?
I don't think
Then when
tether
someone
is an
say
insult.
No.
White
I need a
people
yes,
yes
have
or
a
no.
white
I need a
tether.
yes or no on that. Is
But you
that
can have a white
is that
tether.
a
See,
moniker
this
of
is the
respect?
thing. We just sorting, we weeding out the bullshit
Queen, I'm
in
gonna come
our
back to
own
you. Hold
people,
on.
in our own.
I take it as an insult, so take it that way.
Okay,
The
pause
Well,
right there.
definition.
Pause
What's
right
the
there.
definition?
I'm just because it's not a term. I only know it because of the movie. I think Us. So or they whatever Jordan Peele's movie was. So if someone has another definition that offers some level of respect for this term, let us hear it. But
So
if
who
I'm
was the
not
white? Who was
mistaken,
the
it is
tether in
meant
the
to
movie then,
disrespect
bro?
someone.
I have a question for the
Hold on,
diaspora
John.
theory.
It's
Hold
it's a
on.
great way
it's
to
basically
Because
describe.
presented as a black.
I've only heard Americans use it. So
I'm gonna tell you
I
what
need
it
Exactly.
someone
So,
is.
tell
so
us what it
It's
means.
immigrants are tethers,
basically
Yeah.
but not
presented
all
as a
immigrants
black
are tethered.
American with a whole different ideology, like I was speaking about, that's undermining black Americans, the original black Americans. That's what a
Yeah.
tether really is.
So something similar
No,
to
no,
calling
no.
somebody a
That's not what
coconut.
it
You
is,
brown on
No,
the
man.
that's
outside,
what
but you white on
Queen
the inside.
described.
Something along those lines. But it is disrespectful. The reason I paused us is because she's talking specifically about.
Okay, now look, yeah, these be those thirsty, ugly niggas that hear a woman's voice and be so desperate and lonely at home. Oh, that's a sister. Yo, that was going on with these guys with Hillary X Banks. Like the dudes in the chat who claim to be FBA and they Indians, whatever. These guys were so in love with her picture, her videos, that they letting this tether just disrespect them. I'm looking like, yo, so y'all like her, so now she gets to just run all over y'all? Like, yeah, y'all wild. And the same thing going on right now. This is some other lady talking, and my man is like, oh, yo, that's disrespectful. That she just misrepresented the word tether. He fell for the rage bait. Yo, yeah, disrespectful term. It's like coconut, white on the inside, brown outside. What are you talking about, man? And I even know what coconut mean. Thank you. Now I know what coconut mean. I never knew that shit. I heard these guys say it all the time, but I never knew what coconut mean. Thank you for that. But that ain't what kind of. Yeah, I mean it's kind of like coconut, but we're not calling everybody a tether. It's an action. You got to do an action. You got to be disrespect. You know what's crazy? The disrespect is the action the man is doing, who we call a tether. Disrespect is the woman's action, who we're calling a tether. We're identifying the disrespectful immigrant to black Americans in general. So, dude, if we're calling somebody tether, that means that we're saying they're disrespectful to the entire lineage. How do you flip that on us? How do you flip that? How do you flip that back on us, man? Can't make this up.
About those people, and again, that's another one of those scenarios. You cannot say that you're attempting to bridge any kind of gap, offer any kind of community, create any kind of road or pathway for communication if you start the conversation with tether. You can't do that.
How is our fault when they come into our land? They come into our country.
How's what your fault?
But hold
be specific.
Okay, how is them acting as tethers our fault? That ain't our fault.
You're asking me. Hold on, y'all. He asked me a question, John.
Because I'm
Hold on.
talking to you, bro. This is the disrespect what we don't like, fam. When they come here and they accept the term down and they know they not this, bro. When they accept the term and try to identify themselves as a self-identifier, not as truth. They identify themselves as black, man, and it's not fair. And they can be taken as disrespect. That's why we call them tethers. It can really get to a certain point with us where hey, bro, a lot more shit can go on. But
okay, so I'm trying to understand. So that was going to be a question I waited until the host got back to, so that I could rejoin the panel as a conversationalist as opposed to a mod. But what is it that we're losing? I'm asking that specifically to Scooby. What is it that we lose? Now, I told you, as far back as I can trace, my folks been in North Carolina, and I've experienced everything that this country has to offer a black man, and I've still managed to create an okay life for myself and my children. Right. So what is it that they are robbing, quote unquote, us of that makes everyone this angry?
Good question.
Because
the people. Go ahead.
It's our identity. It's our identity that they're robbing us over, and they're not necessarily robbing us. They just playing a major pivotal part in the white man's like mind game on us.
What does that look like? Tell me what that. So you can. Yeah, I was saying you can jump in there. What is?
For you know that Jasmine Court, what's that name? Jasmine Cornelius down there in Florida, the Florida Black Caucus representative. That's a Haitian, but she represents as Black American. She's a self-identified Black American, right? Now that is one of the main things that we need to fucking get up out of here, bro. And that ain't even an African, that's a Haitian. So that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. It ain't just them. They just catching the bad end of the stick because they jumping in front of the motherfucking gun right now. That's
exactly. So let me break it down to you. So
I'm gonna
let. Hold on. So John, you go after West down at the bottom. So Soul, you go, then West, you go after him.
So
can I go?
So picture YT supremacist,
go after West.
Right?
You third in line.
If you was a YT supremacist, right? I'm gonna tell you how they benefit off of flat blackness, right? So you got these immigrants who live in a hostile environment they're trying to get away from. They come over here and they feel like it's paradise. So if I'm a YT supremacist with power or a government, I will use these people with the green card because I'm waving in front of your face. You don't do what I say, you got to go back. Or I'm gonna make your family go back. You get what I'm saying? So now you have to push the agenda that I want you to push. You get what I'm saying? So they use these black immigrants as a weapon.
Let me ask you, because I deal in specificity. What policies do continental Africans come over here? I get it. They come over and cosplay as Black Americans. Got it. I understand that motive. What policies do they push that harm us?
Really, a lot of policies.
Nothing.
When you go through,
Can I answer?
Let me take this question.
Hold on, John. So, John, hold on. You go after West specifically. So, if you don't have any specificity for me, I'm a defer to diaspora.
I mean, I'm gonna go to reparations.
You got something specific? Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna just go straight to reparations because that's one of the biggest ones and one of the clearest ones. So, if you look at everybody who's against reparations in the caucus, majority of them people are Black immigrants, and this is how YT supremacists actually benefit from
African
blackness.
Stop calling them the flat. Listen, you're assisting the flat blackness by calling them black. They're not black. Like once that's made clear they're not black, then there's no more flat blackness. There's just blackness. You just shrink it. That's what delineation means. We're shrinking. We're shrinking. We're carving out everybody who was attached to us who doesn't belong there. So now we're gonna shrink it further. We're what's the fractional reducing terms? What's the fractional term for that? We're breaking it down to the lowest term. You dig? Yeah, you feel me? We're breaking it down to the lowest term.
they can use these people, because if you understand what's going on with Africa, you know they're using other Africans to go against Africans. And that's the same thing they're doing here. So I don't see why people don't understand the concept. When it's happening on the continent, everybody understands that. But when it happened in our neighborhoods and on this continent, people act like that it don't happen or it's impossible. This is the same tactic they're using on the continent that they're doing in our community. The flat blackness as a whole is only going to hurt Black Americans in this country, because we know the people with the power are the YT people. They always have a different agenda. So when you look at he was talking about damn, I can't think of the politician's name, but just
Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, even that Jasmine
No,
Crockett.
the Florida
You look at
state
her.
representative of the Black Caucus. In
I know
Florida,
who you was
she's the
talking
Haitian.
about. Yeah, the Haitian, but I'm talking
Sheila.
about
Her name is Sheila, bro. My bad.
Jasmine
Her
Crockett.
name Sheila. No.
It's starting to be more and
Her
more
name's Sheila, fam.
evident. Jasmine Crockett came from a good home, a good background. Why do you speak like that? Because even Black Americans who
lowest
come from
common
that background
denominator.
don't speak like that. It's a reason
Thank you.
she's speaking like that, so we can think she's one of
LCD.
us.
You know what's
And we
funny?
can watch these people
You know what's
do
funny?
stuff that's really undermining us. Like
As I was thinking about the term, I thought about LCD, and I actually said it in my head, but for some reason it didn't register. Thank you.
All immigrants, even though it's putting us at the bottom, even though Dr. Claude Anderson warned us about what was going to happen, and it's happened exactly how he said it in the 70s and 80s.
Go ahead, Wes.
Hold on.
Damn, I didn't forgot all the shit I'm telling you.
Wait, let me pause it. So, Datis, are you FBA? Same question for Castle. I just want to know if you're FBA. You dig? Yeah, these people.
Too much damn
it's okay.
explaining to these people and they don't listen. But I'm gonna go back to what Queen was saying, because I'm more direct. You know, she said that why do blacks focus on other blacks more than other people? You answered your own thing. You said that they come over here acting like us. The YTs don't.
Right. Yeah, they be telling on themselves and then act retarded when we highlight it. Hey, yo, Douglas Lattimore, thank you for the super chat. The lineage love is in the building, even late night. He says reparations. We've been on for a little while now. We're 5 hours. It seemed like 10 hours. But he says reparations and delineation break down to the common denominator. Exactly. And slip in that gatekeeping black thing. You dig? That's the true lowest common denominator. You got to add in black, because if you just go with delineation and reparations, because a lot of us are allow them to call themselves black. Got to take that. That is adding to the confusion. Once you take black from them, and it's easy, just have a conversation, just show how they're not black, which I do very easily. Borrow my shit. None of these guys come over here proud to be black after I get done talking to them. Like, they'd be proud to be African after a while. Okay. So once they realize they're not black, and they definitely not black like us, that's when it becomes more easier to have a conversation with them, because now they're no longer saying they're black, and if they're not black, they're not part of black history. They're not part of any black entitlement. They no reparations, no resources, no money for black people.
Don't do that. The other people don't do that. Yes, they do their thing, and we on their heads too. But how much more you got somebody with your costume on saying I'm them, and over there doing dumb shit. I was looking on the FBI.gov database over the crime stats. We lumped in with them. Black and
That's a fact. So when revenue came over here, and see how they can be black and not be black. That's why it's important to take the stance. I'm saying LCD. I'm gonna start using that too. The LCD. Revenue. Hold on, James Parker. Go on mute for a second. Revenue had James. You gotta go on mute, bro. I can hear your background. Okay. Mute your YouTube screen. However you're watching this, phone, iPad. Just mute your YouTube. So Tether knew, right? Revenue. He's black when he want to be, when he could benefit, but when it doesn't benefit him, he's not black. So he was trying to one up me, and he was trying to read the black stat to me. No, I'm sorry. He was trying to read the black unemployment, some negative stat he was trying to read to me. Yeah, look, you blacks are doing this, and look at the immigrants. So I let him finish. I said, family, I'm about to embarrass this guy. So once he was done, I said, Revenue, you do know in that black stat, you do know you're in there, right? So I said, so the reason why the crime is so high is possibly because you're in there. And the reason why the wages so low, the annual wages so low, is probably because you're in there, my guy. All right, but James Paul, you come mute now.
How do you do, sir? Firstly,
I'm great, man.
I would like to thank you for your efforts to enhance Black people in general, particularly foundational Black Americans.
Oh yeah.
The primordial beings that lived on this planet were Black people. Today, we are all variants of those people. We as foundational Black Americans are a distinct variance from the primordial people. There are many peoples that can say they are Black, but only foundational Black Americans can say that we are foundational Black Americans. Black History Month, that's something that we should tweak and have it be foundational Black American Month. I can never tell another Black person whose evidence has the same type of melanin or melanization in their being that they are not Black. They can say they're
James,
not
hold
Black.
on. Wait, James, hold on. With that logic, do you look at Panamanian people as Black?
We circumnavigated this planet.
James
ago. Yes.
Okay, James, stop babbling and just answer my question. I'm trying to get your logic. All right. Okay, cool. Wait, no. I want to follow you. I want to make sure that you're consistent with your logic. You said melanin is the marker of who is the identifier who's Black. So I want to name a couple different ethnic groups to see if you're consistent with that. That's all. Are Dominicans Black?
They are.
Are Dominicans Black?
Okay. There are some Dominicans that are evident that they can be considered Black, like us.
No.
I just answered the question, brother. I mean,
No. Stop, bro. Stop the ethnic groups to see if your logic is going to be consistent. I don't think it's going to be, and already you're struggling. So listen, I'm asking you by your own definition, your own ruler. I'm asking you about how your standard. I'm not giving you mine. I'm asking about, my standard is consistent as fuck. Yours is shaky. So back to this. Are melanated Dominicans Black?
To me, man.
Okay. Look, you trying to crash out. Get the fuck off. I don't know why y'all think y'all entitled to my platform. You dig? Get out of here, James. See, and that's how it normally happens, family. Like, these guys, they come on here, they call everybody Black, and they had this fake standard that's shaky. So I asked about Panamanians. You know, a lot of them are dark skinned. So I knew he would say they're Black in a jiffy. I just asked about Dominicans. Sorry, Bob, because y'all know what's coming next. Red Native Americans, the dark ones, are they Black? Are Mexicans, are melanated Mexicans Black, Bob? What about Colombians? So what he's going to do is say the whole fucking planet is Black, basically, but white people. That's where we're coming to next. He's going to say everybody's Black, but white people. James, get the fuck out of here, my guy. You're not entitled to my platform. I know you're going to be shaky because people already tried that. And then I asked, he want to start battling. Bro, it's yes or no. I want to get to the next ethnic group. I know your standard going to fall. It's going to flop. And it flopped at the second ethnic group I named. Panamanians, yeah, they're Black. But Dominicans, they could be, now they could be qualified as Black. Wait a minute. You just said melanin was the standard of Blackness. Dominicans are as dark as anybody on this planet. Some of them. And now all of a sudden, yeah, get the fuck out of here, dude. That psychobabble stuff, primordial bullshit. And look, I when look, dude, get out of here. Like, primordial bullshit, dude. Your shit flip flop like a buck. Now look, now I would love somebody calling for me and ask me about my standing. My stand is consistent. Only foundational Black Americans are Black. Nobody else is. Period. That's see how easy my shit is. So if somebody say, "Yo, Ron, is so and so Black? Are they foundational Black American?" No. Yes. That's just that. Yeah. What's up, Chad?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yo, my wife is Dominican.
Okay.
And if you ask her if she's Black, she'll tell you yes.
Got you. Okay.
Matter of fact, I'll even go further. We both did a DNA test together.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, her DNA test is 98% African.
Now watch
Mine
this.
was. Go ahead.
Okay, now what was yours?
It was in the 70s, bro.
All right. So now listen. So now what we're saying is that African don't equate to Black.
Yes, we
Okay?
all know that. We all know.
Right. So people, even her, people who have a large portion of African DNA, they mistakenly use Black interchangeable with African, and they're not. African is African and Black is Black. Just like white is not interchangeable with European. You know, we don't say white
American.
Europeans. Right. So yeah, exactly. So like we don't say white Europeans. We say European.
No,
right?
I was go ahead.
Right. So I'm trying to say this. So just because somebody say there's something, it doesn't mean they are, because you got to ask them, in what sense are you white? In what sense are you Igbo? Or what sense are you Black? And then they got to answer. Now that's the question that they struggle with when you ask them, in what sense are you Black? Because now their answer is going to let us know they're not Black. Because if you say, hey, I'm Black because I'm African, Africans aren't Black. Africans are African. Because Black and African is not interchangeable. If it was interchangeable, right? If Black and African were interchangeable, then when we say we're foundational Black Americans, then we're actually saying we're foundational Black Africans or we're foundational African Americans. And we're not saying that. We're saying we're not African in that sense because our ethnogenesis is based in America, not Africa, right? So we're American in that sense. And Blackness has nothing to do with melanin. Prince don't got no melanin, that nigga. Okay? And he is as foundation Black American anybody as jet Black.
Also, another one I tell people is look at Flavor Flav. How Black is Flavor Flav? But he's
Haitian Black.
Yeah, but he's connected to the indigenous people of Long Island. But a lot of people don't know that.
Okay.
So people gonna tell me that there wasn't a lot of dark-skinned people over here before Columbus got here?
No, that's that. I don't think nobody disagree with that. So like, yeah, I don't think nobody disagree with that. I think people are caught up on the way Black Americans have historically used Black. Like, for example, bro, we say Black Wall Street. How is a street Black? How is a booming economy in a particular location of a neighborhood Black? So we don't use Black. How do you have a melanated street? We say Black Reconstruction. How do you got a melanated Reconstruction? Right? How when we say Black banks, how do you have a melanated bank? So that's just more evidence that we don't use Black interchangeable with melanin. We use Black as a experience. So I keep playing so many clips of us using Black in way before ADOS and FBA in 2007, and even 1989 when Jesse Jackson was part of the erasure of blackness and calling us African American.
African American.
Right. So I show roundtable debates at that point of Black Americans saying they're not African American and they reject that term and they rather just be called Black. Like they don't want to be called something new.
But also, I wish I could have had a camera in the room when my wife announced to her family that she's 98% African, like she had 98% African DNA. How quiet that room got. Because before that, I'm Taino. And I'm this, I'm that. And we found out most of them, they're all 98% African, bro.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say. You got light Haitians, right? You got a lot of like most Haitians are dark skinned, but I ran into light skinned Haitians, like really like red bone Haitians. But they're Haitian. Like they're not Haitian because they're not dark. So like people are called by their nation name, their nationhood, and it's not skin based. Like nobody on this planet is something because of their skin. There are something because every nation you could bring up, I guarantee you, there's an albino within them somewhere, and that person is still what they are. So nobody's nation is based on nobody's ethnicity is based on skin color. Everybody ethnicity. That's why you got in Dominican Republic, don't you got light ones and dark ones, and you got ones that look like they white.
Yeah.
In Puerto Rico, you got Kodo, right? Light skinned dude. You got darker ones like Trinidad, and one's darker than him. What's the guy? What's the New York Giant dancing ass receiver name? Cruz.
Victor
You know, he was
Cruz.
doing like the look. Yeah, there you go. Dark as hell. Puerto Rican. I met him. I met his sister.
He ain't that dark.
Hey, bro. Hey,
because I know
chat,
Puerto
relax.
Ricans darker than him.
Chat. Listen, you didn't finish me. You didn't finish. Let me go. I
Oh,
met
my
his
bad,
sister.
pardon.
His sister used to bowl with us in New Brunswick, bro. His sister is dark as fuck. Okay, she looks like she can be foundational. Like she got, you know, you would never guess, or Haitian or something else. You would never guess she's Puerto Rican. But his sister he's dark. His sister is darker. All right. So, but now I balled a Puerto Rican dude that looked like he's white. Like I would have never guessed he was Puerto Rican. But he was white, and you know a lot of them don't want to be called white, so they'll make it known, hey, I'm Puerto Rican. You know, and I'm not white. I'm Puerto Rican. So you got a lot of people that do that. Like, nah, I know I look white, but I'm not. I'm Puerto Rican. You dig? So my thing is like nobody's labeled after their skin color on this planet. Everybody's labeled after the name they chose for their particular ethnic group. And Black Americans, we just so happen to choose a color for our ethnic group, but the color is not symbolic of our skin color.
No, you're 100% correct. Because I have cousins with blonde hair and blue eyes, and God forbid you call them anything other than black. If you call them anything other than black, they'll be ready. They'll be ready to kill you.
Right. Yeah, I can imagine.
you're
Yeah,
100% correct.
because people you got like look how many foundation Black American women passed for white at the height of Jim Crow. Look how many foundation Black American men passed for white, like literally passed for white, but never was, but always identified as black, but they passed for white, like to to escape whatever, they passed for white. So that happens, but people know they're not white.
Matter of fact, I could tell you a story of my great grandmother. When she moved to Plainfield, New Jersey in the early 1900s. Excuse me. With her first husband, when they used to drive down south, and this is why when we drive down south, we always stop at the Maryland house as a tradition. Like it's just something that's in us. When she used to drive down south with her first husband before she met my great grandfather, they would have to stop since my great grandmother looked almost white. She would have to sit in the back, and her first husband, you'd have to put a chauffeur cap on, and then they would continue driving down to South Carolina so they wouldn't get their car shot up because they thought if she was riding in the front, it was a white woman riding with a black man.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, right. So, yeah, like it was that serious. Like, and that was taboo at that time. So you got some explaining to do. You did if they catch you like that. And matter of fact, you might not even get a chance to explain with certain whites. Like they're gonna react just on how you look.
Yeah,
And
the first time they
they
did it,
burn
they
it.
got their car shot up, and then that's when they devised that strategy. Because yes,
Mm-hmm.
you're right. You might not get a chance to explain, like, oh, this is a black
Right.
woman.
Right. They looking like, sure, nigga. Get your ass about it, man. If we do something bad to you, bruh, that's a black woman,
Exactly.
man. You don't take your ass back to your husband. You don't take your ass back where you go, where you belong, in your place, nigga.
Oh, but speaking of which, did you see that video I sent you earlier?
Yeah, I seen. Well, I didn't get a chance to watch it. I've been live the whole time, so I took a look at it briefly. But the Django, right?
Oh no, no, not that one, not that one. Where it was a Haitian girl. She was on the Daily Wrap Up crew, and then
Oh yeah, I think I did. Yeah, okay, I remember now. Yeah, I probably gotta. Damn,
yeah, I wanted
I
you to
probably.
touch on that. That's why I sent it to you.
All right, hold
Where
on.
and then there was a light skinned Haitian girl
I
where
told
she
you,
said,
I'll be like.
"Dirty Black American." Yo, chat.
She said that.
Yeah. Yo, chat. Yo. Y'all saw that? Reference that video. I thought I
All right,
sent it
let
to
me.
you. I may have not.
Maybe I do got that because all I remember is the last one, the Django one. You probably did.
If you didn't reference that one, I know you didn't
Okay.
see it, so I probably forgot to send it to you.
Or, well, maybe you did. I mean, like, I do so much, bro. Listen, let me tell you, man. Like, I've been researching. Like, if I got 47 pages of new research I never heard before, and like, I even got research breaking down the music industry, like how shady it is, and they're using AI. Like, yeah. So I'm do that tonight. I'm gonna do something a little different tonight. Yeah. So now, y'all wouldn't fathom that like most of my day every day is researching and then reaffirming. And don't forget, I watch a lot of videos where they're debating, so I do a lot of fact checking on that. So a lot of my day is composed of researching. But yes, I think I did see that Haitian one. I'll double check. Let me my phone at. Yeah, my phone. I'm using my phone all day, so the battery's like on
Yeah,
super duper
yes,
low.
Alexis Berry. Yes, you hit it on the head. Yeah, that one with a Haitian license girl called this dirty black American,
My
and the
phone, my
Daily
damn app.
Wrapped Up.
It did what?
Nah, she said dirty black Americans, and then the Daily Wrapped Up crew. They checked her on that.
Yeah, hold on. Nah, I don't see it. Wait. Okay, wait. I
Nah,
think I did. You said, did you read? Wait, hold on. You said, did you? Yes. Wait,
nah.
no.
I
This is
must have
Black
forgot to
Panthers.
send it to you. I done. I must
Yeah,
have
yeah. No,
forgot
I
to.
didn't get it. Yeah, I didn't get it. You
All
didn't
right,
send it because I
all right,
see
all right,
Django and I see Black Panther thing with Fred
all
Hampton.
right, all right. Yeah. I forgot to send it to you. I'll send it to you right now. Hold on, I'll find it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So make sure everybody. make sure everybody. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna make a different move, and I'm gonna break down the music game, how shady it is. You dig? Starting with at first, like, so what I did was I researched, because we hear terms all the time. We hear Negro Land, we hear Freetown, and myself, like, I'm not the most familiar with those. I kind of like, I can freestyle and guess what it's about and probably be correct, but I hate to like kind of be correct. I'd rather like be as informed as possible. So I want to break down some stuff that's
Yeah,
interesting.
I sent it to you just now.
All right. All right. So yeah, so I want to break down Freetown Colony in Sierra Leone, and then I'm gonna break down Negro Land. Okay. I want to break down that. I want to break down.
Alexis, you funny with that Sally Struthers.
I want to break down Negro Land, right? And then because you know what, when we hear colony, like the American colonization that found a colony in Liberia, when we hear, because I had a friend that made a mistake when he heard colony, because he was like, yeah, Africa was colonized in the 1500s. I said, during the slave trade? I said, no, the hell it wasn't. I said, why would it be a trade then? they just take them. He's like, nah. But look, so then he researched, bro. See, and this is the bad research skills people do. He did a revenue. He read it off to me. Portuguese governor in the coast of Africa, and he had a colony. So I'm like, okay, I hear what you're saying. I can't deny it. You research it, it says it, but there has to be a misunderstanding, because I know Africa was not colonized that early. Africa was still a fighting country that had an army. You dig? That would went toe to toe with the Europeans. And the Europeans wasn't that strong, and they were never in Africa very numerous. Never. Think about it. They extracted 12 to 15 million. Like 12 to 15 million African people were expendable. So that means they had many more there. You dig? They extracted 12 to 15 million. They just said, okay, get out. You can have these people. So if they wanted to go
And
toe to
most
toe, like they had 12 to 15 million who were expendable to like fight right away. You
and
dig?
most of
See,
them went to
yeah,
Brazil.
so white folks never came to Africa 12 to 15 million. Yeah, but I'm saying, I ain't even talking about that part. I'm talking before the slave trade. When they were setting up in Africa. So like they were setting up trade posts, and they were but when my boy heard colony, and when he heard a white man was governor on the coast, he automatically thought that meant a colonization governor. He's ruling Africa. So like before I even researched, I said, bro, you don't believe he just a governor using African bodies to get shit done, and not European bodies? Because I said I can't see him being a governor of a European army and they're in Africa calling shots. I said I can't see that. Like history doesn't suggest that at all. In no way, shape, or form. I don't know. And now he's like rage baiting. So what I did was I said, all right, let me look at it. So I looked at it. The guy was governor by name, by title. This dude relied heavily on African warriors to kidnap us, African mercenaries, and African clans. They just orchestrated shit. Okay, I want this many, and they paid money. They paid or exchanged goods and services. You dig? They got guns and weed and marijuana and fucking K2 for us. You dig? And some
The
guns. Yeah,
K2 part was funny.
yeah,
The
yeah,
K2 part was
yeah.
funny.
They got drugs and stuff and for a trade for us. You dig? So yeah, I said nah. I said colony doesn't mean that, bro. Colony means that they just were there, resting. And guess what? They had to pay rent. They paid rent while they was there on the coast, arranging the slave trade and getting ready to buy people. They had to pay rent. So, bro, what colonizer pays rent? So I was trying to like get them to like, yo, get out of your Nation of Islam positioning, like the white man, the devil, the white man, oh, like, cause like the Nation Islam doctrine, they kind of give white people too much credit. Oh, they rule the world. They rule the world. Like, no, bro, that's no, man. These guys are beatable, bro. We kicked their ass a few times, man. Like, no, that's not the foundation of Black American perspective on white people. Like, we believe they could get touched. Like, we don't believe that. Like, the tether position is they're unbeatable because they never beat them. If you think about it, the only people of African descent who put work on white people were people of the diaspora. You had the Maroons in Jamaica, you had the Haitians in Haiti, and you had us over here in America. That's it. Everybody's got the ass kicked.
What about
Badly.
what about the South Africans?
They got the ass kicked. They never beat white folks.
No, they beat them the first time. They beat the Dutch.
What year?
Don't give me the line about it. Yeah.
Yeah. See, the years matter because I just told you that when white folks got strong, they got strong during, like, when they were super strong and ready. That was 1880. That's why they did the Berlin Conference. They carved up Africa. So anything earlier than that, I'm not talking about like.
It was no during the time of shock. Remember, do you know about the Anglo-Zulu War?
Okay, no, wait, now. Okay, I know a lot about that. No. They couldn't fuck with white people. No, they couldn't fuck. Yo, no. I watched Shaka Zulu recently, a couple years ago, in the movie in the documentary series Shaka Zulu. The British could have did no. They spared them motherfuckers, yo. They had nothing for the British Empire, yo. They spared them many times.
No, I'm talking about
they
Zulu Dawn before Shaka Zulu.
Nah. They couldn't do nothing with the British, bro. British, they couldn't do nothing with them, bro. They couldn't do nothing with them. Like, I'm talking about if you go watch the movie, the whatever long series itself, it'll show you that they could do nothing with the British Army. They could do nothing with them. So I'm telling you, when white folks got around 1880s, that's when they was at their strongest.
Yeah. There was no, okay. No, I'm talking about Zulu Dawn, the Anglo-Zulu War.
Yeah,
when they beat them the first time.
Beat who?
And they beat the English the first time.
Bruh, you can't beat a superpower, my guy. You're not listening. Yeah, they got guns and they're a superpower, my guy. Versus niggas with arrows and shit. So like they might have beat off like a small colony, people like settlers like undermining them or some shit. But hold on. I got you. You said Zulu versus who?
Anglo-Zulu War was fought in July 1879.
Oh yeah, 18. Hell, okay. Anglo-Zulu. Hold on. I'm charging. Where's my phone? Let me do this. All my stuff on me. All right. Give me a second, Chad. Give me a second. Yeah, at that time, like they was getting ready to.
The war dispelled the prior colonial notions of British incivility due to their massive early defeats.
I got you. I'll show you how to research because the internet responds to how the question is formulated. You know what I mean? So hold on. Because like when people type in shit real quick and they don't formulate the question correctly, it could give an answer. It's not that the answer is wrong, it's just that it doesn't understand what you're trying to get out, what you're trying to get. So we're gonna make it clear. Like, could they have beat the British Army toe to toe? Like, had they sent their full fleet over there, could they have won? Like that, you want to know that. I'm saying
no, like, and that's why they defeated them, because they did not send their full fleet over there.
That's the point. That's what I'm making. I'm saying, like, yeah, like you could beat a small colony. But I'm saying, like, so you kind of didn't listen to what I was saying earlier. I was saying when I say we beat the French, well, Haitians beat the French, and the Jamaicans, the Maroons beat the British, and Foundation Black America. We kicked ass. I'm talking about full fleet. You kind of missed that. You went to like a small county, but I'm gonna read it in a second. Hold on. Hold on. I got you. Thank you. This says the Anglo Zulu Wars represent one of the most famous and brutal clashes between European imperialism and indigenous military power. While many people think of it as one event, it was a series of campaigns driven by the British Empire to desire to consolidate control over South Africa. It said the context, the Confederation plan. The wars weren't just about land. They were about the British High Commissioner, Sir Bartle Frere, wanting to create a confederation of states in South Africa under British rule. See, that's what I'm trying to say. The research gotta be extensive. It can't be some quick shit. The powerful independent Zulu kingdom was seen as the biggest obstacle to this plan. It says the first Anglo-Zulu War, 1879, which you just referenced. This is the most famous part of the conflict, characterized by massive British blunder and a legendary Zulu defense. The battle
British what? British what?
Defense. Okay, you sound like revenue right now. When we talked about listen, that's why I'm who I am when it comes to research, and you guys be who you guys are, because I don't just hear a word and then close the chapter. I read the whole thing. Okay. So, and by the way, it says watch this. The Battle of Islandwana, the shock. The British invaded Zululand in January 1879 without a formal declaration of war, my guys. It wasn't even a war. They severely underestimated the Zulu army, the Impi. All right. Yeah, you see how you just heard one thing and you ran? See how that works? It wasn't a formal war. All right, I got it. Okay. So the result at Island Wana, about 20,000 Zulu warriors armed mostly with assegai, spears, and cowhide.
Assegai and then cowhide shield. I forgot what their shield.
Right.
The assegai is the spear.
Okay. Yeah, it said that parentheses. Assegai spears and cowhide shields wiped out a British force of 1,300. You hear this guy? This guy's talking about 20,000 versus 1,300. First stop. It remains the greatest defeat ever inflicted on the British Army by a technological inferior force. Okay.
Yes. In that battle. Because
wait. Hey, bro, let me finish. Let me read. You're jumping in. I can't read. It's something you don't want me to read.
Go ahead, because I don't want to be revenue.
Yeah, but I want you to let me finish what happened. You're being revenue because you stopped me from reading the result. Okay.
I know. That's why I stopped.
Right. So 20,000 versus. Okay, so keep in mind, family, 20,000 versus 1,300. Okay, let's go. The Battle of Rokes Drift, the pivot. Just hours after Island Wana, a small group of 150 British soldiers successfully, 150 British soldiers successfully defended a supply station against 3,000 to 4,000 Zulu warriors. Bro, you got the mic. Go
ahead. What happened was, because what they did was they got a lot of smaller tribes to go against the Zulu. And in this one battle, the smaller tribes said, yo, don't go over there. They say, yo, they got a whole lot of warriors over there. Don't go over there. And they went over there anyway. And then that's when they got their asses kicked.
You know what? The research didn't read that. The research said just hours after that fake defeat you talking about. So this ain't 4 years later. This ain't 100 years later. Hours after 20,000 Zulus defeated 1,300, they came back prepared now with only 150 people. This is like the movie 300. 150 British soldiers successfully defended a supply station against 3,000 to 4,000 Zulu warriors. The result, the British government used this victory to spin the narrative and distract the public from the disaster of Island Wana. They issued a record 11 victory case crosses for this single battle. And here's another one. The fall.
Yeah, that part with the 150, I never heard that part before, but go ahead.
The fall of Ulandi. So that's called romanticism. The fall of Ulandi. The end of the kingdom. Humiliated by the early losses, the British sent massive reinforcements and modern Gatling guns. That's what I was trying to tell you earlier. When I said that the people of the diaspora, we the only people who kick their ass, I'm talking about prepared. Not a war where you're unprepared. Prepared motherfuckers at their strongest. That's what we did in the diaspora. It didn't happen like this. So they sent their real gang. They came with their real technology. They came with the Gatling. That's why I said, bro, 1880, this is the strongest. So family, keep a reminder of our dialogue earlier. I said, nah, nobody beating white folks. I said, in 1880, they were at their strongest. I said that. Because I know a lot about history. I know when white folks were weak and not that strong. I know when they're at their strongest. Once they took on the diaspora, once they took on 12 to 15 million black people, or at that time Africans, who became black and became Caribbean later, ethnogenesis wise, they used it as a labor force to build up their nations, and they became superpowers by it as a result. So nobody was beating them in 1880. That's why they dominated the world and still do now. Right. So now they're like, oh, all right, you got that. So basically, oh, you got that. You know, we kind of underestimated y'all. Y'all got that. But hours later, they kicked ass, and still, watch this. This is the same year, by the way, family. The same year. So how do you say they lost the same year? No, they lost a, or you can say, like, so this is the phrase, you lose a battle but win the war. So they lost an early battle in July, but that was not my point though. My point was not losing the battle. It was kicking her ass. The Haitians didn't lose. They didn't win a battle, my guy. They won the war. Okay, so the result in July 1879, the British burned the Zulu capital. Same year, family, 1879. This ain't 10, 1,500 years later. The same year. Like I said, you were not beat these motherfuckers in 1880. The British burned the Zulu capital, Ulandi. King Setaswala was captured. They captured the damn king. And the king and the Zulu kingdom was broken into 13 chiefdoms to ensure they could never unite again. Family, this is the same year that 20,000 beat up on 1,300. So this ain't the next year. They're still fighting. So it's not a win. They're still fighting. Same year. They burned the fucking nation down, the kingdom down, and turned their shit to 13 chiefdoms to never unite again. Now, let's go further. That's why I say I know how to research. I know how to type that shit in correctly. The Second Anglo-Zulu War. Now, this, by the way, wait, stop. You okay. You said they won the first one. Wait. No, hold, stop. You said they won the first one. They lost, my guy. All what I read was the first one. So you were wrong. Mm-hmm. They lost the first one. I'm about to read the second one now.
All I was going to say was I should know better before I talk this shit to you. That's all I was.
But I'm saying I like to be historically correct. See, because you don't want to be wrong and be romanticized and take your ass on Ben Shapiro's show and get cooked by white supremacists. Now you're looking crazy. Now, what we gonna do? We're gonna disown your ass. You get on there with Richard Spencer and get your ass kicked because you lying or not representing the story correctly. Yeah. So family, all what I've read just now was part of the first war. Because you said they won the first war and they lost the second, bro. All what I read was the first war. So when I say they burned down the kingdom, captured the king, that's all the first war. So they lost. The second war.
Yeah, they lost.
The second war is 1883 to 1884. It's the civil phase. While the 1879 conflict broke the kingdom, the second war was essentially a civil war triggered by British interference and the restoration of the king. So the restoration in 1883, the British allowed King Setewas to return, but only to a small portion of his original land. This angered the local chiefs the British had put in power. Okay, so this is some Rwanda shit. The conflict, a rival chief, so they fall for the. Now this is literally falling for. This is the divide and conquer trick. They fell for it. So a rival chief named Zimbihu, supported by white mercenaries, attacked the king's loyalists, the Ustu. The result, this was a war of attrition. The Zulu people were decimated by internal fighting. Oh, come on. So there was no second war. They were infighting the second war. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to say. Like, so
they fought themselves the second war.
Yeah, so yeah, but you said they won the first war and lost the second one. They lost the first war and they fought themselves the second time. Okay.
Yeah, and I conceded. I conceded.
All right, but this is
a
why,
long time ago.
And I got you, but the family, but we don't know this. Like, family probably don't know this. So I want to finish. But this is why, Chad, I trust my research. Like, let me. It's no offense to anybody. I don't care if I'm talking to somebody else. I'm always go with my research over somebody else's because I know, like, I do this. I do this every day. I research every day. While y'all doing what y'all doing, having fun, whatever. I'm not. I'm researching every day. Okay. So, the result of this war of attrition, the Zulu people were decimated by internal fighting. Eventually, the Zulu leaders asked for help from Boer, Dutch descendant farmers.
The Dutch, the Boer.
Oh my God! So these guys relied on white supremacy. Yo,
the Boers who they kicked out the first time. The Boers was the one who they was originally at war with. They kicked them out, but they went back and asked them for help. Are you serious? Oh my God. That just made me look even worse.
Bro. To fight their own family. Yeah. And so and they were farmers, by the way, who helped them win, but then demanded massive amounts of Zulu land as payment. God damn, they wanted reparations. All right, so here's the comparison to two conflicts.
I don't know if the chat can see me, but I've been waving the white flag. I lost this one.
Let me see. Yo, Baltimore Freeman said it was the same day. Hey, yo, yeah. I just asked Grok, my man, you need to read it. It says Zulu. Hey, no. All right. Hey, yo, look, Baltimore, click that link. Okay.
Yeah, Baltimore. Click. Yeah. That's what I thought too. I thought it said the Zulus won the battle.
No. Yeah, battle, not the war.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
because
what
you said
it was
two.
about.
You didn't say that. You said two wars. They won the first and lost the second. I'm like, ain't no way in hell.
And matter of fact, if you watch the movie Zulu Dawn, it talked about that. Where all them died, where all the English died.
Yeah. No, but listen, you're mixing up a war with a battle. You said they lost the first war and they won the second. You said that.
No,
we're reading it. We're reading it. They got their ass kicked during that same war, and they fought themselves in the second one. Yeah, and so that means they won the second war because they needed help from white people and they beat their own family up.
Yo, Baltimore, click the link, come up, give me some help. Because I hope I'm not wrong.
Yeah, click that link. Yeah, I would love, but Baltimore, you gotta share your screen though. Matter of fact, let me share my screen. Oh, I'm right here. I'm surprised I didn't share my screen to begin with. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. So let me go back up. See, look. You can see my question. No, that wasn't it. Well, okay, no. My question's right here. Gotta go down. Look. Hey, Chad, look at my question. I didn't angle it. I didn't direct it. I said, please break down the Anglo-Zulu War, the first and second, because you said it was two wars. That's all I said. I didn't lead it nowhere. I didn't say prove the English won. I didn't say that. I said break down the war. Here we go. It's everything I read. So we got the first war. Well, in 1879, to get a date. This date you gave. This is the 1st war, and look, 150 British soldiers came back and beat up 3,400. And then it says, and at Island Wana, right? El Wana, 20,000 Zulu warriors armed mostly with, look, that's the word I tried to say, and they beat up 1,300, right? And then look, this says the Battle of Rorke's Drift, the pivot. It said hours later, same day, 150 British soldiers came there and defended 3,000. It's everything I read. And this is all the first war, by the way.
Because I got a book on it, because they got other tribes to go against the Zulus.
Yeah, who wrote that book? Phil Valentine? And then it says this. It says
no,
so now
actually James Smalls wrote that book. But
okay. Oh yeah, yeah. If he wrote it, the one of the Zulu one. So it says that look right here.
Matter of fact, I gotta find it. I'll send you the picture of it. And
yeah, so here it says the Second Anglo-Zulu War, the civil phase. Yeah, I read it. So that was the first war, and the Zulu lost. And now the second war, they fought themselves.
Yeah, they fought themselves.
This is everything I read. So now, if if Freeman call in, just because he said something else, I'm just saying call in and do what I just did. You know, share your work. You dig?
Okay, so it was us, and then it was Haitians, the Maroons in Jamaica, and what else did you say?
Say that again.
I said it was the Florida Seminoles, the Maroons in Jamaica. It was the Haitians, and it was
yeah. So now that was a war. Like they actually fought the same people, did, and they didn't win, but it was a stalemate. But that's like kind of a win because these people are big bag Englishmen. You feel me? Big bag British people.
Yes. And the Seminoles in Florida didn't have half the technology that they
had. Yeah. So we're talking about full fleet. So when I say war, I'm not talking about because look at Haiti. You got the French went over there. They were trying to win because look, white folks don't want to lose to a non-white people. Like that's embarrassing. Mm-hmm. That's why the British was humiliated. Because it dispels the white supremacy narrative. Like they're so supreme over everybody else. You get your ass kicked, or even a stalemate. It puts a dent into the armor of white supremacy, and then it gives other people the courage to fight them off. Like, we're a stalemate. All right, I might come in then. I might do better. Mm-hmm. So that's why they try to neutralize you as soon as possible. So when they underestimated all those Zulu warriors and got their ass kicked, they came back. They came back hours later. They spent the block fast as hell because they couldn't take that L. That's why I'm telling you the years. I'm saying the 1880s, white folks, European powers were superpowers, man. These guys carved up Africa in 84. Look, the war just ended. Look, let me share my screen. Yo, the war just ended in 1884. This same year, they carved up Africa. So that's how, look, they pissed them off so bad. They said, yo, let's have a Berlin conference. We're going to fuck up Africa.
They said the Portuguese, you got here. They said the English, you got here. Spain, you got here. And who else? They said French, you got here.
Damn, they were so mad at that L in that one battle. They went and carved up Africa. They said, yo, we ain't going to let nobody else try some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm telling you, that's why I asked you what year. If you say like 1600s, I'm like, all right, maybe 17, maybe. Once you get around the 1800s, I'm like, nah, because they had all that free labor. They had all that free labor to to build up resources and extract them and sell them across the world to buy more guns and oil and technology. You feel me? Like they were building a strong infrastructure. Don't forget that their industrialization at that time was heavy. 1880, Yo, shit. The European nations pretty much industrialized. I know America and Britain was.
Yeah. 1880s.
Yeah.
The British was been done with slavery. They was done with slavery
Yeah.
before the 1860s. Yeah,
Right.
you're right.
And then
Because the
1880,
Industrial Revolution was in full swing.
exactly. So that's what time. Yeah, I'm like, nah, you ain't with Dan Spears and shit. But that's why the first time they went there, underestimated them, they got slaughtered. So all right, but the same day, it wasn't a second battle. It's the same battle, and that's why I said, yo, that's no way. Because when I watched Shaka Zulu, I remember the British like laughing at them, like nah, they like the ass, and that's why they underestimated. Like they laughed at them. Like they didn't see them as a real threat. So they underestimated and got slaughtered. And they said, all right, look, go back. Just send 150. Because obviously the 3,000 they sent, the 1,300 they sent probably wasn't equipped like that with enough technology and weaponry. So they said, all right, look, just go back. Look, we lost 1,300. Go send 150. They sent 150 people. Them niggas looking like what's that movie called? The Expendables with Arnold Schwarzenegger and
yeah.
They went and sent the Expendables over there.
Well, that's exactly what they were.
Yeah, Needle Swain said facts. The Civil War had dozens of different battles. See, yo, but a lot of our misinformation. This is why we got to check everything we thought we knew in the 1990s. We got to recheck that today because a lot of it was influenced by Afrocentrism, like Romanticism. Because I had to reprogram myself. I thought a lot of crazy shit too because of Pan-Africanism spin on history. Yeah, so yeah, man, they got their ass kicked, bro. But they got bragging rights because they can say, all right, well, when y'all first pulled up, we did y'all dirty. You dig? So they got bragging rights in that sense, but guess what? That nation no longer is in existence. No, yeah, they fully neutralize them, bro. It's oh shit, you got that off. Now y'all won't exist no more.
Hmm?
Yeah, they beat them so bad they had them fighting themselves, bro. That's crazy work.
No, that's what they do. If you notice, that's what they did to the Native Americans over here. You know, what was his name? Geronimo and them. Yo, they would fight each other when they finally gave up.
Dang, that's crazy.
That's what crazy. They did with the Iroquois.
That's crazy. With the not the Arawak people. You talking about them?
No, I said the Iroquois.
Okay, so yeah,
I'm not familiar with those tribes. That's why they had to run up to Canada.
Yeah, that's wild, man. That's wild. But that's Africa's fault though, because the reason why white supremacy was that tough and invincible in the 1880s because they sold them 12, 15 million free workers for 400 years to build up their countries. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine a country receiving millions of, look at all these illegals, right? These illegals are getting paid, right or wrong, Chad. When they come here, aren't they getting, they might get paid lower wage, but they're getting paid still, right? Just imagine if these illegals were running countries.
Not only they're getting paid a lower wage, they're getting welfare.
Oh yeah, that too. But I'm making a bigger point. I'm saying, imagine if they were extracted over here, and they were not getting paid, and they were operating companies around the clock, 24/7, like slavery, like whipping and everything. Yo, just imagine, bro. Like these companies, whoever they work for, would be fucking trillionaires if you could get free labor for 30, 40, 100 years, man. These companies be trillionaires. So these Africans, they sold us to Europeans, the same folks who kicked their ass. They had millions of free labor for hundreds of years to build their country to become a superpower. Now they coming back, flexing. Like, yo, Africa, remember those guys you discarded? You thought was trash, disposable? Well, and you had no use for them? Well, look what they did for us. We're a superpower now. And we're here to take your shit. Now, what's up? Who want the fade? And obviously Africans didn't believe them. And they got their ass handed to them. And then they all ran and caught pleas and signed treaties. Paid wages and free government assistance, right? So like they're the opposite of us. And people try to compare them to us. Like, why you couldn't write? Nah, they get paid, they get government welfare. They get taken care of. Like society loves them. Look, Karens protect them.
Another thing, they'll live a couple families in the house where we won't do that for too long.
Nah, because that is not an American lifestyle. Like the living like that is not seen as like remember, we were look, family. This I'm trying to say, like we got to learn Black history. Bro, we were overcrowded. So when we did live like that, it was during early 1900s, where they had racial zone laws where we could not move out of neighborhoods. They had restrictive covenants where we couldn't buy houses, and they had racism, white supremacy to keep us in our neighborhoods. So our neighborhoods produced overcrowds. There was a lot of us in a house, bro. So think about this. If we were forced to live like that, why would we freely go back to that? Right. So the American way, right. So the American way is to earn a livable wage where just you and your wife should be able to afford a home. And that's the American dream. The American dream is not 10 motherfuckers in one roof. We could easily do that, but that's going backwards. And why are we doing that? We're only doing that because we didn't have to do that. They sat there and burned down all of our economies, all of our Black prosperous cities, and then subjected us with Jim Crow laws. We couldn't even start back over. Ran cities through our highways through our cities. Eminent domain, took our land, took our property. We got heirs property, which is known as deed theft today. So like they put a lot of work to extract and steal stuff from us and just burn down where we had absolutely no possessions about time the civil rights movement came around. We had no possessions, no money, no wealth, no possessions, little to nothing.
My great-grandmother, not my great-grandmother, my great-grandfather left my grandmother not four. It was 3 houses in North. And all of them houses were bulldozed because that's where they ran 280 through. This was in the 19.
Wait, let me give James something, right? So James, you came on this channel and you couldn't explain shit and you get mad at me. So bro, which you're not, because you had a chance to articulate your position and show us that you know what you're talking about. You failed. I asked you questions and you couldn't answer, right? And you started to stutter and babble. And then like 14 on me. So, but James, you won't be allowed to. Now, look, I didn't block James. I didn't time him out, right? I just kicked him off the panel. Like, you're not entitled to the panel. I kicked. You was on here. I didn't like the way it was going. I thought you was being disingenuous. I kicked you off. That don't mean you can't come back on tomorrow. I let revenue come on all the time. So just because you kicked off today don't mean you're permanently banned. Like, you could try again tomorrow. But a yes/no question, I want a yes or no answer, bro. I don't want babble. Because I'm telling you, like, your standard of blackness is going to fall apart. I've been there, done that with people like you, and your standard ain't going to stand up to scrutiny. It's going to fall apart. Matter of fact, how about this, Chad? I'm gonna put the phone because he can't call back in. I kicked him off, so I'm gonna put the phone number back in from. So James, I'm gonna give you a second chance. If you can't answer yes or no, you're out of here. Okay, now look, he said bullshit. You ain't gave me a chance at nothing. Now, if you were here, Chad, you heard me ask yes or no questions.
I missed that.
Okay, I got you. Well, James, here's your second try. But now you're delusional. You say, I can't handle that. Whatever that means. Yo, the dudes be delusional. Now all of a sudden, James is a scholar. All right, well, James, I'm gonna put the phone number back in so you can actually physically call her right now.
And not only that, and then I'll say this respectfully to you.
Yeah,
You see how you
redlining,
just
Needle
proved
Swing.
you see how you just proved me wrong, and
Right.
I didn't take no offense to it.
Right.
That's how people should be. Like, yo, and if you come up here and make a point that you think you know, and I say this because I thought I knew my point, and I brought it to you, and you just shot it down. I don't take no offense to that. Matter of fact, I like when I'm proven wrong because that's how you learn.
Right. Yeah, because the bottom line, had I read something else where it favored you, I'd have been like, all right, shit, I ain't know. And dig, and I gotta just eat that. I ain't gonna like act like I didn't read what I read. I'm gonna be like, nah. And look, I didn't know they did that much damage the first battle. You feel me? I didn't know that. I thought they got slaughtered completely, but they actually got they got a W. You know, what I mean, in the first battle, you know, they said who the fuck you thought we were? They were ready, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. Hey, Chad, I've been telling everybody that Africans normally will fight. They won't bow down. That's why I say for us to go complacently with the slave trade, I believe Africans told us a lie. Like, hey, don't worry about it. You'll be back. Get your 7 years. I believe we were lied to. I don't believe we would have voluntarily, willingly, without no fight, no struggle, just went into the arms of Europeans, knowing that we ain't coming back. I believe like we trusted the people who kidnapped, raided us, and sold us. I believe we're told a lie that, hey man, it'll be all right, bro. Don't even fight, bro. That's what I believe. So
You might have a point, but also you got to think about like a lot of stories that you hear from the boat. A lot of us realized what it was when we got on them boats. Like, nah, there's something wrong here. Remember, that's why they threw a lot of us overboard.
Right. Hey, James, I'm gonna time you out for 5 minutes. Next time be 30, then it'll be permanently. I put the phone number in the chat, James. You ain't gotta talk shit no more. The phone number is in the chat. I'm gonna ask you yes or no questions. If you give me anything but yes or no answers, I'm gonna kick you off again. So James, here is the link again, the phone number. Okay, so I gave you the phone number just now. So call the phone line, bro. Call the hotline. You dig? I'm gonna ask you the same questions. I want a yes or no answer. That's all, bro. I don't want the babble. I don't want the primordial bullshit. Just yes or no. The watcher says the streets need a body. Don't be scared. So James, call back in, bro. And as long as you talk respectfully and don't babble. Like you see, like Chad, he ain't babble. You dig? He pointed out some stuff, and all I was saying was, Chad, hold on now. There's more reading here. That's all I was saying. Like don't celebrate too early. There's a lot more reading to do. And you see the question I asked too. I asked a question like, Chad, I didn't lead AI, did I? I asked a flat out simple question. I said, hey, can you explain the Anglo-Zulu War 1 and 2? Because you said it was 2 wars. That's all I asked it. It was short and sweet. And I got all of what I got. The watcher said he'll call in with James. Luckily, my folks on both sides of the family were able to purchase acreage and still hold on to it. In Arkansas, North Carolina, I recently visited my family cemetery here in North Carolina. And yeah, I got family, I got hella family at North Carolina, still right now, Needle Swing. The Harrisons. And they own land. I used to like I stayed with them when I was out there going to school. I actually stayed with them. You feel me? I actually stayed with them. So I actually lived
North Carolina,
Yeah,
South Carolina.
I actually
But I
lived out
got
there.
family all through the South, from Texas all the way to Detroit.
Yeah, I don't know if they still got their land. I don't know if they sold it, whatever. But I know my grandfather, uh, brother had land, but he been passed away. So I don't know if they left it to like sibling or daughters, and they sold. I don't know, but I do know a couple of them. Got land. I don't know how much acres you dig. I don't know. I don't know that part. And Needle Swain say he's seen tombstones that date back to the 1700s and pilots with just
And
stones cold as
plots,
hell. Damn.
plots.
Oh, I got my glasses. Plots. Oh, I got my glasses, but they're in my pocket.
He said plots with just stones old as hell. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
A matter of fact, even with my family, um, we got plots of land where they were buried, where you can just see bumps in the dips in the land. There's no stones there, but we know my family's buried there.
let me see. We got D says, I tell y'all, and even my closest homeboy, how is it that you can talk shit about who has what with the female? You make a family and now you want pity from ones you talk shit about? I'm not sure who he's talking to, but that was D. But King Paulo says when it comes to a point when we were taken out of the power position, they will only deal with us in slavery. But the Songhai was conquered, and that's where we come from, and that's who we are. The Songhai? Hey,
The song high. Who's
besides,
that?
I don't know. Hey, that's some Mali stuff. But hey, King Paulo, click that link right there. And we got a phone number too, King Paulo. I want to hear more about that.
Yo,
Yeah,
what's up, Donnie? How you?
peace, Donnie. Yeah, we unfamiliar with that story, King Paulo. Click that link, King Paulo, or call that phone number. Let's hear more about this Songhai stuff. Yeah, let me hear about that. Satchel Ohio, peace. Yeah, so King Paulo, click the link or call the phone number right there with the meeting number. And let's hear more about this Songhai. You dig? Because you said we come from Songhai. I never knew I came from the Songhai Empire. I never knew that. I thought I came from America. But yeah, you might know more about that history than me. So call in and educate us. Put us on. And you see
Yeah, like
James, okay.
no. I was just gonna say real quick. I had a talk some years ago with a Nigerian that I worked with, and he kept saying that that we come from Nigeria, and I respectfully explained to him like, yo, my people's been around a lot longer than Nigeria's been here.
Right, right. Yeah, the Nigeria 1901. Yeah, Nigeria 1901. So King Paulo 321. You sound like you got information. We want to know about it. Like, don't be like the white man and hide information from us. Click that link. Let's hear about the Songhai Empire, and let's hear about this other stuff. And now notice James ain't called the phone number. Now James claims he got all this information. He's too smart for us, but now I got the phone number there. James ain't called.
Give James 30
Okay.
more seconds, then kick him out.
Now I'm not.
Because
I'm. I timed him out for 5 minutes, but I'm gonna give James the whole night. You did, because I want him to gather up enough courage to call back in. Yeah, I'm gonna give James the whole night.
Yo,
Because
D, yeah. I'm glad you put a pause at the end of that. That's crazy. I'm not gonna read that out loud.
I personally think James ain't gonna call in.
I'm telling you, he's not.
James, come on, man. Damn. Hey, James, bro, you ain't gonna call in, man? King Paulo, you ain't gonna call in, click the link? So if y'all don't call and click the link, then I gotta imagine y'all, your information is not good. I gotta
Yo,
imagine
Donnie,
like
I was gonna say, Donnie, come up. You usually have a lot to say, and I want to hear you say it out loud.
the watcher said, come on, man. All right, look, hey, if you ain't gonna call in, James or King Paulo, I'm gonna finish the video that we were playing earlier. That was pissing everybody off. Where'd it go?
Yes, the
Where that
watcher.
video go?
Yeah. Don't be, yo, King Paulo James. Don't be scared. Yo, you got enough to say it in the chat. Say.
Yeah, it's only information. Like you're either right or wrong. I'm telling you one thing, you're saying that's not true. I want to, and then like you gave a standard. So look, James is allowed to question me because I made a blatant claim. I made a bold and blatant claim, right? He's allowed to ask me questions about my claim. I'm not going to dodge the smoke, and he can ask me yes or no questions. I'll answer yes or no. I'll show him how to do it. So I want James to call in and allow me to ask him just yes or no. And then when I'm done, James, you're allowed to elaborate. That's how that works. You call in right now.
Okay,
I'm gonna
James. You
ask.
said he never let you finish. So call
So,
up, and then he'll let you finish.
well, yeah, after you answer yes or no to about 4 questions. I got about 4 questions for you. Yes or no, and then go in. The watcher said, do you want to be right or find a truth, an honest perspective? I would jump on, but I'm at work. Nita Swain said, yeah, so James, bro, like, hey, Chad, I know I make a bold statement that's like kind of unheard of. It even caught FBAs off guard. You feel me? With my bold claim. But believe me, Chad, before I make a bold claim and sound like a fool, I'm going to fact check myself many times over because it sounds like it's not true. So I went and made sure. I even debated locally, right? I debated like my friends. Like they like, nah, hell no. I'm debating. I'm like, what about this? What about that? And at some point they'll get stuck. They're like, yeah, that's a good point. So I'm like, well, what about this? Like, yeah, that's a good point. So I'm like, okay, I think I'm on to something. So then I fact check more, fact check more,
Okay,
fact check more.
James. If you feel that way, call in.
Hey, now I don't know what that means. So when he says I want a one-sided conversation, that's actually what he wanted. He wanted to just babble. And no, you're not gonna babble, bro. When you said primordial human beings, I didn't even stop you there because that right there made no sense. Like that made no sense to me, and I didn't stop you. I let you go and go and go. And when you got done, I was like, okay, James, I got some questions for you, my guy. And he answered the first one, Chad, real easily. I said, are Panamanians? I said, are they black? He said, yeah. So he answered a yes or no question, Chad, with no problems. I said, Dominicans, are they black? He started to babble. Well, they could be. I said, no, could be, because with Panamanians, you said yes. So, James, just yes or no. Are Dominicans black? And Chad, he refused to give me yes or no. He started to babble and he wanted to tell me some story when he was 3 years old. I said, bro, I don't know. No. I want to just know yes or no. Are Dominicans black? The dark ones, yes or no? And he refused to answer. I threw him off. And then he started getting like a little offensive, a little hostile, like a Pan-Nigerian. I kicked him off. I said, yes, he said some primordial bullshit, but I didn't even challenge that. I said, okay, that's his verbiage, that's his language. No problem, bro. Keep cooking. But once he was done, the yes or no questions came. Hey, are Panamanians black? Yes, he said. Dominicans. He said, well, there's some light ones. I said, okay, the melanated ones, are they black? They could be. Wait a minute. What you mean could be? You just said you just based blackness off melanin. and there are highly dark melanated Dominicans. So based on your standard, the answer should be just yes. James, yes or no? How about this? He doing that now? Okay, bye. Get off.
Yeah, yeah. For what I know about Dominicans, there's very few Dominicans who will call themselves black.
Yeah, but again, it goes back to just because you
I
got a
I
lot of
I
Africans, right. You got a lot of
I
Africans right
I
now who say they
I
black.
know where you're going. I know, and
Yeah, I mean,
that's why I
yeah,
framed
right
what I
now the
said the way
entire
that I said.
world, yeah, right now, shit, in about 5 years, you're gonna have white people saying they're black. They're gonna say everybody else doing it. Well, shit, let's do it too. Yeah. So, hey James,
Yeah, yeah.
it-
Donnie, yeah, yeah. I forgot who mentioned that in the chat. We was trying to find out what is this Shanghai, whoever the heck said that.
now I want him to explain it because people be having their own research. See, what happens is you can't explain what somebody else said, right? Like when he said what he said, only he can explain that. And because if you try to explain it for him, he's gonna say, "Nah, it's not what I meant. I meant this." So I'd rather he said it. I want him to explain because he said that's where we came from. He said we came from the Songhai Empire, and then he said we became he spelled Americans a funny way, like with an O, Amoricans. He said we became Amoricans. So I want to know more about that. But
And I just don't want to. I just want to make sure I don't want to sit in limbo. What do you mean, D? You want to call up? Call up.
yeah, but what is sitting in limbo? He said 1 second to the brothers in the chat. I'm speaking in general. This is not a one personality. I mean, like I don't know. It sounds like D kind of have one of those moments where he need to take his medicine. Cause I've been reading his. I've been reading his. No more lie. I've been reading D words, trying to follow where he's going. It's like not making any sense, and I just don't want to sit in limbo. Yeah,
Was D the one
D.
with the Shanghai with the Shanghai shit?
Nah, that was King Paulo who hauled ass.
Oh, King
D.
Paulo, yeah, King Paulo, yeah.
Now, yeah, D been saying something that I've been like missing what he's saying. Like it's not to me, it's not making sense. I've been trying to read what he's saying. It hasn't been like making sense to me. So his best bet is to call in. If not, I
Yeah,
mean, you
D,
don't
if you got
gotta.
something to say, come through.
Yeah, and you don't have to call in. I'm just saying, like for your message to hit the way you want it to hit, you might want to call in and represent it. But the way you're typing it, maybe typos. You did. It's not to me. It's not making any sense.
No more lies is hilarious.
So, so we got the phone number right there, right? The phone number right there. Matter of fact, let me put it in the meeting. Hold on. Shit. Damn. I'm about to switch back to my phone.
Yeah, to watch it, me too. I'm allergic to pseudoscience. Yeah, not only break out in hives, I start throwing up.
1 second, Chad. You got to hold it down
I'm here.
for like two
I'm here.
minutes.
It's not to know one personal because I'm from the era where when you diss a motherfucker, make it clear nigga subliminals are people you know are associates. Everyone else, man, you call out names. All right, D, the link's in the chat. Come through. That's what we've been saying. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We up here building. Then call up, D.
All right, James is calling back in. Wait, why I got the echo? Oh, I'm in
There's
here
no echo
twice.
on this side. Hold on, say something again.
Yeah, I'm in here twice. I thought I left the laptop.
Oh, you might have to pause the YouTube video.
Nah, I'm in Zoom twice.
Oh.
Yeah, I gotta get off from my laptop.
Oh, now I hear the echo. I hear the echo now.
Yeah. Because if you look at the Zoom participants, you'll see me in there twice.
That's why you're hearing the echo.
Yeah, I'm about to fix that right now.
Yeah, I hear it too.
There we go. It's done. All right, so now we got James back in.
I'm gonna go on mute.
No. Don't go on mute. I'm going mute. Because we might need you to be a referee, so he won't say he can't talk. Now listen. Hold on. Let me fix my headset. Hold on. 1 second. Let me get my headset right. Hold on. Don't say nothing. Let me do a speaker check. See if my headset is connected. Fuck. Did I cut my wire? The wire. Okay, I cut the Bluetooth off. All right, hold on. Let me just connect the headset. Okay. Bluetooth. You're gonna connect or what? All right. James, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right.
Can you hear me?
So yeah. So James, it is 11:48. You said I let you finish. I'm gonna give you 5 minutes. You got to 11:53. Go in, and without being stopped, go in.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity, my brother. I think you should afford it to anyone who's not being disrespectful, but took the time and to see you as a person worthy of communicating with. Yesterday, when I called in, you went in in a unwarranted way about the views and my life experience with the Panthers. And from that point on, every time I try to say one or two words, you kept interrupting me. That's particularly that, and today are the reasons why I saw you as an op, and into further evidence, still see you as an op. But the way you treated me, you was a bozo nigga. And I'm telling you straight up how I feel about it. Now, we can talk about whatever we want to talk about. And trust me, dude, I ain't the motherfucking one who got all the motherfucking. I mean, yo, listen.
Hey, bro, can you stop
I
cursing on
don't
the
know.
platform, bro?
I appreciate it, and my apologies. I don't have all the sense, bro. I really don't. But I have enough to be of value. And you did not see my value, or you tried to blind my value. And I don't know how many people are exposed to this. Shit, I don't know if it's people who I might know. What I can tell you is this, my brother. I'm not going to be disrespected and just let it happen. There's going to be some disrespect all around. Everybody going to be disrespected. And that's just my get down. That's how I got to be where I'm at right now. And where I'm at right now is a 63-year-old young black brother at heart who cares about people. And I care about black people in particular. And the primary reason why I called you back, even after 2 strikes, is because the perceived affiliations I think you have with the other leaders who I respect and sometimes call in and never was disrespected. I talked with Jason Black. He talked to me like a man and gave me respect. I talked to Afro-Latinx. He treated me like a man and gave me respect. When I say respect, he didn't try to talk over me and he didn't try to demean me. I talked to Michi X. She was respectful to me. And even if I might have perceived to be disrespectful to her, she gave me the opportunity to correct myself. You, bro, it's off the chain with it. And nah, nigga, excuse my language, if that's a curse to you. But I ain't with it. But because of my perceived notion of your affiliation with other leaders who I respect, is the reason why I called back. Now, I don't need 5 more minutes, or 3, or 2. Now you can talk.
Okay. Now, back to the questions. Okay. Black. When you say black people, define what a black person is. What makes a person black in your definition?
What makes a person black in my definition is from the primordial existence. When I say primordial existence, we should see our faces on structures that's been dated, that's been misdated. In our pyramids, all over America. I'm not sure if the pictures are all over America, but the primary source, let's say the Great Pyramids of Giza. The Great Pyramid of Giza is aligned with the Orion star system, and it aligns with it every 50,000 years. And that pyramid is built in the exact center of the earth. If you put all the earth together, that pyramid is placed in the exact center. Now,
James,
every
how much
50,000.
more time you need?
Listen, you asked me a question. Okay,
right.
Listen.
About black people.
Listen, bro. I don't have all the sense, but what I do know is that black people were the people who inhabited this earth when there weren't any other people. I don't know how other people came about.
Okay, hold on. Okay, gotcha. Who built the pyramids?
The people who built the pyramids were melanated. In their languages, some of the translations could be converted to meaning black. So when I say that black people been here, or the primordials, that's my basic focal point.
Okay. So are you telling me the people who you believe built the pyramids, or you believe that they call themselves black?
Mazrit, I don't have all of my teachers on hand. I learned a lot of the things about these translations of words from other scholars. However, the term black can aptly be subscribed to the people who are black skinned.
Okay, cool. Wait. So basically, dark skinned people. So would you agree, black and dark are the same shit, right? So black skin and dark skin are the same stuff.
No.
Okay, so hold on.
Brown is dark.
I got you.
Brown can be dark and black can be dark. Yeah. So no, they're not the same thing.
So what's the difference between dark skinned people and black skinned people?
I'm brown. My son's grandfather is black. He's black.
I got you. But now I'm asking you, what is the difference between somebody who's dark skinned and black skinned? What's the difference?
Is in the visual representation.
Who's blacker, the dark skinned person or the who's darker, the black guy or the dark skinned guy?
You can't get no blacker than black unless you're trying to get triple black and all that. But black, then other variations of color.
Hey James, when you cut the lights out, right? Is is black the same as dark? So if you cut the lights out, you say I can't see it's dark, and somebody say I can't see it's black. Are they describing the same? I can't see, or is one blacker than the other?
One is darker than the other.
Right. So now, look, you said darker. So you're telling me black is darker than dark. Now, darker got the word dark in it. Darker got it don't got black in it. So you just said
shades.
I got you.
Shades of dark.
I got you. Right, dark. Right. So black. You're telling me now. Is there any reference in this world where it says black and dark are different, and black is darker than dark? Is there any book you read in your life that says something like that?
That question is somewhat confusing. Chat GPT.
That shit is confusing. No, but I'm asking you though, like what did you come across to make you believe that dark and black are two separate attributes and or adjectives, and that black is darker than dark?
Dark is a description that you can use if there's a room that you walk in that's dimly lit. Now, if you're talking about people, black is just not in the representation of our being.
I got you, but I wasn't talking about people. I'm just trying to get your understanding, because you said dark and black are not interchangeable. Okay, fine. And I was just trying to get your point.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that, bro. What I'm saying is this. My point is this. My son's grandfather can be considered black-skinned. I am brown-skinned. My son is brown-skinned, but we are all black.
Got you. Okay. Now, so if your definition of somebody being black, but hold on, wait, how that make sense? You just said black is darker than dark. You just said wait, hold on.
Listen to what I say it again so you don't misunderstand me. I'm giving you an example. My son's grandfather,
what about
his complexion is black. His complexion is black. My complexion is brown, but we are all black people.
Okay, which one of you guys are dark?
As opposed to other people, all of us are dark.
No. Just compared to yourselves. Like just now you compare yourselves, right? So do it again. Which one of you guys are dark?
When you say which one of you guys, are you talking about my son's grandfather? He's so black that they call him Bluey.
Okay, how about this? How about this? You see, so this is the problem, Chad, we had earlier. So if I say I met a beautiful dark-skinned woman, if I say I met a beautiful dark-skinned woman, what shade of black comes to your mind? Is she brown, black? What is she?
I wouldn't be presumptuous because she could be blue-black like my son's grandfather, or she could be my complexion. But I wouldn't jump to the conclusion. She could be light-skinned.
Okay, so light-skinned people are called dark-skinned. I got it. Now,
no, what I'm saying is she could be light-skinned. I mean, if you say a black woman, I'm sorry, I may have misquoted you. I may have misquoted you. I apologize. You said dark women. My point is this. The color of our skin doesn't define the essence of our blackness.
Hey, bro, that was not the question I asked. But let me ask you this: are you familiar with Bernie Mac?
Yes, I am.
Would you consider him dark-skinned?
Yes, I would.
Would you consider him black?
Yes, I will.
Oh shit! But black and dark skin is not interchangeable. You're saying?
I would never say that. I'm saying that they are interchangeable. I'm saying that they are interchangeable.
Oh, okay. Now you are. Okay, cool. So now, okay, hold on. So when you say somebody is black, now you're not referring to the skin color. You just was doing that earlier. So now, because you said you're not. Wait, hold on. Let me get the question.
I was giving an example.
I got you, but let me get it out because now you're not letting me talk. Okay, so you just said you're not black, you're brown, right?
I said my complexion.
Okay. So, bruh, I just said what makes a person black. So what makes a person black?
If you're talking about our essence, That's
Nah,
one
just
thing. If you're
period.
talking about our
This
skin
is
complexion,
no.
okay,
I'm
what
asking
makes a
you.
person?
I'm saying. Wait, hold on. So you don't confuse the question. When you say somebody's black, what do you mean by that?
When I say somebody's black, I'm
Right.
speaking about a particular melanation that's in them, not just their skin, but in their
Okay.
actual being as a person
Explain.
and how
Explain
they
that.
think. Okay.
Wait.
When I say
Wait. Before you explain that, you said how they think. How do you know how somebody thinks?
most of us are not going to feed white babies to alligators just for fucking kicks and giggles. That's what I mean.
Okay. So now let's go back to this. Can a Panamanian be black?
A Panamanian can be black if his foreparents were black or had black mixture somewhere in their bloodline.
Yeah, but your definition of black is convoluted. We don't know even that only makes sense to us.
Right. Right. No. Because you oversimplifying it. You trying to say black is one thing, and I'm trying to tell
I'm
you
not.
that
I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Okay, Chad, you there? I think Chad called in. Did Chad call in or he left? I can't see the participants. All right. But anyway, brother, go ahead. I'm gonna read the chat to see. Hey, chat. Wait. I'm gonna put it. Okay, can I put a poll?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So are you following? Can you break down what he's saying?
Yeah, I'm following.
Hey, can you break down what he's saying?
No, I can't. I don't understand. That's why I'm waiting for him to get to the point so I can understand.
I got the several points, my brother.
And I'm not even
I
being
got the several
disrespectful.
points.
I'm not
Yes,
being
you are, brother.
disrespectful.
Yes, you are, because you're
If I'm saying
smarter
I
than
can't
that.
understand your point, that's all I'm saying.
But you lying to me then. If you say you was listening, you lying. Straight up, bro. I'm not gonna play with you. I didn't call back to be played with. If you was listening, you understood what I said, or you didn't want to understand what I said. Now those are the
It's not
only
that I
choices.
didn't want to, is that I didn't. That's all I'm saying. I want
that
you
means
to
you didn't hear me.
further. That's all I'm asking.
Okay. There was a lot. There was a lot that was said. Now, what do you want me to explain?
Hey, Chad, you got any questions for him so he can break it down and clarify?
No, I want him to
listen.
finish explaining. Can a Panamanian be black? That's all I want him to finish explaining that.
You know, Jason Black taught me this. I was telling him how Kamala Harris is not black because what's on her birth certificate and whatever. And he simply incorrectly explained to me, it's not what's on your birth certificate, it's what you identify as. I never forgot that, and I can only give it back to you.
Okay, so basically, if a white person said, so what's her name? Rachel Dolezal, whatever her name is. She identifies black. So is she black?
Rachel Dolezal.
I mean, I do not know her personally. I don't know her lineage. I do not even know if she has. Hold on. I don't know if she has black people in her lineage. So
yeah,
I can't just look at her.
People. See, but we don't know what
I
that
can't
means.
define her. I can't define her. She can define herself. If she says she's black, okay, go ahead and rock with it. You know what I'm saying? Let's go out here and let's go pick some cotton for a couple of days and come back and tell me about it. That's what I would say.
Wait, so
shit like that.
But in other words, if they can pick
Excuse
cotton,
my
they're black.
Excuse my language. I was joking when I said that. What I'm saying is, if she wants to identify herself as that, okay, cool. But can she prove it as far as her DNA? Now that's something different. But you can say what you want to say.
Wait, so black is defined by your DNA now?
There are markers. There are markers for black people. That's why.
So what? I got you. So now, okay. So now you're saying black can be proven by DNA. Okay. So what are we looking for in DNA that makes somebody black?
I'm not a DNA scientist, so you asking the wrong person. But what I can do
how do you know
I can talk with someone. What I'm saying is I can talk with someone if I can't visibly see that they are of I would say black descent because I don't use the term African descent, even though from my knowledge, that was the original source where our people came from, right there in the center of the earth. And I guess they left a monument to represent 50,000. Oh, well, it took 50,000 years for them to find out where it was at. So it took another 50,000 years for them to build it. So we're talking eons ago. So like I said, I don't have all the answers.
I got you. So with the answers you provide so far, Chad, are you Chad, are you understanding now? Are you satisfied? I think you scared Chad off.
I scared you off too, but I'm glad you called me back.
All right, so I guess all right. Chad is acquiescing, and that means he agrees in silence. He don't want to offend you, so I think he agrees with you. All right, so you got one person.
I don't mind being offended. I don't mind being offended. I just hate being disrespected.
All right, you can explain some more. I'm gonna look in the chat to see if they. So the question for the chat is: do you understand where James is coming from, or do you guys got a question?
And I really do appreciate this opportunity. I was feeling some kind of way about you, bro. I ain't gonna lie, because I came to you with respect and also love, man, because you trying to uplift our people. At least that was the perception that I got before you started going in on me unwarranted, and that shit hurt. See my language again.
Well, Chad, I apologize if your truth hurts me. So I mean, you're not apologizing. So if my truth hurted you, I apologize. But evidently, your truth hurted me too.
But not intentionally and not initially.
Yeah, I didn't do it intentionally either.
Well, brother, I studied that tape of our conversation because it hurted me that bad. And yes, you initially did it. As soon as I started talking about how I was influenced and fed by the Panthers, you was like, wait, and then it went south from there. So yeah, you initially did that.
Yeah, because I don't think it was making any sense. Like I don't think you're
making
sense
give me
now.
A chance to make. You didn't give me a chance to make sense, bro. You was
but you said that earlier.
Because you didn't, bro. Did you go back and listen to how you was talking? Honestly, did you go back and listen to yesterday's broadcast? In particular, when we had conversation.
No, and do you want to? So I said. So now you see how easy that was. I gave you a yes or no answer. Now I'm going to elaborate. No, because normally when I say something, it's not. I'm not freestyling. It's a repeated talking point. So what I said to you is what I normally say, and when it comes to that type of conversation with Black Panthers, it's a repeated talking point. I don't got to go back. That's where I am. But back to this blackness that you keep saying. So now the people you're calling black, all these people, I guess it can be anybody at this point. But what if they don't call themselves black? Are they still black?
They can identify themselves however they want to. Me, I'm a foundation American. I can say, fuck that. I'm a Puerto Rican. All the fuck I want. But that shit ain't gonna make me a Puerto Rican. That shit ain't gonna make me no Puerto Rican. Because I was born in Georgetown, South Carolina. My mother, my father, their grandmother, their grandfather, my great grandfather, all that. So I can say I'm Puerto Rican all I want, but I'm just saying it.
Hey Chad, not Chad. Hey, James, you ever heard?
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Yo, for a long time we called everybody black because we had the one drop rule. Until you broke that down, I realized not everybody's black.
Yeah, no, we didn't call everybody black. We called Black Americans black. And we called everybody black who was like another ethnicity living in America with a drop of black in them. We called them black. But keep in mind, those people who were like mixed with white people that had that small amount of drop that black blood, those people were American. Like none of those people were Nigerian. None of those people were they were all in America. Like it ain't like we were calling people from South African who makes white people. We're not calling them black. We call them whatever they call themselves. They're South African. Like for example, Mandela. Who called Mandela black? We called him a South African. We call
Yes,
Shaka
sir.
Zulu Zulu. Zulu Nation. Like we never called Shaka Zulu black. We called him African.
The term black is primordial. It's before these modern times and before some of our recent history. I can't call myself rightly a white person. I mean, you could write it down on the birth certificate if I was from someplace else, but ain't nobody gonna fall for that if you look like me.
So let me ask you a question. On your birth certificate is white there?
Negro. Negro was on my birth certificate.
Do you have a white wife?
I'm going to get married hopefully this year by a beautiful foundation of Black American woman who rocks the afro and the whole shit. Beautiful, beautiful woman. Okay. Black, just black as can be. But yeah, she's like.
Dark? Is she dark or black?
She pecan tan.
So when you say she black as can be, see, I'm a little confused because you explained black is darker than dark.
I'm
black
talking about in her
dark.
being, her essence. Her essence.
Okay. So now, can a Panamanian have that black essence in her being?
I would say yes. I mean, I could be wrong, but I would say yes.
Okay, I got you. So what about a red Indian? Can they have that blackness in their being?
All people came from black people. The amount of blackness that they have in their veins, I couldn't be able to gauge, but they I would say they might have more than, let's say, the East Indians, who crazy black melanated, but they don't have the essence that.
All right, let me ask you this:
that we exude.
Were you ever a former member of the Nuwaubians?
No, I was not. I was a former member of the Afro-Latinx community when I was in my early teens.
Now, didn't they evolve into the Nuwaubians?
They did, but I wasn't around then.
Okay.
I left.
All right.
I didn't stay long, but I learned the teachings from Dr. York, and I understand the controversy that surrounds him. But it didn't affect
hold on.
the correct knowledge.
But James, do you know how I was able to guess that accurately?
I would like to know.
Right, because I used to debate this stuff all the time against people, different thoughts that take on different like Afrocentric religions. Right. So that's why. Hold on. Let me just finish that thought. Wait. So the more you were talking, I'm like, he sound like a Nuwaubian. That's something that they would say. And then I asked you, and I was spot on. But go ahead.
I also studied the Nation of Islam. I was never a member, but it was the Nation of Islam when Mr. Farrakhan revitalized them in the mid '80s. That was my journey to self-awareness. So I have various teachers that I was fortunate to learn from, but Dr. York and the Ansar-Allah community at that time were paramount. Now, there were other teachings that came later on that I wasn't privy to, but that the limited amount of information that was being given at that time, I'm still grateful for to this day, and it helps to guide me in my life.
Okay. Now, for me, as a foundational Black American, I don't use Black as an all-inclusive term. Okay.
That's a prerogative.
I use it as a very exclusive term. And when I argue my position, I know what I'm talking about. Like I'm not all over the place. I'm not making up answers. I'm not unsure. I know exactly what I'm talking about. And what I use is I use history. I use language. I use grammar. And I use what people call themselves. So those Egyptians you're talking about, there's a reason why we call them Egyptians or Cometians. There's a reason why we call those people there.
Nazarene. Okay. Mazarines.
Hold on. KMT. That's not the language. KMT.
Is actually spelled differently, and the exact spelling I don't know. But I
Cool.
get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, bro.
Right.
Hold on.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. I wasn't done because he cut in. See, James liked to have the microphone, but once I get some words in, he cuts in right away. Okay, so James, I say Kemet, and people say Egyptians, and you just said Nazarenes. We said three things, and none of us said black. So what I'm saying is, when I study this stuff, Egypt, Kemet, okay, what you want to call them? I know they never called themselves black. Okay, I know. Wait, hold on. Let me get the thought out first. It's for the chat. That's why I can boldly say we're the only black people. I know they never did that. Okay, they call themselves Kemet or Cometians. They call themselves, and that's why they're known in history. Looking back, people call them what they call themselves and what other people call them. You had the Nubians. The Nubians called them something too. You know, they called the Nubians something, and the Nubians called them something. So we got contemporaries. We got people existing at the same time they're existing. We got Alexander the Great. He met them. He didn't call them black. So we got people in real time in ancient history who recorded language calling them something, and nobody ever called them black. Go ahead, Chad, and then let James go again. Go ahead, Chad. You can add on whatever.
No.
All I was gonna say was now ancient Egyptians, they call themselves Caucasian. They'll tell you that Egypt is not in Africa. They'll say Egypt is part of the Middle East. And if you call them black, they get upset. That's all I was going to say on that one.
Okay. Can I talk now?
Yeah.
Thank you. We talking about recent people who would do that. We're not talking about ancient people or people who were there, let's just say 7,000, 8,000 years. And a lot of the names that you mentioned, Ron, if you look at the definition of those words, not just the words itself, but how they might have been defined, you might find that they use the term black.
Nope. That's not true. Because
okay, now,
wait, hold on. It's my turn to respond now. Because I don't know about you, brother, but have you ever spoke to anybody who could speak Shes Metanetu?
Yes.
Okay, I did too.
Well, I would say, okay.
Okay.
Now, this is.
Wait. I asked a question to keep going. Okay, so when you're asking me stuff, bro, not only have I spoke to people, I could get them on a panel. And they can explain, they speak it, they teach it, they write it, and they can explain that ain't what it means. They're gonna say Kemet. Okay, now.
Can you get Shaka Atmos?
Well, I watch Shaka Atmos lives. Matter of fact, I'll be in there. Okay, so Shaka Atmos, I don't know him to speak Shes Metaneter. I know he's trying to play around with it, but he's not somebody who's ever been like fluent and known as a teacher in what they call hieroglyphics, right? Now,
how about Brother Reggie?
Yeah, so Brother Reggie is one of them that I was talking about, and I got Wujabu. All right, so now, watch this. You said the people of Egypt, they're not there no more, right? You said the people that's in Egypt now, they're not the real Egyptians?
They may still be some remnants of the actual lineage still there. I never been to Egypt. I never been to Africa. So I would just be going off conjecture.
Okay, right. So all Chad was telling you that the people who are Egyptian today are descendants of them of old, and they get highly offended if you call them anything but Egyptian. If you call them black or whatever else, they're offended. They believe they like the term Egyptian, just like other people rather be called what they call. Now, what I was telling you was this.
Ron, real quick. Sorry to interject. Not only that, they prefer the term Caucasian.
All right, James.
Yes,
James.
sir. Yes, sir.
James, we were just talking about Shaka Zulu. Are you familiar with him? Because you said Shaka Atmos. What about
Right.
Shaka Zulu?
Shaka Zulu. I think I've seen him on Sonetta before, but
No,
I
no.
can't.
You ain't never see Shaka Zulu on Saturday. He got
I
murdered
said I
by his.
think. Oh, you
No,
talking
you
about Shaka
didn't.
Zulu, the Warrior King?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about somebody of the day. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Nah. Did he call himself black?
Whatever name he used it, I would ask for the definition of that name when he said it. Just like if I say red, I can say red, but somebody who doesn't speak this language, I would have to show them what that is.
Got you.
They can
Well,
say red.
Shaka.
No.
Yeah, got you. Shaka Zulu is of the Zulu tribe, bro.
Right.
Right. Igbo people are of the Igbo tribe. So you're just your tribe. So Igbo people, Fulani, that's what they are. They're Fulani. They're Igbo. You got people who are Zimbabwe, and they're from the Shona tribe. So they're just Shona people. So when you're from a tribe, you're just that people. So Shaka Zulu is just he's a Zulu person from the Zulu part of Zulu people. The people of Zimbabwe, who's of the Shona tribe, they're Shona people from the Shona tribe. Igbo people are Igbo from the Igbo tribe. So like that's what they call themselves. They call them Igbo. And they're of Igbo people from the Igbo tribe. Igbo tribe. They don't call themselves black. They call themselves after their tribe.
You know, something that's interesting is that many of us here on this continent have more of the history of the people that's there now. But somehow, for some reason, much of their history has been destroyed, and a amount of knowledge that has been kept from them.
Haven't.
They have no. Okay.
No.
Well, listen. Here's another name for you. King Seti, Sarasutu Seti. Are you familiar with him?
Yeah, and he speaks no hieroglyphics. He don't believe they exist. He said they were never deciphered.
Okay.
Him and young Pharaoh. Yeah.
The reason why I mention him is that you will get a better understanding of the definition of those names from a person like that. Someone who studied extensively. I mean, you can say no. You can say no. But allow me to say yes. Just allow me to say yes.
I got you. But his position is the meta nature was never deciphered.
That might be one of his positions, but I was speaking in particular about the definition of certain languages.
I got you. I got you. Okay. But apparently, unfortunately, he don't take call-ins ever. Yeah, so you or I will never talk to him because he don't take call-ins. Sounds like something to hide there.
I wouldn't say I would never talk to him because he's a person that I would seek knowledge from. He's a person that if I were in need and had the capacity, that I would seek knowledge from more than most scholars than you can name. Yeah.
Hey James, was it very hard to get in touch with Jason Black?
It was not. At least not for me.
Okay. Was it hard to get in touch with Michi X?
It was not for me.
Was it hard to get in touch with me?
I'm glad to be in touch with you, but I would not consider it hard.
Okay.
I would not consider it hard.
Okay. Have you ever spoke with Sarasutu Seti the way you spoke to us?
No, I have not.
You know why? He makes it hard. He doesn't add no contact information where you can actually talk to him.
I know he's been doing his work for a very long time, and the contact information that he might have had, I wouldn't have known. I only got up on him maybe 7 years ago, so I don't know. I can't say that.
Who's been doing the work any longer than Jason Black?
I would not be able to accurately compare Jason's black knowledge. All I know is I consider him one of my teachers, even though he might not even consider me a student. But I would still consider him one of my teachers because I learned a great deal from him. The same way Basara said it. He doesn't know I exist, but I learned a great deal from him, even though I never got to talk with him. I still learned a great deal and a lot of the knowledge that I did investigate on my own.
Okay. So I get why you into Egypt because that is a Nuwapian thing. On that land.
I never was a Nuwapian. I never was a Nuwapian. I never was a Nuwapian. I mean,
okay, I got you. But hold on, James, just for the chat to know, the same person who taught you and what you recalled yourselves was the same guy who taught the Nuwapians, right? He was both your leaders, correct?
I had multiple teachers. I just named a few.
No. That's not what I asked. You was with the Ansar Allah community, right?
Correct.
Okay, so your leader was the same leader who taught the Nuwapians, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is why we would say maybe we shouldn't, but that's why people would mix it up and call you Nuwapian. It's the same leader. But I get you. Like you didn't evolve to that part of the teaching. But did you ever live on the land?
I lived it in Brooklyn when they had when they were in Bushwick Avenue. Very briefly, I was very young, and I didn't really have the support from, let's say, my mother or my father.
How old were you?
The people. I was 19 when I first, and I stayed about a week because I just wasn't ready for that kind of environment. I just wasn't ready. But I wished it and I regretted it. Well, firstly, what got me is the PT, the physical training. The physical training was a mug. You know what I'm saying?
19.
Listen, bro, I'm a straight up athlete and I'm good with it. But I went there not in shape. I didn't take it seriously what I might have been facing when it came to the physical training. It was like combat training. And I just wasn't ready for that and shit. It wasn't like I was on an island somewhere when I ain't had nowhere to go. I'm like, shit, fuck this, the train station right here. Excuse my language, train station right here. I'm out. These niggas trying to kill me. Now, it wasn't, you know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is it was the physical training.
I understand.
Yeah.
But you couldn't handle it. Okay, so did you end up speaking Arabic?
No. I never got to speak Arabic, and I'm glad because today I do not see myself as a Muslim. But you
see yourself a Muslim when he was the leader, right?
I learned that that the actual prophet did not write the Quran, that the Quran was written after his death. I also learned that they had black people who were enslaved. I also learned they had black people enslaved today. There's no fate.
Wait. So those people you call them black, weren't they just called African?
This is my definition, bro. I will allow you.
I got it. Wait. I got it. But I'm saying, like, okay. See, hey, James, this is what people call revisionists. Okay. People. Okay. When you look at wait, hey, James, let me get a word in, bro. When you go in, I'm quiet, and once you stop, I ask a question. I wasn't even done. I just started talking. I'm trying to explain something.
You're being a good fellow. You're being a good fellow.
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to explain something to you as a brother. The white man does that. The white man looks at recorded history. He doesn't like what he's looking at. He starts to revise it. He starts to change words, change events to pretend it didn't happen the way it happened. Okay. You're doing the same thing. In the Quran, wait, hey, Jay, let me finish though. In the Quran, those enslaved people are known as Africans, right? Everywhere else in life, anybody can Google right now.
they always have known to be enslaving Africans. Okay, in the Bible, they're known as Africans, right? People of America, mainly America, Afrocentrics, Black Pan-Africans, what they do is they come back behind. They rewrite history. They revise it. Like you have a King James Revised Bible. And see, and the funny thing is, the irony is they complain about the Bible's being revised, but they revise history. That they come back behind how history documents these people, and then they erase African and they pencil in black. Everywhere it says African. Now, that to us, that's a clear agenda. And that's called erasure. That's a clear agenda. So what I do is I be historically accurate. I call the people what they call themselves. I call the people how they were called by others, contemporaries, and I call the people how they're documented in history. I don't make up a new name for people. I don't do that because I don't have an agenda, and I want to be accurate when I repeat this information. I have a sense of responsibility of teaching my people, my family, correct information, so they don't go around looking like a fool. So when people have to revise history, like the white man, we kind of throw out the baby and the bathwater. We say, now we're good, because we can't trust that person because we don't know if this is accurately described by history or if this is their revision that they added in there.
Let me know when I can talk, bro. Okay, you got to remember, this is your definition. This
ain't my
is
definition.
the history. Wait a minute, bro, because my definition describes them as black people. So
but that's not my definition.
One and you have one.
No, but
okay,
that's not my definition.
You gave me your definition. You just gave me the definition of what you consider black people.
No.
Okay,
that's not what I did. Wait, hey, James, I can't. You could go, but I don't want you misrepresenting my argument, bro, guy.
I'm listening to what you said.
Okay, James, I didn't say that. James, I didn't say that. I said that's what the Okay, you gotta see. Here's the problem with people when they call in. The listening skills. I said the Quran describes them as African. I said the Bible describes these people as African. I say they describe themselves as African, and historians describe them as Africans. Nobody called them black. That's a recent modern terminology that Afrocentrics started doing around like the 1990s, started revising African history, calling everybody black. That is a recent thing. That's not old, not ancient, nothing. That's recent. That's what I said.
Okay, I read the Quran several times and I never seen the word African in it. All I hold on, bro. Now you talking, now let me talk. Okay. All I see in the Quran is they reference to slaves. And they may have named the location or the people, the tribe, or whatever it was that they might
What's the location?
Can I finish saying what I was going to say so I lose my train of thought?
Right, Jay, I want to know the location.
I mean, I listen. Okay. We would say what we know as now as the Middle East, some North Africa. My point is this.
Oh yeah, African.
Anybody who thinks it's okay to take another human being and make them do what you want them to do, no. And if your religion says it's okay to do that, no. When I was young and I was getting in Islam, I did not know that these were some of the aspects of it. Once I learned that they were legitimizing slavery for whatever reason, there's no way the creator that I'm blessed to love would condone that. So no, I knew that wasn't for me. It took years and years and years and years and years for me to get there. But once I obtained that knowledge, I realized that, okay, now there's some more investigations that needs to be done. That's why I was able to tell you that the Holy Quran was not written at the time of the Prophet Muhammad, that it was formulated after him, and much of it was from memory and a lot of stories. So what I'm saying is this is not holy. If man wrote it, it's not holy. The same way as the Bible. If man wrote it, it's not holy. If it got a copyright on it, it's not holy. So that's why I cease to call myself a Muslim. I'm a peaceful person. I'm one who's of peace. You know what I'm saying? But I still consider those human beings that were enslaved black people.
Okay. Suburban Swervin, did you want to add to the conversation? The Suburban called in.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, bro? How you doing, Ron?
Good, man. How are you?
So I just wanted to chime in on some things. All right. So what he's talking about, you know what I'm saying, especially when he talk about SETI, he's talking about how SETI deal with the black snake or the Ophiophagus, and how they use that science, but that's not necessarily dealing with black in terms of melanin, like 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 dealing with the sun and that Christ consciousness. So I think it gets convoluted when we start trying to apply that to people. People don't understand, like, the Egyptians were, everything they did was, it was not meant to be taken literally. You know what I'm saying? So when we start talking about their understanding of black, they're using a mixture of things. They're using the black sun, so they're dealing with I forget what that what the term is for that, and when it comes to alchemy, right? But they're dealing with all that, and but they're talking about, they're dealing with these things in the aspect of how they affect the body. So it's not really talking about black people. It might be talking about melanated people, right? But all melanated people are not necessarily the same, which we know, and which is why we're putting distinctions on it.
Right.
So I think people do that a lot. Like, and just to be clear, that particular science was shared across cultures. It wasn't just black people who dealt with that science, right? They dealt with that science. You see it in Japan today. Now we can say that, oh well, it was brought there by black people. Okay, cool. But it's still getting back to the convolution of the term black. So we gotta stop taking things from the ancient world literally. These people they spoke in allegory. You know what I'm saying, bro? So just because it might say black there, don't mean necessarily talking about black people or a group of black people or black on the surface.
Yeah, good point. That's why you have something. That's why you have something called Old English. Yeah, you got something called Old English. So when you read the, I remember I was talking to somebody, and they claimed they was reading from an Old English Bible, King James Version, and I asked them a question on purpose. I asked them to spell certain chapters, and they said there was an S there. I said there was no S in there. There was only an F, and I said a W. There's no W because I have a King James 1611. So I know there was no S. There was F. The F was there for the W, for the S, and there was no W. There was just, I think, just a U there.
Right.
So like so there were certain letters that wasn't even present in the English language that we know now. And also you would sacrifice a kid. Now according to James, that's a little boy.
But a kid is a goat. Right.
So that's called Old English. So you see, you're right. You can't take ancient terms and then define them with the modern way, because they use those words differently.
And then you know what else too, Ron? Like, people will try to apply these things, but they don't practice or deal with the sciences that these things come from. So you don't have a clue what you're really talking about. Like, for instance, when people try to, well, I'm not gonna get into all that, but yeah, man, like we got to start understanding like what we're dealing with and where we come from. If you're talking about Egyptians, then you're talking about allegory, off cuff. Nothing that they dealt with was ever literal. You know what I'm saying? Even the way they set up, even the way they set up their cities wasn't meant to be. It represented something else. So, you know what I'm saying? Like the pyramid represents is supposed to be fashioned after a mountain. You dig what I'm saying?
Okay.
When we talk about columns, you're talking about the the kalu, that goes back to the snake because the snake stands up upright on right, and so the column is representative of the snake. And the snake is representative of your spine. Like, so these are all things that we got to understand. And because people don't practice that part of it, they don't really get what these people are talking about. So now they want to apply it across racial lines. That's not what they're dealing with. That's not what they're dealing with. And if you say you was in Answer All Our community, well, when you went as a Nubian, we had different things that taught us that, like AEO. We dealt with that. You dig what I'm saying? So a lot of people don't, because they're not all the way indoctrinated in these schools, they take certain teachings and run with it, or they take certain things and they develop understanding of it, and that's not what it's about. All right, I'm done.
Yeah, that makes sense. Go ahead, James.
Okay, bro. I give you a 55 on that. That shit ain't gonna pass because I never said I was a Nubian for one. And you saying they built their cities?
I was a Nubian. I'm telling you from personal experience. Yeah.
Okay, well then,
so maybe I'm not assuming.
Maybe you may have not been privy to the prior information. Maybe you were, but for the cities that the Egyptians built with just allegory is ridiculous because people lived in there. You don't allegorically live someplace. You live or you don't live. So that kind of
once again. So you missed it. It went over your head. I said that
I'm using the terms. I'm saying the terms you use, though.
No. I said the things that they based their cities on were allegory. So the Egyptians came from Nubia, from the mountains in the south, or actually it was the north, right? They call it the north.
Right,
it was really the south,
absolutely,
or whatever.
Absolutely.
Okay, then. So they fashioned certain cities to look like where they came from in the south. They built pyramids to fashion after the mountains. When they speak on, so that's what I was saying. I'm not saying they didn't live there. I'm saying that they did things in allegory. They did things to represent. They had symbolism.
And I understand.
They would wear a head to represent an Iblis bird. But why was Iblis bird? Why did they even use the Iblis bird? Because the Iblis bird dipped his beak in the water to fashion the pen, the ink. So the Iblis bird, Tahuti, was the scribe. You see what I'm saying?
I understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
Right.
That makes
sense.
And
also, when we're speaking about allegory, as I was saying earlier about the Great Pyramid the Great Pyramid of Giza and the surrounding pyramids is, you could say, allegorical of the Sirius star system because it's the exact. No, I'm saying is that the Orion star system. Those three highlighted stars are the pyramids of replication of them on Earth, as above, so below. And as I said earlier, also that it's 50,000 years until that alignment takes place. With those stars aligned with those pyramids takes 50,000 years. Now, in order for them to know that, you talk about 50 years.
They had to be there for 50,000 years. I'm aware.
Exactly.
I'm not arguing that. I'm not. That's not what.
So
that's not what I'm arguing. We argue about the usage of the word black, bro.
Okay, but I said that because I understand what you said about allegorical. Now, as far as I would say now, and I mentioned Seti because he knows more of the ancient languages, and he can give the definite definition or close to the most definite definition when they basically use black, because Africa was a land of black people. Seti, Sarasuda Seti.
That's
a great person. Like I was saying, listen, I don't know him. Only thing I did was study his work, and I am so grateful. I thank God for that brother, and I really appreciate him. But I hope I'm not representing him or anybody else who named that I used it, because I consider them as teachers.
Brother,
I consider them my teachers.
What you know about Walter Williams?
I know not that much about Walter Williams.
Okay. So Walter Williams is where SETI gets his doctrine of not believing that the hieroglyphics, that the metal netter was deciphered. Okay.
How about Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark?
Well, they say that's not what Walter Williams say. So I'm telling you where SETI gets that from. That's where he got that from. He got that from Walter Williams. SETI will even tell you he got it from Walter Williams. So now, hold on. So now, what I'm saying is this. Once again, the reason why we're convoluting the term black into meaning all black people is because they are getting it confused with alchemical topics and processes, alchemical doctrine, bro. This is shit that come out of these are teachings that transcend. It's not even about no people or your color of your skin. It's about what's going on inside of your body and like you say, you brought up Orion and the star system. These things in the allegory was always threefold. You dig what I'm saying? It was always physical, it was always mental, and it was always spiritual. So when they did an allegory, it had three different meanings to it, at least bare minimum, right? So when they built the pyramid, once again, we talk about it, you say, as above, so below, or from whence we come, right? So they built it after to show you that they would come from the Orion star system. That's what they believed, that they came from another star system, right? Right. They believed that when you died, that you would go into you would create a new sun and a new star system, a whole new solar system. So these things are not just about color. It's not just about, it's about a whole alchemical spiritual transformation process. It's not just that. But these people were referencing that. They weren't referencing that black people. They were referencing that because it was people that weren't even black talking about that. That's what the dragon is. Even when we talk about the dragon in Old English and in Norse mythology, we're talking about the fire breather. So the devil. My bad. Go ahead.
No, my bad. I just said the devil. I was giving other names for the dragon. But please continue.
Yeah. But we talking about the fire breather. So that's the flying serpent, Sekhmet. All of this is all the same thing. But if you really know what Sekhmet is, they're not talking about a person or race or skin color. So I land.
Okay. But I've seen hieroglyphics, and these are just pictures that I've seen. I never visited either. But I've seen the blue-black people on the wall. Their complexion, blue-black. I also seen light-skinned people. I also seen brown-skinned people. But most definitely, I seen black-skinned people on those walls. So I don't think the term black as a descriptive purpose just came yesterday or a couple of months or a couple of years ago or even 100 years ago. That is ridiculous thinking to me. Now, when I describe black people in general, I'm speaking about, I'm not even sure the term diaspora would be appropriate, but I'm speaking about black people. Now, foundational American, which I am a distinct black person. There's none other like us, but I'm still a black person. So I cannot tell somebody else who's black, you're not black, but I can tell them you are not foundational black American. You're not my black, not like me.
Hey James. Do Jamaicans are Jamaicans black?
Yes. The black Jamaicans are black. I say it like that.
Okay. Got it. What do they call themselves?
They can call themselves Jamaicans or Rastas, whatever.
Wait, no. Hey,
I made that point earlier.
James. Hey, James.
Rasta is like 1% of Jamaica. The Rastafarians they make up like 1% of Jamaica, bro. The average person there is not a Rasta. Okay, so the majority of them, what do they call themselves?
The majority of Jamaicans, I would say, they call themselves in general Jamaican.
Right, and their homeland is called what?
Jamaica.
Right. So that's why I would say they're Jamaican. They're not black. Now, majority of people over here from U.S. chattel slavery, what did we call ourselves when we named ourselves? Not what white folks called us, Negro and color. When we called ourselves, when we took control of our identity and we called ourselves something, what majority of us called ourselves what?
Black.
Right. See the difference? So our name of our ethnic group, we named it Black. Jamaicans named theirs Jamaican. So yes, we can say you're not black, you're Jamaican, and they could say you're not Jamaican, you're black. And that goes across the board with Nigerians, Zimbabweans, Kenyans, Haitians. In 1804, Dessalini decided to call themselves something. He didn't say they were black. He said, from this point on, we're Haitians, and this land is called Haiti. So they can gatekeep and say, hey, you're not Haitian, you're Jamaican. You guys are not Haitian, you're Zimbabwean, and you guys are not Jamaican or Haitian, you guys are black. So yes, everybody.
Can I ask you a question?
Wait. You need to listen first. See, here's the thing: when you talk, we listen to you and we respond to what you're saying. So now I'm talking. Now I need you to respond to what I'm saying. So everybody had to, yeah, but you got to listen to the point though.
Yes, sir.
When everybody had the chance to name themselves, that's called an endonym. Endo, N-word, nym, name. When everybody had the chance to name themselves, they named themselves. And we named ourselves Black, and everybody else named themselves after their flag. That's why we can say you're not black. Remember, you're the name after your flag. Go ahead.
Okay. I know people from the Dominicans and people from Jamaica who call themselves black. They don't get it confused. Hold on, bro. Wow.
You see what I'm saying? The dude just responds. He doesn't listen. So hey James,
you're not listening to me, bro.
Okay, hey, but James,
you said be quiet while you were talking. I was quiet while you was talking, and when I started talking, you're doing the same thing. You interrupted me after I said 2 words.
Because James,
regardless of what I'm gonna say, bro, just listen to me. I'm being respectful. I'm trying to get my point across.
James, you're not being respectful, because if you were respectful, you would have cared to understand what I said. So now, James, what was the point I was making when I said all of that?
The point you were making was that we are the only black people because we defined ourselves as black people. They never defined themselves in general as from whatever lineage they came from. I understand that.
No, they did. No, I didn't say that. No, hey James, I didn't say that. You just said just now. Okay, just now. You just said Dominicans and Jamaicans call themselves black. Hey, bro, you just identified them as Dominicans and Jamaicans, my guy. You just identified.
I know people. I know people who are this or that.
Hey, James, don't make me play it back. You just said, so you're trying to tell me you
didn't say the word. Play it back.
Wait, hold on.
Before I play it back. I know people. I know what I said,
James,
bro.
Hey, James, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to throw you off again. I'm just trying to talk to you and you're getting excited. Where everybody's talking composed, nobody's yelling. You're the only person excited, my guy. You're the only person.
Look, bro, I'm not kicking you out the tribe. You trying to kick me out the tribe.
No, yeah, because what happens is I'm a match your energy. I don't want to do that. It's late. I'm talking.
You're not matching my energy because I'm not disrespectful.
Dude, you are. Because everybody was talking calm and peacefully, and you just turned up. And now I'm trying to control myself. I'm turning up now, right? Because I will match your energy, my guy. Are you trying to tell me? Okay, I got you. You didn't tell me that you're trying to tell me. You didn't say the words Jamaican and Dominican just now?
That's not what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you what I said.
Bro,
said was, hold on, bro, hold on. I'm answering the question.
Okay. No. You're not answering the question, bro. I asked you a flat out yes or no question. Did you say the words Dominican and Jamaican, yes or no?
I said those two words in context.
Okay. Wait, no. You identify them. How they identify themselves, my guy. You just said
No,
the
bro.
Dominican.
No, bro. Play it back.
James,
Play
I'm
it
gonna
back.
meet you. Okay. Wait, you don't. Hey, James, you don't know what you said?
Well, I'm trying to tell you what I said, because you don't want to hear it. I said,
hey, bro,
I know.
I'm gonna mute you. Okay, because you just said some stupid shit just now, bro. For real. You just identified them as Jamaican and Dominican. So that is their nationality. That's their ethnonym. That's how they want the world to identify them. Okay. So if they call themselves a nickname or a subname, that's not the same as their nationality and their ethnonym, their endonym. Okay. It's not the same. And I was showing you how we do. We don't call ourselves black as a subname or nickname. We call ourselves that is our ethnonym, my guy. So when they say they're Jamaican and hold up a flag, and when they say they're Nigerian and hold up a flag, we say we're black and we hold up the American flag. So our stage name is black. Their stage name is Dominican, Jamaican, Puerto Rican, and whatever else. That's how we're all going to be address each other. We're not going to address Dominicans as black on a world stage. They're going to be called Dominican. They got a whole country called Dominica, a republic. Okay. When we talk to Jamaicans in the world stage, they'll be known as Jamaicans. They got a flag and a country. Okay. When we talk to Nigerians, they'll be Nigeria, you dig, on the world stage. Okay. So what they call themselves now, that's a recent thing they're doing, and it doesn't matter if it was ancient. That's not their ethnonym. That's not how they want to be identified nationally and internationally. They come to America as Dominicans, my guy. They got a Dominican community. They don't have a black community. When I'm in New Jersey, Jamaicans got a Jamaican store, my guy. It's not called a black store. It's called a Jamaican restaurant with a Jamaican flag on it. It's not called a black restaurant. So these people identify themselves after their country, no matter if it's a Dominican braiding shop, a Jamaican braiding shop, or a restaurant. They tag their nationality to everything they do to show this is who we are. And for us, black people in America, we do the same thing. We say Black Wall Street, Black Reconstruction, Black Panthers. We tag on black on everything. Africans say African braid shop. They don't say Black braid shop. They don't say Zimbabwean braid shop. They say African braid shop. So like I said before, you're coming around later, you're trying to revise history, and that's not respected over here or nowhere on this earth. Okay, go ahead, D.
Hey, what's up, man?
What up?
Yeah, man, I don't do the panel thing, man. I've been like, this is like the second time in my life I've been on a panel, man.
All right. Well, congrats,
I'll be in the chat all day, though, man.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, bro, like the way I'm speaking, different conversations are happening at different points. Yeah, so if you're not right there on point to catch that conversation and what exactly is being stated, you will miss out on the whole spirit of what's truly being stated. And now it looks all crazy. So that's why I wasn't tripping, bro. I'm like, I'm with you, Ron G. Trust when I say I'm with you. Trust when I'm with you, my dude.
Okay, so now did that make sense? What I just said, the Dominicans got a whole country called Dominican Republic, right? And they got a whole flag. And,
right.
And when they travel throughout the world, they want to be called Dominicans, right? They in America they got a Dominican community, right? They got a Dominican language, right. So he's trying to call them black. And I'm like, in no way, shape, or form are they known as black anywhere in their society.
No. Okay. I mean, what I don't understand is you already have a name, Dominican. Why are you doing this now? You already have a name, but there's no need for this. You already letting me know what your intent by putting this black on it. You just let the cat out the bag. Like, man, why are you saying black when you've already told me an identifier? You told me an identifier. That's crazy, bro. She's crazy, man.
Country to yourself,
Whole country.
and your country is called the Dominican Republic. Haitians got a whole country, and that shit called Haiti. And the people in the land are called Haitians. They're not called black. Okay, and then Jamaicans are Jamaican in Jamaica. Belizeans are Belizeans, and Bahamians are Bahamians.
Yeah, for real. Like dead serious, bro. Like this shit is crazy, man. This is crazy. But again, when you see a person intent, once they show you what it is, you have to take them at face value.
Right.
You gotta take them at face value, bro. You cannot fuck around. Once a person shows who they are, and it ain't what you look, know that character. What is your real intent? Why are you using this word black? We know what time it is. Before the internet, y'all had nothing with this word. We know who had something with this word. I'm from Chicago. Black Gangster Disciples, Black Peace Stone. That was a part of the identity of the organizations in Chicago. My dude, it was a part of it. And now they demonized it to the point that the drug game did what it did, but it demonized our soldiers, basically. That's our backbone. Who else is busting outside of a military in America? We the only ones, the ones in the streets. As much fake shit that goes on, is it just as much real shit that goes on? No, we're the backbone of the streets are the backbone of the black community. The Bloods, the Crips, the Peoples, the folks are the spine of the black community within the United States of America. We cannot throw our baby, and those are our babies. You cannot separate one over the other. A 12-year-old made a decision to join a gang. You cannot treat him like a 29-year-old. You cannot do that. A 12-year-old, 11-year-old, for the situations that we are put in this country. Everybody doesn't look at the 360 degrees of it. We seem to be only wanting to look at the 180 of it. Like, man, bro, we didn't put ourselves in this situation. To sit in concrete is unnatural. This is the most unnatural shit you could possibly do. And anyone telling me otherwise, man, you are tripping. You are part of the conspiracy. You're part of the like what I wrote with the crabs in the bucket. Why are the crabs in the bucket in the first place? This is an unnatural state for these crabs to be in. So when you see them pecking at each other, why wouldn't they do that? Why wouldn't that happen? You have to expect that. You have to.
You already created the condition for them to do that.
You created the condition. Yeah, there's no buckets in the ocean. Show me where's a bucket in the ocean, and they're doing it like that, and then you got that. But because this is an unnatural state, they're all trying to get out. And what is the intent of the crab? He's trying to get out. They're not trying to fight each other. Right. I mean, man, it's an ugly situation. It's like being in a project. It's the same thing. It's an ugly situation of each one pulling each other down. Man, take away the desperation, our peoples are on a whole nother level. Take away the desperation, I've seen it. Take away, man, I've lived it. Take away the desperation.
You're right. You're 100%.
Yeah, man.
And that's why in the black middle class you don't have this type of behavior.
You don't. Dude, you don't. My mama's side is wild, and my daddy's side is that conservative, man, you gonna work. Everybody got that like dynamic, man, where one side of the family is wild and the other side of the family is conservative. And you go over there, you do whatever you want. But when you come over here, I mean, you gotta go about it a certain way. You gotta go about it. And that was my dynamic coming up. Shoveling snow, raking leaves, but this coming from the projects. Again, to jump from the projects to my granny house, boom, man, shoveling snow, man, doing all kind of real shit. Like, man, hey, that shit ain't no punk, man. Y'all know back. I'm in Cali now, but y'all know back that way, that's no joke. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
I think his mic is going.
Oh, my mic. All right, James, hold on 1 second. Okay, so since you've been calling in, like you've been the one determining what is respect and what is disrespect. Like you've been defining it, and you've been pointing that pistol around at people, right?
The mic is kind of shoddy, man.
Huh?
The mic is kind of shoddy.
All right. It should be good now.
Okay, yeah, you better now, bro.
Okay, I had to put it close my mouth. Okay, wait. Let me do like this. All right. So James, you've been the one defining disrespect and respect that it fits you. So basically, like it's subjective. Like when you don't like something, you would define it as disrespect. And if you like something, it becomes respect. Okay. So what I was telling you, the way I define disrespect and respect is when we're having a dialogue and it's like contentious, contentious where we're like disagreeing. When you talk, I make it my business to understand what you're saying, and then I respond to it. And if I'm confused, I would ask you a question about something you said to get more clarity. But consistently tonight, every time I talk, even when Suburban was talking, you had trouble following what we're saying, and so therefore you're not speaking to what we're saying. You're just talking again, and that is disrespectful in conversation. It's like when people talk, to be respectful, you want to listen to what they're saying and either agree or respond to what they're saying. So when I responded with what I was saying about Jamaicans are Jamaican, Dominicans are Dominicans, and Black Americans are Black. What is your, do you agree with that or do you disagree? If you disagree, respond to that. Don't just talk about something else.
Okay, can I speak now?
Yeah, but it's not about speaking. It's about, see, that's the thing. You got this fucked up. This is a dialogue, my guy. This ain't a monologue where people can talk and preach. This is the wrong platform. In this platform, we dialogue. So that means that your speak can be maybe 30 seconds. It's not always a 5-minute lecture.
Maybe an hour. Maybe an hour.
Okay. Yeah. So we don't do that over here. We don't just speak and just go in and just say whatever we want. No, that's not the space. I have a chat. I have an audience, and you see, we get 3,000, 5,000 views. So people, I don't want you to compromise the content where people start showing up. Like people appreciate the content because it makes sense. It's educational. I don't want nobody to dilute and water down my content. So when you do speak, no lectures, get to the point and speak to what I just said, or concede and say, I want to say something else. But once as the host, once I feel like you're drifting away from the conversation, I'm gonna step in like hosts do. Go ahead.
You say go ahead. You mean I can speak now?
You're not free to speak to whatever you want to say. You're free to speak to what I just said earlier about Jamaicans are Jamaicans, Dominicans are Dominicans, and Blacks are Blacks. You speak to that, and if I think you're not speaking to it, I'm gonna cut in like a host would do on any damn podcast. Go.
But can I get some extra grits too, boss?
Well, okay, you're gonna forfeit your right to speak in a second. Again, you're not free to just babble. Okay, you're not free to babble. Once I believe you're
trying to tell me how to talk, bro. You crazy as hell, man. I'm 63 years.
I don't care if you're 150. You're not an elder over here. Yeah, you don't know. I don't do the elder thing. Matter of fact, my only elder is Professor James Smalls. That's the elder I got, and I adopted him recently as my elder because he was talking his FBA shit before anybody. So I like that. I didn't know that. I learned that from George Macon, Street Media TV. He put me on that. I said, all right, let me put some respect on Professor James Small's name. My man was going in early before any of us.
And bro, the cold part, before FBA, I was telling Jamaicans, Dominicans, bro, I am jealous of you. You have a name. I'm literally jealous of you. You have a name. This before the black, just simply, man, you got a name. We don't have a name. African, we don't have a name. Bro, we got to come up with a name. One this
This abbreviation, it suits, it's doing what it's due. I understand the spirit of it. I'm with the spirit. I'm not with the abbreviation, but I know what the abbreviation stand for and what it means, the spirit of it. And that's what I'm behind. But this abbreviation, they're trying to bring a RICO Act on this abbreviation. But the spirit of it, you can't bring no RICO. You can't bring no
What do you
RICO
mean?
on the spirit of it. And
What do
that's
you
where
mean
I
we
lie
don't
with it.
have a name? What do you mean we don't have a
What was
name?
that? We don't have a name. Hey man, this Vespucci name that you just America. I'm not accepting that. I'm not accepting no America. Yeah, this is America's a company. That's the name of a company. Plymouth and
No,
Mayflower.
no,
Those are
we're black.
companies. They started
We're
this place
black.
off
We
of
have a
company.
name. We're black.
What
We
was
have
that?
a name. I said we're black. We
Right.
have a name.
When we say black, true, and I'm with that. I'm with that because again, it suits its purpose as to what we're doing. But it's the same thing like Malcolm. Why was that X put there? It ain't just a religious thing. They were telling you, but we don't know. That name got lost. So until we find that name, he found his name before he passed. That X
No, he
has to
didn't.
go right there.
No, he didn't find the. He
He
didn't
did
find the
find
name
his
before he
name.
passed. No.
He didn't find his name. Well, he got a whole different name. He found his name.
Okay,
He
hey, bro,
finally
wait,
got his name.
bro, you're saying the same thing over and over and over, like a broken record. Hey,
My
bro,
bad.
in the Nation of Islam, his name was always Malcolm X. He never found the name in the Nation of Islam. It was Malcolm X. You're talking about Malik El Shabazz. That's a new name when but he left the Nation of Islam when he called himself that, bro. He was not a Nation of Islam
Okay,
member
no
no
doubt.
more.
No doubt. I'm with you. now. But you see where I was at with it. You see where I was at. I'm like, man, hold on, bro.
But look,
go ahead, G.
I'm a former Nation of Islam member. Okay, X is a standard practice. That's everybody's name. You got Brother Mike 5X. You got Teresa X. So X is actually the name. It represents what it represents. But
what did it represent? Go ahead,
okay,
talk about
listen.
that.
Yeah. So according to their doctrine, the X represents the unknown, right? Okay. But guess what? You know what happened after that?
Okay.
They put the Muhammad in replace of the X. So that do you believe Muhammad is their real name?
No, Ali or no,
Yeah. A bunch of Arabic names came next. You feel me? So that their doctrine it served a good. They had the right thought, but it wasn't accurate. Now,
okay, there you had the right thought, but it wasn't. There you go. Right.
Yeah, but here's the difference. This is where we come back to exonym, endonym. That's something I introduced to you guys that you know nothing about, but you should know about it. Because people have the right to name themselves whatever they want. So you have
true.
So you have African tribes that call themselves Shauna. What the hell is a Shauna, bro?
I couldn't tell you.
Right. They just made it up. What about the Fulani? Okay.
What is that?
Right. So what I was saying is,
I mean, what is the English? What is a France? What is a Russia? Well, I mean, everybody.
Right.
We bring everybody to court.
Right.
Bring everybody to court.
No, that's not my point. That's not my point. My point is, that's not my point. My point is, every human being has the right to self-identify. So we for right now has chosen black.
Black. Right. Yeah, I'm
right.
with you.
Right. So black for right now. It might change in 20 years, 15 years, 5 years. But right now, the consensus so far is stuck on black.
Yeah, there's no argument with the black. I mean, it truly isn't, man. There's no argument. But I can, when you look at mankind and how this is, I know we stand out, but we don't have to stand out. We can come with that one China, Canadian, that one name. You know what I mean, G? You know what I mean? Like, who else was had an abbreviation? USSR?
No.
But they don't have the abbreviation no more.
Hold on. Hey, brother.
Right.
American. You have Italian Americans. You have white Americans. So everybody got abbreviation. You You got Indians that come over here. They're Indian American.
England, now England. There's no such thing as an English American. I've never heard.
Indian.
You never heard.
No.
You heard English American?
I said Indian American, my guy.
Oh, yeah, Indian American. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay, so what does the American represent? What does it symbolize? Why everybody using it? What does it symbolize?
I mean, it's the country. It represents the country.
Okay,
the citizenship, more or less.
Okay, yeah, it's to establish
citizenship,
legal authorization of the land. It's saying I am a citizen. Just like if you go to Nigeria or Ghana and you get citizenship, guess what, bro? You're called a black Ghanaian. You're called a black Nigerian.
No, that's real.
If you're right, if you're Chinese, you'll be Chinese Ghanaian. Chinese, because that's the nationality. That's everywhere in this world. If you get citizenship, you'll be tied to the nationality. Okay, but you still be Chinese Jamaican, right? You won't just be Jamaican. You'll be Chinese Jamaican or Indian Jamaican, right? So that's across the world. So we're black and nothing else, right? We're just black people. But
the citizenship is American, right?
Right. So now we're black American, but even that's a new term, because in the 60s we were just called black people. The blacks are over there. And white folks are called the whites. We say it'll be black versus white.
But Jesse, who just left us a minute ago, he coined the term African American, or there was someone before him, but did he popularize it, or was it him or someone else?
No. Hey, bro, there's no such term as African American before.
I know.
No. My bad. There was no such term as African American before 1868, because no black person was called an American before the 14th Amendment.
The end of the Civil War.
Right. So we hear about this phony African American lie. How's that possible when American represents national citizenship and we didn't have it at that time?
Right. Now, Ron, let me ask this question. Coming right out of the Civil War, when who was the first to be able to bring the white man to the table as far as what we would consider the black community? It was E.B. Du Bois. What we would consider, who was the first to bring someone? Was it Booker T or somebody go to had them at the table first, and the deal?
Right. So let me tell you. So you had Frederick Douglass in his ear the entire time of the Civil War, negotiating.
You're right. Yep.
Yeah, him and other names and other generals of the Black Union, negotiating the 40 acre mills and citizenship on our behalf. Yep. And I think it's called General Number 15. General Number 15. I think the event was called.
But isn't it something that the 40 acres is one thing that'll be taxed, and the mule can't reproduce? It's not an animal that can reproduce.
Well, let me say this: the 40 acres mule was symbolic.
It's symbolic, right? Definitely.
Yeah, because the goal, the original plan was like that's symbolic. That wasn't literal. The real plan was 400,000 Confederate acre lands was going to be allocated to I think 10,000 blacks, and 40 times 10,000 I think works out.
And I heard they had a plan that they were going to deport all of us to Haiti or to Dominican.
No,
that they had that on they had that on paper. That was man. They had it on. I mean, it didn't happen, but they had it on paper to do something like that.
Bro, listen, man. It's false.
What he's talking about is Liberia and the northern part of Dominican Republic.
But the question was, what are we going to do about all these slaves? So it was just different proposals.
That was long before the Civil War ended.
Right. I was gonna ask him, Chad, what year? You know, my favorite thing is, what year was this?
This what I'm talking about is after the Civil War. Literally after the Civil War, before Lincoln passed away.
It had nothing to do with Haiti or none of that after the Civil War.
Not Haiti. I mean, the island of the Dominican, that he wanted to ship all the blacks to that island. It was a proposal.
Nah,
That's the word I want to use for you guys. It didn't happen, but it was a proposal.
nah,
No,
I
no,
mean, man,
nobody
I may have read it wrong, and I'm always up
to
to
your
be
point,
corrected.
at one point they did. I want to say it was the 1850s
Yeah, I mean, I always feel to stand corrected.
where they sent a group of blacks to the
yeah,
northern
wait,
peninsula of the
yeah,
Dominican
but that's it.
Republic, but it wasn't that many.
Wait, hold on. You got to stop. Now, hey, Chad, was that free blacks or enslaved blacks? AD, was that free blacks or enslaved blacks?
Free
Either one.
blacks.
Man, they probably, I think, enslaved
Okay,
blacks
right.
because man,
No.
everybody wasn't free because of the
D,
Civil War.
D, you got to slow down. D, slow down.
I'm
We're
with
talking
you.
about you got to listen to words, though. We're talking about pre-Civil War. That means it didn't happen yet. So those people who left America, were they free blacks or enslaved blacks?
They were free blacks. Those were free blacks.
Okay. Now watch this. Both of you. How many? What's the estimated total number of free blacks at that time?
I mean, I could
That
give
part
you
I
a
don't know, but I know
number,
they
but I
sent
really
a
don't know.
couple.
But I could give you a number, but I don't know.
I'll say
Okay,
this: if it was
go ahead.
1,000,
Try.
if it was 1,000, it was a lot.
Okay, wait. I did. Give me yours. What you think?
I've been maybe 5,000, something like that.
300,000 to 500,000.
Damn.
Okay.
My
Now listen. Okay. Now listen. What I'm saying to you, D, is that the rest of the 4 million were in chains. Okay, on plantations. What you cannot do is take somebody private property and say, I want to send them to Dominican Republic, Haiti, or ACS. They had to be freed. That's why they call free blacks, and only they were attempted to be shipped off. Now, out of 500,000,
yeah.
Okay, now listen to this. This is what I'm trying to tell you is bullshit. Out of 500,000, they wanted to ship them off to Liberia. They only managed to send out of 500,000, Chad and D. How many you think they was able to get to Liberia out of 500,000?
A couple hundred.
10,000.
Oh, yeah, about AD, about 10 to 12,000. So that means they were largely unsuccessful. That means, so you know that percentage is terrible. So that means that they were largely unsuccessful in trying to deport us or remove us to another landmass. They had a dream, and Mike Tyson said, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Yeah. So they had a plan, and they got punched in the mouth by reality. They were largely unsuccessful.
I will say this after going to the Dominican Republic a few times, where my white people live at. It's not uncommon to meet somebody with the last name James Smith Williams, and you're like, what? Like, and then I had to do the research where that came from, and actually it was free blacks from the United States that was sent there.
I mean, Dominican was the first island that Columbus discovered, right?
No, he ran into by mistake. He didn't discover it.
Not discovered. My bad, man. My bad. The first one he hit. My bad, man. Yeah, my bad on that. My bad. Please. Yeah, not discovered, hit, or ran into. My bad.
Now listen to this. Those free blacks that rounded up in the Dominican Republic.
Okay.
How are their descendants identified today?
Dominicans.
Yeah.
Right.
Spanish, more or less.
You see that? Right.
They had ethnogenesis.
Right. They went there as free blacks, and you see how they ended up Dominican. And this is what I'm trying to say. Like, everybody already have an identity. And their identities are not black. Their identities are Dominican, Jamaican, Trinidadian, whatever, and so forth and so forth. We're the only ones whose identity is primarily black with no other nickname, no nothing else. And it's part of our politics.
And I think that just because everybody feels that they can put their hands in the crayon, they feel they got something to it. Because they can put their hands in the crayon.
No.
But man,
they can't, though. Hold on.
I can't say I'm Dominican. We can't say that.
You're right. Right,
you can't.
But this is the part. You can't, and you can't say black either. Look, this is the part, D. That's what I'm trying to say. Like people need to like take note and remember this so we can start repeating it over and over. Before 1997, there was no race called black. So that means everybody was just who the fuck they were in their country.
Hell no.
Okay. Right. Wait. So listen. So that means all of the Dominican Republic existence, they only call themselves Dominican as their primary identity.
Yes.
Out of all. Okay. Now watch this. So if you're only called yourself this your entire existence, how are you miraculously black 100,000 years later? I'm exaggerating on the number. But
I'm with you because they see a business move that they can make money and capitalize on.
Wait, hold on.
We're in a capitalistic society.
But you're jumping too far though, AD. But you're jumping. Look, we're jumping rope and you're playing double dutch, bro. We're not there yet. What I'm saying is, my boy, you cannot, like you said, you cannot just call yourself Dominican and now you're Dominican. Just like same way, you can't call yourself black and boom, you're black. Right. So what Jesse Jackson did, that Slick shit did, they made up a new way where you can call yourself black in America because they knew you couldn't do it as an ethnonym. So they made up a new fake phony category called race. It's okay. Well, you could be black this way, and see, and that way. They're still not black like us, but it caused confusion because we're saying we're black, they're saying they're black, but we're black differently, Chad. But we don't know that because we're just saying we're black. So this is why
Jesse
Chad,
was a Democrat, right?
Yeah, sure.
Jesse was a Democrat. Okay, right.
Right. So Chad, this is why we start calling everybody black, Chad. We start calling everybody black as a racial category. Okay. And then it got convoluted and conflated with how we call ourselves black. So now, erroneously, everybody's calling themselves black equally. Like we're confusing their racial category with our ethnonym, and they're confusing our ethnonym with their racial category. So now everybody erroneously became black by mistake. So now that we're delineating, we're putting it back in the proper perspective. Like, no, you're not black as an ethnonym, no way, shape, form, because just like Dominican, they got a shared history, a long legacy, centuries maybe. We too, we're black, and that's centuries. There's a shared history, and it starts from chattel slavery. So you can't be black as an ethnonym, because that's how black originated here, as an ethnonym. Even Jesse Jackson, when he introduced African American, he introduced it as an ethnonym. He didn't even introduce it as a race just yet. The OMB took it and made it a race. Okay, so yeah, so there's a bunch of confusion, and we're resolving the confusion. But listen, we're not arguing that right now. We're arguing like listen, we'll do that argument later because they call themselves black so much, it's kind of hard to just take it from them overnight. So we're just saying whatever black. Watch this. We're saying whatever black you are, you ain't this black. We're foundationally black Americans. Okay, you might be black Americans by race, but we're foundational black Americans by ethnonym. Right. So now we're delineating that way, and that's soaring. That's going crazy. Now watch this. Watch this. Now here I come cleaning up the other way. So the bodies are falling, and I'm coming to clean the bodies. And I'm saying, hey, I know we said we're foundation black Americans, but how about this? Psst, psst, listen. You're not black at all.
Right. No doubt.
Yeah. We are foundation black American, and you're not black at all. You are what you called yourself all the time you ever did. You're
whatever you called yourself. Yeah.
You're
and why they heard about being talked about when all the tether, man, if you are a biter or shark nigga, you're a copycat. We kill you, ostracize you in the black community for biting rhymes. Just bite someone rhymes and see what happens. How we gonna look at you? No, you have to be original in what you do, and they don't understand that. So you being a tether, you're just telling me you're not being yourself. That's it. You ain't being yourself, or you're not being 100. So that means you're not being straight up. So that means it's all bad. They don't understand that part. It's all bad. You're not being straight up. You're not trying to be with Heather B. You're trying to be with Heather from the Valley. You ain't trying to be with Heather B. Man,
So now,
bro, it's crazy.
I'm gonna add this part in there. And the reason why I feel it necessary to repo black and keep it where it needed to be, because I understood that we'll never be fully delineated as long as they can hang on to black.
Right.
Because if they can hang on to black, then black history is part of theirs too.
In a sense, right, but how they're taking it, it isn't. But in sense, it is not how they're taking it, though.
They're, as long as they're allowed to be called black, they're taking it the right way. They're saying, "Aren't we black?" Yeah. Well, black history. So include our shit.
He's like, bro, my birthday's June 19th. I'm a Juneteenth baby. June 19th is my birthday. Yep. The last few years I'm looking like damn, because I live around Africans. I live around a lot of Africans. So I'm like, man, like y'all really serious. I've never seen any of y'all serious like this until a few years. The last few years of them like Juneteenth, man, I'm a Juneteenth baby. You're talking to the wrong one. You're talking. We celebrated this from I always remember celebrating Juneteenth.
I'm trying to bring you. So I'm trying to bring you to the root of the cause.
No doubt.
All of that. See what happens, Chad? If they're allowed to be called black, now they're taking on all black shit. Juneteenth, hip hop. Before you know it, we ain't gonna have shit. They're gonna say they're part of anything that equates to black. They're gonna eventually say all of that is theirs too.
Man, we just got the Latinos talking about 50% of hip hop. Bro, my elders in my family laugh at that, man. Like, let them hear just a snippet of these cats. What was it, like a few years ago? Like, or a year and a half ago, like, bro, are you serious? You 50%? You guys, come on now. Come on, man. We know where y'all was at when this was going down. We know exactly where you were at. We're not denying you wasn't there. We just know exactly what you were doing.
And you know what? The way I resolved that argument without even going too far into like all the rabbit holes.
Right.
All I say is you say 50-50. They say 50-50. I don't argue that. all I ask, so after that, I just ask, okay, what percentage of rapping are you in? Right? And they're gonna tell you a small, tiny percentage, right? If any.
If any.
Say, okay,
if any.
So you're gonna say we're Black Americans are 90% or plus of rap. They're gonna say, okay, I'm gonna say cool. And you guys believe breakdancing and graffiti is yours, right? They're gonna say, yeah. Cool.
Crazy legs.
Yeah, but look, I'm gonna say cool. I'm gonna say, okay, so you say 50-50, we created hip hop. But I'm gonna say today in 2026, which one of those elements represent hip hop 100% today in 2026? And guess what they're gonna say? They're gonna say rap. So it still comes back down to whatever they think we only influence. Rap and hip hop has become synonymous. So you can't say hip hop without saying rap. You can say hip hop without saying graffiti. You can say hip hop without saying breakdancing, and you can say hip hop without saying DJing. But hip hop and rap became synonymous. So when people think of hip hop, they think of rap. If you think of rap, you think of Black Americans. So they take an L. They take an L even that way.
And we like, man, just show me where on the island of Puerto Rico, your rappers that are around the world that everyone knows their music. Who are they? From Puerto Rico, not here. Where you guys say rich port, what you guys call yourselves, a rich port. That's what a Puerto Rican means, right? Rich port. So you're calling yourself a rich port. So you
their best rapper right now. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, let's check this out. They claim to dominate the 50-50 hip hop, and they claim they brought breakdancing and graffiti. Why in 2026 they don't have a recent culture of breakdancing graffiti? Their relatives dropped that shit completely, and they're known for rapping. Bad Bunny raps in fucking Puerto Rican language. Like,
Right.
these guys tether onto black so bad they even rapping in fucking Spanish, but they're not doing breakdancing and they're not doing graffiti. They're rapping.
Rapping. Bro, in Chicago, you have Gangsta Disciple, you have Latin Disciples, you have Latin Kings, you have Blackstone. They're under us. They're under, you get your name from us. Man,
Like,
bro,
now, wait,
everything they get it from us.
Right, before we do the apples, right, before the apples oranges, because that's a good point. But before we go to oranges, there's this end on apples. So what I'm saying, family, the contributions that they believe they added to hip hop, they abandoned it and they adopted our contributions. That's a double, triple L.
Right, because if you ain't breakdancing like you was, and we've been breakdancing, man. You know how long we've been breakdancing.
They all, even Jamaicans, they all hopped on the best, most influential element of hip hop, which is rap, and they all agree.
Jamaicans got more. I mean, if there was ever someone who could try to make a claim, when I say try, I mean try to make
it. I'm trying to frame the argument where it's irrefutable. Like, you keep going back to the wild sloppy argument. I'm saying it. I would just say, hey, you want DJing, you got it. You want breakdancing, graffiti, you got it. Give us, our shit rap, okay? And I'm saying, look, for just for the sake of argument, y'all can take your element. Okay. Fast forward, 2026. All of them have abandoned their elements and took on ours.
And it's only five elements of hip hop. It's only five elements. It's only five elements.
So what I'm saying is, because I heard your argument, I heard those arguments, and they just go around in circles, bro. It's circular reasoning. They don't go nowhere. So I said, okay, let me prepare an argument, propose an argument where it's like, hey, you want that? You got it. You want that? Poof. We're playing make believe.
Right.
Okay, you want to make believe you got graffiti and breakdancing? You got it. You want to make believe you got DJing? You got it. And we got rap, right? Okay. Yeah. All of rapping has become the most successful, most influential element of hip hop. That's irrefutable. The entire world raps. You got Megan Thee Stallion rapping with a Japanese rapper, right? So everybody's doing rap.
Everybody.
The whole world is doing rap, right? White, Eminems, all type of shit. Indians rap. So
A-Rab, the whole shot.
Right. So the only element they credit us on is rapping. No problem. And guess what? We got the most. So that means whatever we touch is gold. So the one element we touch that they claim we touch is the most influential out of all of them. And guess what? It's so influential that they dropped their shit and hopped on ours.
They got one, bro. They got one group that I give props to, and that's where it stops, and that's Cypress Hills. I give props to Cypress Hills the first 3 albums. Then after that, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm saying, but you're arguing something totally different. Like, we're not saying that, like the argument is not that there are no good white, Hispanic, or Jamaican rappers. Like, that's not the argument at all. You know, I mean,
like there's really none. I mean, shit, Fat Joe, he's garbage. There's really none at all.
But hold on. I like Cypress Hills. I actually like Cypress Hills. I think they were unique. They were innovative.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, they were innovative, and they brought a style that was theirs. Like, they didn't bite.
Thank you. That's why they get props. That's why they get props. That's why Eminem, certain people do get props. Man, only people who are
Eminem same way. He brought his own style.
Black people. They're the only ones who are
like they. Yeah,
Go ahead. Sorry about that.
So just because it's ours and we run it and we're the most influential, like, we give those that got into it and did their thing, like the Eminems, like, no, we give the Biggie Smalls their props to a degree. You feel me? But Biggie Smalls, in my
Yeah.
opinion, he's the worst rapper in rap history. He's not the best.
He's not the best. No, he's not.
No, I'm saying he's the worst. Like I'm saying, there's no rapper worse than him in hip hop ever.
He diss. I bet he even got a diss on maybe one of the worst ones. Rock the Polka Dots. PM, not PM Don. Is it PM Don?
No, you talking about Kwame.
Kwame, yeah, you got me. Gigi talking about Kwame. Yup, you got me. Good luck. You talking about Kwame? Yup.
Hey, did you hear that song? Did you hear that song, Me and My Bitch, that Biggie Smalls
Yeah.
did?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Bro, I was just about to say that, bro.
Hey, D.
Say that.
Hey, D, can you quote those opening lyrics for us?
Make the X makes the spec. Make it spectacular.
No, that's not that song.
No, which one? Which one you want me to quote?
When
Me and My Bitch.
Oh, Me and My Bitch.
I admit my first thought was the trip. You look so good.
What make you want to suck on your daddy's dick? Pause. I hate that line. I hate that. You got it word for me. Good luck.
Hey, Chad, we got him, Chad, we got him.
He said you look so good. He said, bro, why wouldn't you, man, me personally, bro, you look so good, I'll suck on your mama's tits. Something to that degree. I'm not finna put no male in there, bro. Girl, you look so good, I'll do this.
It's too late. D, it's too late. But D,
it's too late for him. It's too late for him.
Hey, D,
it's too late for
him. D, gay people write gay lyrics.
Then they said he had the trainee. Everyone eyes was burning now that we learned that was a trainee that would Busta Rhymes, the girl that was in not the Juicy video, but the other one.
But
you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? Like,
look who
it's a trainee.
Look who his man was. Look who he was up under. You know what I'm
Man, the baby oil king. The baby oil.
Yeah.
The king of baby oil.
Look, let me say this. To be fair, I don't know if that was true. that if it was a tranny, right? I don't know if that because
I don't know neither. We wasn't there.
Hey, hold on. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about factually, like that might just be a rumor.
Right.
Now, okay, so let me just finish because I pride myself off being a unbiased journalist, unbiased researcher. Right? So I came across. I didn't really go deep into it, but there is some pushback evidence that she was a woman and never a man, right? So, but again, I didn't fully look into it, so I can't say yeah or nay. But I just want to let you know that might have been like fake news.
Yeah, but
I mean, it could be, but you know, hey man, if we see a girl and if I think she's a man, if that first impression was given off, we didn't get that first impression as us going to high school looking at that video. We just, man, it's a female in the video. You know how that is. But to hear later on, that's like, God damn.
It was always rumors about that being a dude, and then in recent months, you know, it's come out that it really was a dude. So I don't know.
Wow, see right there.
Yeah. So it's some.
That if it was a dude, I mean that's really like okay. If it was a dude, then 100% Biggie's gay. If that's a dude, because when you master lyrics up, two
different videos.
Right. I think 3. When you master the video up,
she was in that
Warning
video too.
Warning, Wave Your Ear. And I think one more, if I'm not mistaken. But look,
he got the one song where, don't you know my nigga, little fuck him in the ass, throw him over the bridge. That's how it is. That shit is laid out. That beef shit, that shit is played out. Man, he says all that. I'm like, bro, you really saying all of that? You really like, man, too much.
The most paused lyrics, man. You got to pause a lot of big shit.
That's why I say he's the worst. That's why I say he's the worst rapper in hip hop history. Nobody, those bars don't make you the best. Those bars make you the fucking worst. How about this one?
man.
How about this one? If you think I'm pussy, I dare you to stick your dick in this. Okay.
What was that from?
Yeah, that was a freestyle on Funk Flex. He said,
Oh, okay. I'm finna say, I'm like, where is that from?
Yeah,
Okay.
he said, if you think I'm pussy, I dare you to stick your dick in this. He said something else with dick. He said something else with dick. He said chlamydia, I'm getting rid of you. He started doing that while gonorrhea. He started doing some weird gay shit. But listen, that's 3 times in 3 different songs. Where
I got more. I got more for you.
There's more.
And Little Kim with the Twinkie, she was underage when she did when she showed the Twinkie. You know what I'm talking about when she showed the Twinkie. You know what I'm talking about. She was the Little Kim, that first one when she showed the Twinkie. The Twinkie, but man, you know what I'm talking about, man. They say she was underage. These ain't even like that, nigga. She was young, but I mean she would look young, but they talking about young. Like, oh shit.
These niggas is crazy, bro. Like,
oh shit.
But Big had mad suspect rounds, bro. Like
he did.
Yeah, more. If you listen to the freestyles, the ones that like Funk Flex tapes or shit like that, Mr. C tapes, he got a whole. Then if you go back and look, there's a Biggie documentary that they put out in like 2005, maybe 2000. It's like his 10th anniversary from dying. They put out a documentary, and then they had a scene where they was on a corner rapping, and he was dancing on a dude, like he was standing behind a dude dancing on him.
He said in Brooklyn.
Yeah, they wild, bro. So hey, I'm neither here nor there, but it's wild. That shit wild.
Yeah, and you know it's funny. Yo, that little I stick my dick in this. Yo, he was with Mr. C, and Mr. C came out to be like a guy who's messed with trannies.
Yes, sir. Most definitely.
Damn.
So he just surrounded by the shit. You know what I'm saying? He got Diddy on one side, his DJ on the other side. You know what I'm saying? Wow.
Man.
He got trans men in the middle. Yeah, in the bed with him. Yeah, so man, come on, man. Come on,
it's all bad, bro. It's all bad. It's all bad.
Yo,
man.
D actually rapped it. Yo, D said it. D said she looked good. D said he'll do it.
Set him up. You set him up, Ron.
I mean, man. Nothing's taboo when we debate, man. If it's got to be put out there, it's for educational purposes. It's for educational purposes. It's for educational purposes only. It's for educational for real.
I'm gonna tell you when I first heard that song. I'm gonna tell you because I always loved the computer love. Computer love beat. Even when Jay-Z did it with Christian, Bring Back Your Love. Yeah, I love that computer love beat. I love it. So when Biggie did it, okay, I love this shit. But I just couldn't. I just could not believe that this dude said that. I mean, when I was young, man, I'm like, why the fuck you say that? Like, I'm not saying that. And like, that's why I became a Pac fan. The gay shit was just too much for me.
Man, bro, man, I went to the school at Machiavelli, man. I don't fuck around. I went to the school at Machiavelli. People think that this man was trying to be a gangster. He stopped his limousine. He did not. He was not obligated. And I'll repeat this again. He is not obligated to stop that limousine when he sees a man in distress. There is nothing for that man to stop that limousine. He's coming from a concert. They are lit, right? They're lit, and he's peeping game. He had no obligation to stop that limousine. How many of us would have stopped the limousine in that moment? Balling. Not a lot of us.
To do what?
To help a person that you don't know within the community. When he shot when he shot the cop, this is what leads everything. Everything goes left at that very moment. Everything goes left. He signs his death warrant there. People don't know he got killed because of what happened in Atlanta, and he got killed in Vegas for what happened in Atlanta. I don't give a fuck the world. He got killed for what happened in Atlanta. The cops killed him. Man, they made it look like, no, nigga, Suge them wanted to try to keep him, bro. So they was going, man, they was doing what they doing, and the feds pulled a whammy on everybody, man, and killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Keep it real, bro, man. They killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Pac wasn't even supposed to, bro, man. He didn't have to pull that limousine over. Life would be very different if he don't pull that limousine over.
But Keefy D said he did it.
He's saying the nephew. No, he snitched on his nephew. He's just saying he's in the car. No, he's just saying he's in the car.
No, he said he did.
No, he didn't. He said his nephew did.
No.
No, he said his nephew, G. No, he said, look, man, he said Lando did it, G, on the real, G. He said Orlando did it. This is real. This is real, G. No, Orlando did it. No, Orlando, no.
Right, so you're saying, okay, you're saying he
snitched on his nephew. He snitched on his DJ. He put it all on his nephew.
Wait, hold on. I'm just trying to ask a question.
Go ahead.
I understand what you're saying, because I'm gonna play the words next. No, I do. I'm gonna play the video. I'm either right or wrong. So I'm saying, are you saying he didn't say he took the gun from his nephew and he started shooting? You're saying he didn't say that?
I'm not saying he didn't say any of that. All I'm saying is he put it on his nephew. The part where they told he had immunity and he started spilling the beans, he put it all on his nephew. I'm just going by what he said. He put it on the nephew. From the night in question, from September 7th,
and what,
from that point on, it's always been understood.
D, slow down, my guy. I'm trying to get you to stop and slow down, bro.
What's there to slow down? Gee, there's nothing to slow down. Man, we know I'm in California for all of this. I'm not.
So you don't slow down so we can understand what you're saying, my guy.
No doubt.
Yo, dude, I don't know what you did late night, man. I don't know what you did to be this fucking hyper.
Nothing, man. Nothing, bro. Go ahead, bro. Come on, man. Go ahead, G.
Right. I'm trying to slow you down, my guy. This
go
is called conversation.
Go ahead. I'm with you, bro. I'm with you.
Okay. So he put it on his nephew in what videos? I could pull it up. Where are you getting this from? Where did he put it on his nephew so I can pull it up? I'm gonna share my screen.
Listen, again, I can't say exactly. All I know is whatever interview that. Listen closely. Okay. Whatever interview that they say he was given immunity on, that's from what we heard. From what we heard, that he's putting it all on the nephew, which is all bullshit from the gates. I mean, he's putting it on the nephew.
All right. So as I said, okay, you're saying the same thing over and over and over. Okay. So now, where did you watch that video at? Because I want to access that. What platform? Where did you watch that at?
I couldn't even tell you, G. I couldn't even tell you.
You see how this is working out now? So what happens is in real life. I got you. But there's something called. You're saying the same thing over and over. This is a broken record guy. I'm saying when you say something in real life, and we challenge you, the burden of proof is on you.
Okay.
You got to produce that. Now, I'm gonna find something online right now. If he put it on his cousin once, if he put it on his nephew one time, I don't care if he said he did it 20 times. If we find one video where he puts it on his nephew, I'm gonna say you're right. Okay. So one video. So all we gotta do is find one video, because that shows that he's inconsistent and with his, with his testimony.
Go to Vlad. I think he said it on Vlad.
I was hoping you say Vlad, but Vlad flags, man. He flags.
Oh, okay. Well then try not Vlad. Try Art of Dialogue.
All right, hold on.
Yeah. See, man, I wasn't gonna lie to you, man. I don't know exactly where, but I've seen it somewhere. I'm gonna keep it real, man. If I don't know, I don't know. But if I know, I know.
Yeah, he definitely said it. I can't remember exactly where I heard him say it, but he definitely said that. But then I also heard what you said too, Ron. I heard that he took the gun, and I think that might have been the newest come out. That's why he's still sitting in there now.
And right, and that's why I'm not. That's why there's no argument with you on that part, Ron. On that part too, Ron. Because again, it's quite out. He could have said that too. Because they said they gave him immunity to speak on everything.
The whole thing was that he got the money. He said he got the money from Diddy. He got the $1 million.
Yeah,
but
well, hold on.
They said they never got the money. They said they never got the money.
Right. He never got
They
paid.
never got the money.
God. Hold on. Before we do conspiracy theory. All right. Now listen to what D said. Chad, this is different than what you're saying. He said in the immunity, the proffer deal. Now, D, you're saying in the proffer deal, he's on video saying his nephew did it. I can tell you right now, ain't none of us gonna have access to that. Okay, so
Just
all we
like
now. Okay, so this is hold on, man, slow down. I mean, you gotta listen. Like we see. You're being like James. You're being like James now. Okay, so we're talking to each other to communicate and listen to each other and understand what each other is saying. Right? That's the point. So when I get done talking, the goal is for you guys to understand exactly what I'm saying, even though if you disagree. When you guys get done talking, the goal is to understand what you're saying, even though we disagree. The respect is understand what you're saying. The respect is lost when we get done talking and nobody knows what we're saying. It's like, okay, you're not even listening. Like it's like a phone call. If you're talking to somebody on the phone and not listening, you hang up. Like, all right, bro, you ain't listening. Click. That's what usually happens. Okay. So now the proffered deal, that video is out. Okay, so that means that's just him saying one thing and then doing something else, right? So I mean, maybe that could be Google, but but you ain't gonna get that on the proffer deal. Won't be on Vlad or the dialogue. It won't be either one of them. That's just him giving us what he said happened. You feel me? It's not the real deal. But let's go with it. Let's go to order dialogue. Okay, I think we're gonna be out because it's getting late. I gotta wake the hell up. So let me go ahead first. Order dialogue.
Definitely.
Keith, you did. Okay. So okay. So when he gets watch this. So this is how it works. Before I even look at it, I seen a couple of videos. So when he goes to jail, right? Because don't the FBI already know what he did, what he confessed to?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, more or less.
Okay. So when he get locked up, aren't they gonna charge him to what he said he did with them?
Again, from him having the understanding that he had immunity, which he never really did.
I'm just asking. See now, you see how the confusion starts.
I'm trying to answer the question the best way I can answer.
But you're not though, bro. You're talking. You're just babbling. I'm asking specifically logical questions. I'm saying, hey, Chad, you listening? Wait, who's is that Chad? Who's here besides you? Who's awake? Hey, Chad, are y'all following? And this is where the babbling starts. If they're saying he confessed to the FBI in the proffer deal, what really happened, and if he broke the terms and conditions of the proffer deal, then that means he'll be charged to the role he played. So if he gave his nephew the gun and he did not shoot Tupac, then he would be charged with accessory to murder. Okay? But if he told the FBI he did it himself, then he'll be and he broke the terms and conditions of that, you'll be charged with the murder. Right?
Right.
So right now, he's either charged with murder, that means he did it, he confessed to the FBI, or accessory or something else, right? But it won't be murder. Right?
Right.
Isn't that how shit works? Okay. So all we gotta do is look up what he's charged with, right? And that kind of tells us what he confessed to, right?
Okay.
Okay, let's go. That's what I say. Like it's not as hard as people. It's not as hard as people make it.
But after all of this, I will say this to you: when we'll do it later another day, you have to explain Orlando Anderson. You can't. I know what Keefe's on, but you yourself, what his position is in all of this, because he's a part of this. Even from,
Hey, bro.
I mean, he's just a part of it.
Hey,
Just a
bro.
part
Listen,
of
bro.
it.
Listen,
I
man.
don't.
Listen, man. I'm a real researcher. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. And what I do is I talk about what I can prove. I don't talk about speculation. I don't talk about conspiracy theory. My burden is to prove what I say. And I listened to what you said. See, the difference between me and everybody else, the advantage I have is that when people talk, I actually listen. And that's why I be, making sense a lot of times. I listen to what you said. You said that in the immunity deal, he confessed that his nephew did it. If that's true, and he broke that deal, he won't be charged for murder because he said he didn't do it. He just gave the gun to his nephew. So when he broke the deal, he'll get charged with not murdering Tupac. Okay, but if he told them in the proffer deal that he murdered Tupac and he got immunity, if he broke those terms and conditions, then he will be charged with murder as a murderer. It's just that simple.
I mean, I want to hear you play. I want to hear you play him say that he did it. That's what I've been waiting for.
Bro, we don't need to, because the immunity deal, according to you, the immunity deal is the game changer. According to you, you put all your eggs.
Hey, I'm from what it said that he got immunity that he thought he had, which he really didn't.
It doesn't matter, D. The confession, as you stated earlier, was in the. So what you explained earlier was the confession in the immunity deal. That was the true events of the murder. That's what you said. So when he violated
I didn't
that,
say that, but more or less saying that he's putting it on his nephew. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, I want
it on his nephew.
I want to have more respect for you, my guy, but you're babbling. You're explaining now. You're going backwards what you said earlier. Okay, this is recorded. We could just play it back. Okay, I can share my screen. I can share my screen, which I do all the time. I can share my screen, and I could play back your words. You put the eggs in on the immunity deal. I just thought about it. I said, wait a minute. So if he broke the terms and condition of the immunity deal, that means that he's going to get charged with his role. So if it wasn't murder, he won't be charged with murder. And if it was murder, he'll be charged with murder. That's just common sense.
I literally told you, bro, I don't know exactly. These are my please play it black.
Okay,
so
right.
So
okay, cool.
Okay, I know exactly what I said to you, big bro.
Dude, okay, I got it. But you're saying the same thing over and over and over and over, bro. I'm at the
not saying the same thing over and over. We have a third party here who
you didn't say nothing. Okay, cool. We heard you. We got it. You're saying the same thing, or you're not saying nothing new. You're not saying nothing new. Same thing over and over. Okay. So I'm playing the video. Okay. All right. I'm playing the video now. All right. Okay. I'm playing the video. All right. I'm sharing my screen. I'm playing the video. God damn. Yeah. I don't know how to communicate nowadays.
I don't know.
Okay. I need silence so I can play the video. Everybody's quiet but you. Man, like people emotions be going crazy when they wrong. All right, let's go.
377-407, page 6. Hello, Mr. Davis. He's present in custody with Mr. Graskovich.
So let's read the bottom. Description. Judge denies motion for man accused in the killing of Tupac Shakur. At the bottom, it says on Tuesday, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis appeared in court for a motions hearing the case where he's accused of killing Tupac Shakur, not his nephew. He is. He's in court for killing Tupac, not his nephew. So the FBI would be like, no, he didn't do it. His nephew did it. Remember? He told us, okay, that's not what's happening. Okay, so I know that he told the FBI that he killed Tupac. And that was my story earlier. I recall him saying he took the gun and he shot Tupac. The whole nephew shit, that's not checking out.
Mr. Brown, and then we have Mr. Bilal and Mr. Giacomo caring for the state. This is on for a motion.
Okay, so all that's going to happen here is in the description, it just says that the judge denied the motion, and Davis is expected back in court in March 2026. Now, because we have AI today, D,
Well, I'm with you, bro.
you know, it's funny. It's funny because your
I'm
name
with
is
you,
D.
bro. Yeah, I'm with
We
you.
got Keefy D and we got D. Okay.
Dwayne,
Now
we
we
both
have
got the same exact name. We both got the
right.
same exact
I
name.
got it. And now y'all both be lying. All right, now hold on.
Wow, I bet. Where did you get lying from, bro? Damn.
Right.
We're just speaking on the event that took place. No one's lying,
Okay.
bro.
Now.
We're just speaking on
Okay.
the
Cool.
event
Hold
that took place. This is too much.
on.
This is too much.
Okay.
This is
I
too
got you.
much,
Now.
man. This is too much.
All right,
This is
Umar,
too
you're repeating it. Dr. Umar, you're
much,
repeating
man.
yourself. Okay. So now, what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna go to AI and I'm gonna have AI explain Keefe D. Proffer deal and what he confessed to there. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna share my screen. Hold on.
With you.
Give me a second. And when AI says that he confessed killed Tupac to the FBI, are we done?
I mean, we can be. Yeah.
Wait, are you going to concede that he said what I said, or are you going to still maintain you said what you said?
No, I'm gonna have to put both. I'm gonna take consideration of both because I know what he said about his
All right,
nephew, bro.
all right. Well, D,
Yeah, so do your thing, Joe. Do your thing.
D, listen, I'm saying good night, bro. Hop off. Good night. Good night. Have a good day. Have a good day. Have a good day. Have a good day. You know, like we have to have a standard, man. We can't be right no matter what the evidence says. I'm just gonna. I mean, at that point, like
All I'm telling you is that from
D,
1996
hey,
to
D,
it was
hey, D,
always stated that
you're
we
saying
put
the
it on
same
his
thing over.
nephew.
Hey,
I
D, you already
know,
said that.
I
I said,
know, bro.
D, have a good night.
I
I'm going to
know,
bed, D.
I
D,
know. I
D, I'm
am
going to
too.
bed.
I am too,
Okay.
man.
Have a
You
great
have a
night, my
good night,
brother. Have a
bro.
great night.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
too,
mad at you. Just
man.
have a good night.
No,
Okay.
I'm not
Love you
letting
too,
you
man.
either, man. You too, my brother.
Okay.
You
All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm just saying, when it comes to like integrity with research, we're a little different. Like I'm unbiased, and people are biased. The people in feelings being involved in research.
Now, Ron, it may be tomorrow when we come back on. I may have all type of information different
Okay.
for you. Who
Hey,
knows?
D, hey,
So
D,
again,
D.
we'll go to bed and we'll sleep on it.
Right now tonight, you didn't have it, and everything we looked at, it checks out what I said. So when tomorrow or Thursday or Friday or Monday, you come with superior information, you allow it back on, you can share it, and you were done. Now I almost conceded to you until I had the epiphany. I said, wait a minute, if he has an immunity deal, and in that deal he confessed to his true crime, his true role in the Tupac death. If he said he didn't do it in the immunity deal, he didn't do it, and that's what you said. All right, so that's it. And now you're trying to go back on that.
No, I'm not going back. No, he
I'm
said
good.
he
Okay.
put it on his nephew. I'm not taking that back. I'm not taking that back.
Okay, D, have a good night, bro. I'm gonna research this. You can look from the chat, okay?
No doubt.
I want you all emotional when I pull this shit up. All right, have a good night, bro. Thanks for calling in.
You too, man.
All right. Let me pull this up. Let me pull this up, cause I don't want D crashing out when the evidence don't support him, because he already start backing away, and that's what I do not respect when it comes to research. I don't respect that. He said earlier, I could easily play it back. Because we talked about interviews. We talked about interviews on Vlad and the Art of Dialogue. We talked about interviews. D said, the hell with the interviews. The real is in that immunity deal. So I was like, damn, we ain't gonna get that video. Okay. Then I thought about it. I said, wait a minute, we don't need the video. Because like D said, it's in the immunity deal. So whatever he told them, that was the true events. He said that. Because I said, hey, on Vlad, he said he shot at Tupac. He took it from his nephew, shot Tupac. D said, nah, somewhere else he said his nephew did it. I said, really? I said, wow. Okay, so we can't really trust him on that. Then he said, yeah, but the true story is in the immunity deal. I said, word? I said, wait a minute. So if that's true, and then he violated the terms and conditions of the deal, then the deal's off the table and they'll charge him for the original crime that he confessed to, which is what, D? Murder. And you see him on trial for murder. But nevertheless, let me do my due diligence, because I could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, I'm going to apologize to D, and I'm going to hold the L. But the way D started explaining, that ain't how we do it. That ain't how we do it, man. Okay. Yeah, what was that dude named? Dwayne? In fact, I'm just put Keefe D. And Keefe D's. I'm gonna share my screen too. And Keefe D's confession to the FBI is involvement. Look, I'm just gonna type in involvement. I'm not even gonna say death. I'm not gonna say he shot Tupac. I'm not gonna say he gave a gun to his nephew. I'm typing in Keefe D's confession to the FBI and his involvement with Tupac. You see, I'm not saying he shot him. I'm not saying he passed the gun. I'm saying involvement. I'm have AI. So this is called honest research. I'm not trying to lead AI to say what I wanted to say. Oh shit. To FBI agents. Because I just want the truth. I'm not trying to lead AI. And Keefe D's confession to FBI agents and his confession, his involvement with Tupac's murder. So involvement just could be he handed the gun over. Tupac's murder. What did he confess? I'm gonna type in what did he confess to? Semicolon. What did he say his role was? What did he say his role was? Okay. And how did he violate the terms and conditions of his proffer deal? Explain how he was charged for murder. So I want them to explain how he was charged for murder. Okay. So this is very exhaustive. If it turns out to say anything implying that D was right? I'm gonna say D. You got that. I ain't gonna do what D said. D said like these guys don't want to concede. I said D. What if we look at the proper deal and it says that he confessed to killing Tupac, not his nephew? Would you concede then? No. I'm gonna go look up some random shit on TikTok and I'm gonna put my trust in that. Even though I put my trust in the proper deal at first, and once I realized it's probably not gonna say what I thought it said, I'm dropping that and I'm gonna just believe some random shit on the internet that nobody could prove true or false. Some Trap Lord Ross video. Okay. So I'm gonna share my screen. We're gonna read it together. Okay, so that means I don't know the results. So if I catch an L, it's gonna be an L. I don't mind losing to the family. I care if I'm losing to a tether though. But if I catch an L to the family, then it's lesson learned. But if I catch this W, oh shit, no, I ain't what I wanted. Dang, I ain't want to share that. I gotta share. I gotta share ChatGPT. All right, let me get out of here. Hold on. I gotta share ChatGPT. Let me go back. Come on. Here we go. I gotta share this. Now we're gonna read the terms and conditions together. Come on. Okay. It says, who is Keefe D? Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, former Southside Compton Crips member, long publicly linked to the 1996 murder of Tupac Shakur. So right there, it's not saying he's linked to the assistance of Tupac's murder. He's linked to the murder. Arrested in September 2023 in Las Vegas. He's charged with murder with the use of deadly weapon. So far, no information is blaming it on his nephew. And like I said, if he confessed his nephew did it to the FBI, then his charges will reflect that. What did he confess to? Keefe D. Look at this. Keefe D. gave multiple accounts over the years. Nella AD, I hope you're watching. A 2008 and 2009 proffer sessions with federal authorities. Okay. Now this is sad. You got FBAs behaving like tethers that don't want to admit when they're wrong. And somebody said it earlier. Who said that earlier? Was it Tyre Carter? Said, yeah, what's wrong with men can't hold the L? Like, dude, you're just wrong. Just okay, yeah, okay. I was watching some bullshit. I was influenced with lies. It's wrong. Okay, that's if you're wrong, because we didn't really read the results yet. I'm preparing you because I think you're gonna be wrong. But if you're not wrong, I'm gonna do what I'm saying that you should do. I'm gonna say you got it, bro. But if you're wrong, you should be a man and say you were wrong. I'll give you the phone number. It says a 2008, 2009 proffer sessions with federal authorities. He participated in what's known as a proffer agreement, sometimes called a queen for a day deal. Okay, so he participated in what's known as a proffer agreement, sometimes called a queen for a day deal. In those sessions, he allegedly told law enforcement, now D, this is where you're either going to be a winner or a loser. Because you said in the original immunity deal, he told them that his nephew killed Tupac. And guess what? I'm going to replay the live right now. I'm going to find where you said that. And I mean, and then if you can't call up and be a man, you dig, and say, yo, okay, you got it, bro. then like there's something inside you. We need to check your genealogy. Okay, so in those sessions, he allegedly told law enforcement, D, you're either right or wrong at this point. He was in the white Cadillac involved in the shooting. Okay. Vague language. His nephew, Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, was in the car. These are bullet points, D. The shooting was retaliation for Tupac and Death Row affiliates jumping Orlando earlier that night at the MG and Grand. It don't sound like cops were retaliating here, D. He claimed someone in the car fired the shots. Okay. So far, D. Now D gonna call back now. Like, I told you ass I was right. So okay. So right now, if we stop here, D's right, unbiased Ron is wrong. Okay. So if it ends here, D's right, unbiased Ron, myself, I'm wrong. Because right now, it says he claims someone in the car fired the shots. He's not saying himself. So we stop right here. D's right, unbiased Ron is wrong. And I will apologize. And I will hold the L. Gladly. In some accounts, he indicated Orlando was the shooter, right? So that's what we both agreed to. Importantly, he admitted being present and knowing about the plan, okay? So that was the okay, so right there, based on that, that sounds like I'm wrong. Well, both of us. Because you said that he confessed to his no, actually I'm wrong. You're right. So based off the Queen of the Day deal and the Prophet deal, you are right, I'm wrong so far. Okay. So far you're right, I'm wrong. And unlike you, I'm going with what's documented. So if this is what it's gonna say, I'm gonna gladly hold the L and say, yo, D, you were right, I'm wrong. So far you're right, I'm wrong. You see how easy that is, man? It's just info. Okay. 2019, book and media interviews, and his memoir, Compton Street Legend, and interviews including Vlad TV. He went further publicly. Stated he was in the front passenger seat. Said Orlando Anderson was in the back seat. Claimed Orlando was the one who fired the fatal shot. So again, you're double right. I'm double wrong. Okay. Described the retaliation motive tied to gang politics. Claimed he supplied the gun in some versions of his story. Right? Don't matter. D's still right. I'm still wrong. Because we already admitted that he got, 2 stories. But I said if he said his nephew shot him in any story, I said I will hold the L. So I said 20 videos could say Keefe D shot Tupac. I said all you gotta do, D, is give me one video of where Keefe D said his nephew shot Tupac, and you win. I said that. Okay, so these public statements became key. All right. What did he say his role was? Across statements, he portrayed himself as in the vehicle during the shooting, a facilitator in the retaliation, someone aware of the plan, probably connected to obtaining the weapon, even if he wasn't the shooter under Nevada law. Okay, so D, it's looking like you're right, and I gotta hold the L. I gotta go sleep. You're gonna go to sleep laughing and smiling, and I gotta go to sleep sucking my thumb. Sad. In Nevada law, even though he wasn't the shooter, okay, a person can be charged with murder if they aid, abet, conspire, facilitate, participate in a plan that results in a killing. That's called felony murder, accomplice liability. What is a proffer agreement? A proffer deal typically means you can speak freely. Your statements cannot be directly used against you in court. You must tell the truth. You must not contradict your statements later. You must not publicly discuss protected details. If you violate terms, protection can collapse. How did he allegedly violate his proffer? Prosecutors argue he violated by publicly discussing details he gave during proffer, publishing a book detailing involvement, giving numerous interviews repeating the admissions, possibly contradicting previous statements. Proffer protection usually covers statements made during the proffer, not independent evidence, not later public admissions. When he repeated and expanded on those admissions publicly, prosecutors were able to use his book, his interviews, independent corroborating evidence. The proffer does not protect you from new evidence, public self-incrimination, contradictory statements. How was he charged with murder? We already talked about that. Felony murder. Why? Okay, all right. So D, as a man, you're right. You are right. And unbiased Ron, myself, I'm wrong. You got the W, I got the L. You're gonna go to bed happy, smiling, singing, and I'm gonna go to bed sad, sucking my damn thumb, you bastard. Key legal content involved. Okay. Summary. Okay, all right. So yeah, you see? So for me, family is that easy. Like we said, it's just information. Okay. So yeah, so now you should have stuck to your guns, dude, and you'd have got a double W. See, so I'm gonna give you one W. You won. I'm gonna give you a W, but you ran from sticking to your guns. When I said D, if I go to this proffer deal, I Google his confession. If he said he did it, will you concede? And he was tap dancing. He didn't want to concede. And I said, hey man, if he said his nephew did it, I concede. I said, I don't care about no conflicted stories. If he said his nephew did it one time, you win. And guess what? He said his nephew did it more than he said he did it. So that, you know what I mean? That's a W for you and a super losing L for me. You dig? Yeah, simple. So family, I gotta go to bed, my thumb in my mouth, and it's sad. But tomorrow we're gonna finish that debate, that roundtable debate with those YNs discussing FBAs, like a bunch of dumb topics. Okay. So D, congratulations. This Tupac stuff, that's your stuff. You researched, you looked into it. You dig? This is your lane. It clearly ain't mine. So you were 10 toes for the most part. You were confident for the most part, and you were stern, and you pulled it home, man. You got the dub. You were what boxers say? You were the better man this night. And I apologize for being wrong and accusing you of being wrong and a liar. You see? Because I don't want to be a crab in a barrel. All right, so family, tomorrow we'll finish up on those debates, and you know what I mean. Tomorrow it'll be tomorrow morning. Who's there? This might just wake up.
It's
It's
James.
James.
You got a
James,
B,
you want to
brother,
say
for the night.
A B?
Well, in closing, well, you ain't fail. I think you are a good person at heart, and I appreciate you, brother. And
Thank you.
regardless to our different takes on things, ultimately, I appreciate you for providing a platform for foundational Black Americans in particular, but for anyone who want to receive knowledge, as we see it, for giving everyone an opportunity. You definitely get the A+.
Thank you, brother. But you see how I can hold an L?
Well, you couldn't hold it with me, bro, but you got it anyway.
I got what I was looking for, an L, a black guy.
Now you wasn't looking for L, brother, but you were not looking for knowledge, and I say that because you still didn't listen, and you still was quick and emotional to react to some of the things I was saying. But it's all right, bro, because you still got a ways to grow, as do I. But just a little bit taller tonight.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Get
brother,
some rest, man. I love your platform, brother, because you showed me a great deal. You showed me a great deal of integrity, man.
yeah, I appreciate you for calling in and talking about the things we talked about. Because then Suburban Swerving called in, yeah, a little dialogue. You know what I mean? It turned out to be, a change of direction. Like, you know what I mean? Because Tethers always say, you talk about Tethers all the time. Well, we didn't. We talked about Egypt. We talked about Sarah Law. We talked about the Wapians. We talking about FBA shit. So
shit they ain't know nothing about. Shit they don't know nothing about.
Know nothing
but
about.
They learning, and I hope to continue being a part of it, even if I just listen, because that's normally what I would do. But if you are affiliated with the other leaders, Tariq should be proud of you. Afro-Elite, Black Alpha, you definitely stands amongst them, brother, and I appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate you, bro. Thank you for those kind words. And now I'm gonna sleep a little better now, because I was gonna suck my thumb and go to sleep sad. Now I'm a not suck my thumb now. I'm just gonna go to bed, my head high now. Thank you.
All right, brother. Have a good night, and thank you.
All right, thank you too. Peace in the chat. Peace, peace, peace. You see, so there too. You know what I mean? See, so L's coming to everybody, and I gave him my word before I looked up one thing. I gave him my word. I said, bro, if this information sides with you, you win. If the information sides with me, you lose. And I was just asking him the same thing in return, bro. If it speaks on my side, are you going to concede? He didn't say yes. So I'm going to concede the L, give him the W, but he's not allowed to rub it in because he wasn't willing to get it rubbed in, had the information. He wasn't willing to let it be rubbed in his face, had the information sided with me. He copped a plea. He tried to play both sides. He tried to say, hey man, if the information lines up with him, he wins. And if it doesn't line with him, he still wins because he's just that guy. And that ain't fair, family. Like, it's hard to grow relationships like that. It's hard to network like that when people don't stand on integrity. But overall, he's the winner, I'm the loser. And then we're all winners.